Hey everyone, quick disclaimer. This is a supercut of my first ever video series. You're going to notice some inconsistencies in audio quality and video quality. I apologize for those in advance. I hope you're able to overlook those a little bit and enjoy this anyways. It's still a great story. So without further ado, this is the Akira Manga supercut, the full story, chapters 1 through 38. Chapter 1, The Highway. At 2:17 p.m., on December 6, 1992, a new type of bomb exploded over the metropolitan area of Japan. The manga opens up with white text overlaid on the nebulous backdrop of space as we see a beautiful shot of Earth from above the atmosphere. In the center of the crystal blue sea, a black orb rises above the swirling white clouds. That orb is the mysterious explosion that kicks off World War III, wiping Tokyo entirely off the face of the Earth. The manga starts by listing off all the participants of the war and showing some of the damage left behind, before fast-forwarding 30 years after the explosion to show us an aerial shot of Neo-Tokyo. As Otomo moves the reader closer to the city, we see a group of motorcyclists cutting through the darkness on the highway. Kaneda, their leader, rides a red motorcycle at the head of the capsule gang. "Come on guys, we're gonna take Highway 26 all the way over to the Old City. If you think you can keep up," he yells from his place at the front of the group. "Just lead the way, Kaneda. We'll be right behind you," Tetsuo replies. Knowing what I know about these two already, I love the way that Otomo is establishing their dynamic early, one that will be familiar to those who have seen the anime. Kaneda is very much the leader of his gang. He cares for the others, especially Tetsuo, but he pushes and pokes at them, constantly reminding them of their place in the hierarchy of the group. A text overlay on the next panel explains the boys' background as students of a vocational school for social misfits who feel stifled by life in Neo-Tokyo. Basically, they're the riffraff of Neo-Tokyo, always causing chaos and getting into trouble. I really love these panels as the group approaches the old city. Otomo does a great job of showing the lights, the vibrance of Neo-Tokyo, fading out into the backdrop, while bringing into view, in sharp contrast, the decrepit remains of the old city. The stretch of dark highway between the new and old city does a great job of showing just how disparate the two places are in the hearts and minds of the people. The gap between the new world and the old world, the buffer zone between them and the tragedies of the past. Otomo does a great job of not just describing it, but showing it with his paneling, giving the old highway a full page layout to really emphasize the divide between the old world and the new. Next, we see the gang pull up to a gated area that says "Do not enter" in big red letters. When Tetsuo expresses his reservations, Kaneda instantly shuts him down, before taking a crowbar to the barricade. Again, Otomo brings attention to the way Kaneda asserts himself as the leader of his crew early in the story, and it's interesting that most of the time it seems to come at the expense of Tetsuo. In these next few panels, I think we can really start to see the sense of speed Otomo wanted to bring to this work. There was an aspect of it in the way Kaneda's crew blasted through the city in earlier panels, covering all of that space from the new to old city and laying the groundwork for the protagonists in just a few quick bubbles of text. But in these next panels, we see Kaneda rip through the now open barrier on his iconic red motorcycle. We get a close-up where we can see the debris kicking up in his gleeful face. There's a genuine sense of movement here, of the violent way in which these kids eat up every inch of freedom they can find in the world they're faced with and outcast from. "Hey, Tetsuo, let's show these guys how it's done," Kaneda yells out as he rips ahead of the others. Here, I think Otomo does a great job of giving us a glimpse at the duality of Kaneda and Tetsuo's friendship. Yeah, Kaneda has ripped on him a bit, but he also respects Tetsuo's ability enough to single him out as one of the best riders. But Kaneda can't help but undercut the sentiment in his very next breath. It's as if he can't live with himself for giving Tetsuo his flowers. Kaneda basically says Tetsuo can talk a big game, but he isn't backing it up. But I think it's more than just asserting dominance on Kaneda's part. I think it's a way of showing Tetsuo that he's capable of more. It's a roundabout way of Kaneda trying to bring that out of his friends. As we move on, we again see that breakneck pace that Otomo is striving for, drawing some really cool panels where the gang hurtles through the darkness lit by only the yellow glow of their headlights, speeding off into oblivion. Then, Kaneda throws his hand up because he sees something up ahead. Even here, we get a real sense of speed as it takes 4 panels for him to bring his bike to a stop, doing one of the patented slides in the process. As we zoom out, we see that he stopped right on the edge of a steep cliff where the highway collapsed in the explosion 30 years prior. Kaneda pulls off his helmet and says, "That's it, guys. We've reached the end of the line." In the next panel, we see the gang from above. Tiny specks on the side of an absolutely massive crater where the heart of the city used to lay. "This is the heart of all the destruction," Kaneda says. The boys, standing still for basically the first time in these early pages, talk about how creepy it is to think of all the people who lost their lives in that location all those years ago. Not much for somber moments, Kaneda takes the opportunity to rib one of his friends when they suggest turning back, asking him if he's scared. Another member of the crew mentions that some changes are coming to the area soon. He heard a rumor that it's the spot designated to host the Olympics in that coming year. When Kaneda is skeptical, Tetsuo's the one who's called on to convince him that the rumor's true. Again, an interesting way to bring attention to the dynamic of the crew. Even though it seems like Kaneda is harsher on Tetsuo than anyone, he also listens to him more than anyone. From the way Tetsuo tells it, a lot of work has already been done in preparation for the games. But the matter doesn't hold the guys' attention long. They're back on their way in a flash. As everyone is strapping on their helmets and mounting their bikes, Kaneda suggests getting dinner at one of their favorite spots, Harukiya. "The last guy there picks up the check," he challenges them as he peels out. The gang cheers as they speed out behind him, taking corners with ease as they ride off into the night. When, out of nowhere, Tetsuo decides to take the lead. Kaneda, staying in character, calls him a clown. But that doesn't stop Tetsuo, who maintains course at the front of the pack. Then, out of nowhere, he sees something out in the distance in front of him. As he continues his approach, his headlight illuminates a young boy. Tetsuo cries out, telling the boy to move, but it's too late. All the boy can do is throw his hands up to shield himself from the blaze of the headlight barreling down on him. In the frame, we can see the number 26 etched into his palm, and then boom, Tetsuo's bike explodes. The other guys screech to a halt around the fireball of wreckage, calling out to him, and we see, on the other side of the flames, that the boy is still standing there, reeling, but unscathed. The second Kaneda gets off his bike, he's out for blood. He rolls up on the little dude, basically telling him to square up. But when Kaneda finally sees the boy's face, his own goes blank. At the same time, the other guys try to see if somehow, some way, Tetsuo survived the crash. They pull his body from the debris and hold him, trying to get him to say anything to them, but he's unresponsive. In the background, Kaneda's still locked in with the young boy, and that's when we finally see his face close up. Although he's just a kid, he has the wizened face of an old man. As the other guys try to help Tetsuo, Kaneda is transfixed by the strange being that caused the accident. And then, to add to the confusion, the boy slowly fades away until he's completely disappeared. Kaneda is understandably shaken up by what he witnessed, but he was the only one who took notice. Everyone else was too busy arguing over how to get the help that Tetsuo needed. Just then, headlights rip through the darkness. At first, the gang thinks it's the cops, but to their surprise, it turns out to be the military. The military vehicle screeches to a halt as the boys stand over their wounded friend, illuminated by the glow of the burning wreckage. "Nope, there's no sign of," one of the soldiers begins to say into his radio before he cuts himself off. It's apparent that when they saw the explosion, a motorcycle crash wasn't what they expected. Not having found what they were looking for, the soldiers returned to their vehicle without acknowledging the wounded Tetsuo in the slightest. One of the boys, panicked and concerned for his friend, tries to plead with the soldiers to get help. The soldier first scolds the boys for being in the restricted area, but before they drive off, they do confirm that an ambulance is on its way. Kaneda just stares off into the distance as the soldiers drive away, clearly still distracted by the disappearance of the strange boy who caused all the chaos of the night. Cut to the next day. We see a school in the 8th district of Neo-Tokyo. Graffiti smatters the walls. The students gossip about the accident from the night before as they mill about the lobby. All the while, the capsule gang is being lectured in the principal's office. As the bald man rambles on about the potential consequences, you can clearly see his whole speech is going in one ear and out the other. If you're a fan of the Akira anime, then you're probably familiar with this scene. It plays out similarly in both. The principal is reserved as he speaks to the boys, but then his buddy makes a real spectacle of trying to lay into them. He screams at them, asking if they're even listening. It's apparent that they're completely unfazed by this tirade, as they're all having their own side conversations as he lashes out. That's when the principal calls in the gym teacher, Mr. Takaba, to administer a little physical education, which is code for some good old-fashioned child abuse in this instance. In the anime, this is almost played for laughs, and I get the same idea in the manga, but when the next panel cuts to Yamagata, Kaisuke, and Takayama standing there bloody and sullen, I'm filled with a sense of just how destitute these boys' lives really are. They got sent to that school because they didn't fit in anywhere else, because they didn't have anywhere else to go. And rather than make a concerted effort to guide the boys in the right direction, the adults in their life make them endure even more brutality. And they're made to act grateful for it. However, the faux gratitude doesn't last that long, as once the boys are to safety, they stop atop the steps to hurl insults at the gym teacher. After seeing a scene like that, it's easy to see why they're so angry and why they resort to dangerous late-night escapades just to find some freedom from the lives they find themselves trapped in. As the boys walk the halls of the school, they talk dismissively about the principal's threats, treating them as hollow and inconsequential. On their way out the door at the end of the day, they confirm their plans to meet at Harukiya that night at 9 o'clock. In the background of these panels, Otomo does a lot to give a sense of the type of environment these boys are growing up in. Throughout the next few, we see snippets of the various threats, insults, and insinuations of criminal activity happening all around the school grounds. I feel like here, more so than in the anime, this scene gives so much more context to why these boys act the way that they do. We then cut to the Neo-Tokyo skyline at night. The red and white lights of the cars on the freeway below blur together, making them look like wires inside the giant mechanical heart of the city. In the city streets, we see kids curled up in the gutters and alleys as a man with a hat pulled low over his eyes casts furtive glances around him. A young girl approaches him, pretending to stare into the window display alongside him. That girl is Kei. She's a member of the Resistance, and she's going to be a big player in the rest of the story. She tries to ask the man a question, but he shushes her. Instead, he questions her about her plan to meet a man named Ryu, another member of the Resistance. She says she's going to be meeting him at Harukiya at 9 o'clock, the same place the capsule gang plans to meet up, and, conveniently enough, at the same damn time. The city gets distinctly shabbier as we move closer to Harukiya. The graffiti here absolutely blows the school's graffiti out of the water. The walls are so covered they look like they're bleeding. As Kaneda walks down the steps, he juggles a capsule in his hand like a greaser flipping a coin. Drug use appears in the anime, but it's definitely more prevalent in the manga. In fact, it's downright rampant. In the anime, it's more implied than anything. The boys are popping pills left and right in the manga though, evidenced by the way that Yamagata instantly asks if Kaneda got that bag on him. Kaneda, cool as he wants to be, drops a few pills on the counter like it's nothing and orders a Coke all nonchalant. Then he leans on the counter like he's a Marlboro Man or something and asks Yamagata if he's found out where the ambulance took Tetsuo yet. Both of them admit they tried but didn't have any luck. In fact, the entire crew has gone to great lengths to ask anyone who might know, and they can't find a single clue about Tetsuo's whereabouts. That's when Keisuke says that he thinks something fishy is going on, especially considering how quickly the cops let them go after the accident. All of a sudden, the boys' attention is drawn to a man across the bar. They lean in to ask the bartender who the strange man is, but he only offers up insults instead of answers. Just then, the door slams open and a woman walks in, at the sight of which the gang turns into a pack of ravenous dogs, clearly not having seen a woman in that seedy location often. The woman is Kei, who we got introduced to earlier, and she sits at a table with the strange man, who turns out to be Ryu. Ryu wastes no time. He gets right down to business, grilling Kei from the jump, asking if the military has found the mysterious boy from the night before yet. Kei doesn't think they have, but she seems concerned that it's only a matter of time. In spite of protests from his friends, Kaneda gets up and barges in on Kei and Ryu's conversation. Kaneda tries to spit some game at her, but it's clear she's not having it, so her and Ryu decide to leave. That's when Kaneda bum rushes Ryu for some reason, getting his clock absolutely cleaned in the process. After dispatching Kaneda with a quickness, Ryu gets up to run, Kei following him. Clearly they're in a rush, but not so much that Ryu can't take a second to kick an entire group of 15-year-olds down the stairs to prevent them from catching up. That doesn't deter the Capsule Boys though, because their egos are wounded, so they start trying to track Kei and Ryu down. That's when Kei sees it. The strange boy from the night before standing in front of a shop window, just watching TV. "Number 26, I found him," she shouts. That's when Ryu comes swooping in, the Capsule Boy's right on his heels. When Kaneda sees number 26, he instantly starts in on the kid, blaming him for Tetsuo's injuries and subsequent disappearance, and threatening him with revenge. Again, we get an idea that, as bizarre and perverted as his demonstrations of such may be, Kaneda really does care for and appreciate Tetsuo. Even though in what I've read of the manga so far, I get the sense that neither character is as sympathetic or cut and dry as they appear in the anime, but that doesn't stop the dynamic of the characters here as seeming highly fleshed out and true to life when it comes to a friend group like this one. As Kaneda explains number 26's role in Tetsuo's accident to the rest of the guys, they start to get their jimmies rustled about the whole thing right alongside him. The whole time Kei just watches from around the corner, not stepping in right away to defuse the situation. Feeling cornered and threatened, number 26 begins to look agitated. At the same time, strange things begin happening. The glass behind him cracks and shatters until it eventually explodes. Everyone in the area is absolutely terrified at the sight. But number 26 isn't done yet. Atop the building above them, the foundation around the base of a massive water tank begins to give way, at the same time that number 26 begins to dissolve into nothingness once again. The water tower rips out of the concrete entirely. Too confused by the bizarre disappearance of the young boy, the Capsule Boys don't notice a tank falling from the sky until Kei warns them. Thankfully, they're all able to get out of the way before it comes crashing down to the ground violently, causing a huge explosion right where they had just been standing. Everyone just stands in shock and horror at what just happened. The citizens of the district around them begin to call for help. From a helicopter above the street, some soldiers see the fire in the distance. They call it into dispatch, deciding to go in for a closer look. As the helicopter flies off, we're shown a black luxury sedan where the military's commands are coming from. As the driver speculates on the cause of the explosion, he makes it known that the military is searching for number 26, the strange child responsible for all the chaos and destruction of the past few nights. In the backseat of the limo, we see a large man with a mustache and a crew cut smile ominously. This is Colonel Shikishima, Neo Tokyo's military leader and a big player in the events to come. "He'll soon be at critical," the colonel says of number 26. This is again another reference to drug use, as the superhumans in this story require specific drugs to survive, which does lead to the sense that the drugs hold some type of symbolism, but I really don't pick that up from reading the manga so far. And my experience with the anime kind of backs that up, as I don't think they would have been able to successfully scale back the drug use so much it really did play a large role in the overall message of the story. I think it's just one of those things. Maybe Otomo thought it was cool. Anyway, at that point, the military quickly swoops in and starts controlling the area around the explosion. Kaneda and crew keep tabs on them from an alley where they're licking their wounds. They take this time to come to grips with the events of the past 2 nights while trying to figure out number 26's role in the whole thing. Even though they were there for everything that happened, they still find it a little hard to believe that that weird little kid could have caused so much destruction. That's when Kaneda, probably thinking with the wrong head, suggests that Kei might know more, and he runs off after her again like a man possessed. We then cut to a more secluded area of the city, where number 26 huddles behind some wooden crates, clearly distressed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Although he's scared, he looks too tired to defend himself at this point. Sweat drips from his unnaturally wizened brow as he peeks out from behind the crate, ready to accept his fate. Lucky for him, it isn't the military that found him. It's Ryu, out of breath from chasing the boy throughout the city. Back at the scene of the explosion, Kaneda senses something strange is happening as he notices that the military responded to the scene en masse. As he scans the crowd, trying to figure out what's going on, he spots Kei. Being the punk that he is, he shoves his way through the crowd, much to the frustration of those around him. He begs for Kei to wait for him, but she runs off again, which, I mean, what does our boy Kaneda expect? Even if she wasn't part of some secret paramilitary operation, she would still probably be running from his no-game having ass at this point, let's be honest. As he chases after her, he stumbles into the alleyway where Ryu and number 26 are. Ryu is pleading with 26, trying desperately to convince the boy that he's there to help. Through his pleas, we learn that the resistance helped number 26 escape from some unknown facility in the first place. Still, 26 isn't fully convinced. The only thing that gets him to let his guard down is the realization that the military is nearby. That's when, as always, Kaneda comes storming in like a bull in a china shop. I don't know if I respect his persistence or hate it, but at least it's driving the plot forward. He's just so obsessed with enacting some street justice on number 26 that he keeps putting himself in the clutches of forces he can't quite comprehend. But he's undeterred. He calls 26 a word I'm not going to repeat because I'm not trying to get kicked off of YouTube, but Ryu isn't having any of it. He pulls out the strap and basically tells Kaneda to mess around and find out. And just as Kaneda's sphincter unclenches, a pair of lights blind him. It's the military, and they spotted Ryu's gun. Ryu takes a protective stance in front of 26 and tells Kaneda to run. Chapter 2, Pursuit. Chapter 2 picks up exactly where Chapter 1 left off. Ryu grabs 26 by the wrist as he attempts to make a break for it, but he's already facing fire from the military. He attempts to return fire, but he's outgunned and outnumbered, so he takes cover instead. Kaneda, on the other hand, hops over a wall and tries to dip, but he winds up trapped at a dead end. One of the soldiers rolls up on him, telling him to put up his hands. Kaneda thinks he's trapped, but Kei shows up and brains the soldier. Kaneda's obviously shook, but she doesn't have time for it, telling him to come with her if he wants to live. Ryu finds his own opening to run and takes it, dragging 26 along with him and returning fire simultaneously. He leads the military into a shopping center, creating even more chaos and confusion in his wake. He knocks some housewife's groceries out of her hands, and to her credit, she isn't afraid to stand up to him, gun or not. She threatens to make him pay for what he did to her eggs, but that doesn't stop Ryu. He just keeps on running. We then cut to Colonel Shikishima, grumpy as ever. He snaps at one of his flunkies for not having secured number 26 yet. He's also taken aback by the news that 26 isn't alone. Sensing that he needs to take things to the next level, he makes the decision to call in Masaru. Both of his flunkies are scared when he gives the order, but the colonel insists that the mysterious Masaru can succeed where 100 men have failed so far. We then cut back to Kaneda and Kei fleeing through a grimy aqueduct. They stop to catch their breath just as a group of soldiers crosses a bridge overhead. Kaneda, never one to let a moment pass without being horny, tries to strike up small talk, asking Kei who the hell her group is. Kei finally lets some of her frustration out on Kaneda. She demands to know how he's connected to number 26, clearly suspecting him of trying to sabotage the resistance operation. She tells Kaneda that he knows too much, so he needs to come with her. He goes all greaser again, flipping a capsule in his hand as he smirks and says it'll be his pleasure. The focus then shifts back to Ryu, as he continues to try and fend off the military. He and 26 hide behind a big rig. He's returning fire at them, worn down and exasperated by the skirmish. Desperate to find an opening to get 26 across the bridge. He yells at 26 to run, but the child remains frozen to the ground beneath him. Just when Ryu thinks all hope is lost, he sees headlights in the distance. The yellow truck blasts through the squadron. It then smashes headfirst into the wall where we see Kaneda is in the driver's seat. Kei slides open the back door and beckons Ryu and 26 to get in. They load up and Kaneda peels out, taking out more soldiers on his way. The coast isn't quite clear yet though, as it becomes apparent that the soldiers created a roadblock out of a truck on the other side of the bridge. Thinking that number 26 is in the yellow truck as it approaches the barricade, the soldiers atop the roadblock begin to shoot. The getaway car explodes as it makes contact with the barricade, sending the soldiers crashing to the ground. In the shadows under the bridge, we see Ryu and Kaneda watching the truck burn in the distance. Ryu offers thanks to Kaneda for getting him out of the situation. Not wanting to slow down for long, Ryu beckons everyone to get moving. Kei stops him though. She points to number 26. He's wrenched over on the pavement, writhing in pain. As he screams in agony, his powers begin to go haywire, sending fissures through the entire concrete structure that surrounds them. Kaneda begins to panic, believing the tunnel will collapse on top of them. Kei accuses 26 of causing it. Before he can respond to her, however, Masaru finally appears. 26 can instantly sense his presence, and his eyes widen in shock when he does. Masaru floats above the murky water in an egg-shaped palanquin. Ryu readies to fire, but he stops when he hears Masaru call out the name Takashi, which shocks Kei and Ryu. At the same time, the effects of 26's powers begin to subside. "I've come to get you back," Masaru says to 26. "We're not like the others. We can't live outside. Come with me. Come home," he says. 26 looks up from where he's slumped on the ground, clearly in agony. He begs Masaru to give him a pill. Before Masaru can even reply, Ryu grabs him by the collar and demands to know if Takashi is really his name, which it is. "But if that's true, then you're not Akira?" Ryu asks, clearly distraught at the realization. All this time, he put his neck on the line because he thought he had Akira. And he didn't. Just then, the colonel shows up on the scene, shocked to hear that the resistance learned of the secret of Akira. His soldiers show up hot on his heels, guns drawn. With no options left, Ryu makes to shoot. The colonel taunts him for how futile an act his resistance in this moment is. At the same time, 26 continues to plead for a pill, likely fearing for his life at this point. The colonel continues to taunt the so-called resistance, thanking them for demonstrating the flaws in the military security that needed to be shored up. All the while, Ryu just grits his teeth, clearly at a loss for what to do to escape. Kaneda has an idea though. He kicks 26 down into the gutter and points a gun at the boy's head. "Freeze, suckers!" he yells, threatening to fire. The colonel tries to call his bluff, but Kaneda isn't having it. He knows 26 is important to the military, even if he hasn't quite figured out why yet. The colonel tries to sick Masaru on them, but Masaru is too concerned for 26's well-being to act. Instead, he pleads with the colonel to let him give 26 one of those special pills, but the colonel refuses. Kaneda then doubles down on his threat, calling Masaru's attention to the gun pointed at 26's head. That's when 26's powers flare again, causing an explosion nearby. Kaneda yells at him to stop, but he swears that he can't help himself. Feeling like there's no other option, Kaneda pistol whips 26 in an attempt to prevent another explosion, but it has the opposite effect. A massive shockwave of telekinetic power rips through the canal system, sending massive slabs of concrete cascading over the crowd of military in the area. This is absolutely gruesome on the page, as we see the torrents of blood pouring from bodies that are exploding under the weight of the massive landslide. Kei, Ryu, and Kaneda, however, are unscathed. Masaru takes the confusion and chaos to his advantage by throwing a pill to the utterly desperate number 26, but Kaneda manages to intercept the pill, holding it hostage in an attempt to bait 26 into following him. But they don't bite. He runs off as we see more soldiers falling victim to the crumbling landscape. Kei almost falls to her death as well, but Ryu manages to save her. In the heart of the devastation, number 26 and Masaru rest on a floating slab of concrete. We see the military as they try to establish order. Then we see the colonel approach Masaru and a nearly dead 26. He absolutely loses his shit when he learns that Masaru let Kaneda escape with a capsule of the special drug. We then cut off to a far-off alleyway, where we see Kaneda, soaked and exhausted, lamenting the mess he got himself into as he makes his way home. We then fast forward to the 8th District Vocational School during the day. Tetsuo, heavily bandaged and grumpy looking, stomps past a hungover student on his way into the school. In a lecture hall, a teacher screams at the students about a newspaper article. The headline shows that a week has passed since the incident in the canal, and the repairs still haven't finished. Rather than take the teacher seriously, Yamagata starts arguing with him over the legitimacy of betting on horse races. While all this is going on, Kaneda, being the ruffian that he is, has a capsule from the other night broken open on his desk. He inspects the granules from the pill with his pencil, as the others complain that he's not sharing this mystery drug with them. Suddenly struck with a bright idea, Kaneda removes himself from the class and heads to the infirmary. The second he enters, he plants a big kiss on the nurse, who seems into it, which I guess maybe Kaneda does have some game after all. This chick is even risking her job by supplying him with pills, so, you know. But at this moment, Kaneda isn't there to pick up pills. He wants the nurse to analyze the contents of the mystery capsule for him. We then have this really awkward moment where the nurse confesses that she thinks she's pregnant, and Kaneda basically doesn't acknowledge it at all. I assume it's his kid based on the context, but he doesn't seem fazed by the news whatsoever. Instead, he runs from the room when he hears the news that Tetsuo's returned. He tells the embarrassed nurse he'll be back later for the usual goodies, and makes sure to remind her to analyze the unknown substance. Clearly, this kid's a dog. When he returns to the lecture hall, all of the students are crowded around Tetsuo. Everyone's so pumped that he's back that they decide to throw a party rather than let him get back to the hospital at the designated time. Cut to outside the school. The capsule gang are on their bikes waiting for Kaneda. Again, we see how crucial a role drugs play in the manga, as they complain about not being able to party without them. Back inside the infirmary, Kaneda holds a fat bag of capsules up in front of the nurse's face. She's poring over the results of the content analysis on the mystery drug. Apparently, it contained elements that defied analysis on the infirmary's equipment. She tells Kaneda that the mystery pill would surely be fatal to anyone who takes it. She also mentions that the drug is closely controlled and that the public doesn't have access to it. She asks Kaneda what he thinks the pill is, and he says that he thinks it's a sedative for a monster. We then cut to the gang popping non-monster sedative pills as they prepare to ride out on their bikes. Even Tetsuo pops a pill, despite clearly still not being 100%. The gang then hauls ass off campus. The scene then shifts to the illuminated facade of an office building in the late-night Neo-Tokyo skyline. Colonel Shikishima stares out the window as a disheveled old man reads a brief about Tetsuo aloud to him. The doctor describes Tetsuo's role in the events of the last week, also filling in some gaps in the reader's knowledge. Since Tetsuo was involved in the crash with number 26, they brought him into the military facility to undergo testing. When they hooked him up to the EEG, they picked up patterns they have never witnessed before. The colonel asks his age before asking what the chances are of him, quote-unquote, developing at his age. The doctor confirms that there is a chance, as the subject once awakened at 18 years old. This is intentionally left vague, but if you've seen the anime, you likely already know what they're referring to. As they're discussing Tetsuo, they realize he's overdue for his appointment, so they decide to send a team to go find him. We then cut down to the city streets, where we see the Capsule Gang back on their bullshit. They're whipping through the middle of the crowded streets, causing a huge traffic jam. It just so happens that the Colonel's men who are stuck in that traffic jam are the same ones tasked with capturing Tetsuo. Yes, sir, I understand. Get him back, the soldier says. Chapter 3, number 41. We start in media res. The Capsule Gang is out on a joyride, but now, rather than the military, the police are in hot pursuit. The cops call them out as driving with extreme recklessness, while asking for another unit to intercept them. Kaneda orders the crew to split up. Then we get a head-on shot where we see the gang parting like the seas, only to leave a cop car in a confused limbo. The focus then shifts to Tetsuo. It appears he's made a clean break. He revels in it momentarily, until a group of unknown riders comes up on his six. 3 motorcyclists with clown face masks swarm him, knocking him from his bike. The clowns encircle Tetsuo where he lies. It seems he stumbled into the wrong turf that night, and the clowns are eager to teach him a lesson. One of them lifts Tetsuo from the ground, holding him as the others beat him. Then, headlights and the sound of revving engines cut through the night. It's the rest of the Capsule Gang, led by Kaneda. The clowns get on their bikes in an attempt to flee. Kaneda knocks one of them to the ground before he can get away. He then sends the other guys after the fleeing gang, while he stays back to deal with Tetsuo and the fallen clown. Tetsuo rises, bedraggled and bloody from the beating. All he wants is revenge. Tetsuo pushes the clown up against the wall before landing a clean straight in the center of the clown's face. He keeps beating the rival gang member relentlessly while the Capsule Gang members slowly return without a single clown in tow. As Kaneda tells Tetsuo to stop beating on the clown, we see him raise a bloody fist in preparation in the very same panel. Kaneda grabs his wrist to stop him. "Are you trying to kill him?" Kaneda asks. Tetsuo says he is, and slaps Kaneda's hand away. "I don't take orders from you," Tetsuo says to him. Kaneda can't believe what he just witnessed, but Tetsuo just stares him down as he delivers his message once again. He's not backing down, not anymore. We then cut to the next day at the 8th District Vocational School. Colonel Shikishima exits his black sedan, closely followed by 2 of his flunkies. One of them pleads with him to stay in the car, but the colonel just keeps on his mission. In the crowded cafeteria, Tetsuo sits quietly, while, all around him, the rest of the gang recount the events of the night before. It seems they're all as surprised as Kaneda was to hear that Tetsuo grew a backbone and stood up for himself for once. Mr. Takaba then walks in, shouting for Tetsuo. Tetsuo's wanted in the principal's office. Being a hands-on kind of guy, Takaba grabs him by the shoulder and leads him from the cafe. In another part of the school, we come across Kaneda as he gets the infirmary door slammed in his face by his girlfriend, or maybe his once-girlfriend. He can't even figure out what she's mad about, even though he was downright cold to her in the last chapter. He starts walking away, only to be greeted by the looming figure of Colonel Shikishima, with Tetsuo in tow. They recognize each other instantly. Kaneda flees in the opposite direction, wondering how the colonel found him there. The colonel's men follow in hot pursuit. Without any other options, Kaneda plunges through the second-story window in an attempt to get away. The men try to follow, but they're too slow. Kaneda gets to his bike before they can catch up, and he's out of there in no time, much to the colonel's chagrin. We then cut to the Neo-Tokyo skyline, where we see Ryu and another man standing on an overpass. This other man is Mr. Nizu, the leader of the resistance. The men lean against the railing and talk. Mr. Nizu informs Ryu of the importance of the pill Kaneda stole. He doesn't know why it's important, just that the military is going to great lengths to recover it. Despite Ryu's protests, Nizu orders him to locate Kaneda and, in turn, the special pill. The men then change topics to the Olympic Stadium. Nizu's contacts have informed him that the site will become a covert military installation after the games. Along with that, he prompts Ryu to incite a major incident to start the public outcry against the military that the resistance desires. The end of their conversation takes place over a scene of Kaneda as he approaches the Olympic Stadium by motorcycle. The scene then shifts to the colonel pounding his desk with his fist as he scolds his subordinates for failing to retrieve the special capsule from Kaneda. Dr. Onishi arrives in time to watch them apologize meekly. As the doctor updates the colonel on Tetsuo's status, an explosion rips through the darkness over the colonel's shoulder. Right away, the colonel wonders if it came from the Olympic site. Our perspective then shifts to the Olympic site, where we see Kei running away from the blast. As she flees, she finds her path blocked. It's Kaneda. He saw the explosion and figured it would be the best place to find her. When the other resistance members see Kaneda, they just see him as a witness to be taken care of. But Kei vouches for him. She convinces the others to allow Kaneda to follow them, so long as he leaves his bike behind. Kaneda protests, but eventually relents, following them into an underground tunnel system. At the same time, Tetsuo is undergoing intensive testing in the secret military facility. The doctor pores over the test results, surmising that Tetsuo ingested stimulants, the effects of which could be unprecedented in his research on the psychokinesis that Tetsuo has begun to display. The doctor seems to be laying the groundwork for a cautious approach to researching Tetsuo, but the colonel insists that time is of the essence, and they should not be worried about pushing Tetsuo in search of the answers that they desire. Meanwhile, hiding out in a secret room behind a billiard hall, Ryu questions Kaneda about the special capsule. Kaneda plays dumb, making up a story about throwing it in the canal. He sticks to his story when pressed, instead trying to angle himself as willing to talk if somebody could make sure his bike is okay for him. Back in the lab, the doctor and his colleagues discuss how aggressively to treat Tetsuo. Dr. Onishi insists on jacking the machine up to level 10, much to his colleagues' disapproval. Outside of the lab, the colonel discusses the explosion at the Olympic site. Every news network has carried a report about the military's covert involvement with the stadium, leading the colonel to believe that a traitor is feeding the media information. The scene then shifts to a vibrantly colored playroom with vaulted ceilings, a skylight, and a ridiculous assortment of toys. Two of the espers, the military's secret, psychokinetically powered test subjects, sit near a train set, looking sullen. When the colonel asks how they're doing, he alludes to the fact that he doesn't want any of the espers to get too excited, indicating that their powers are tied to their emotions. On the other side of the room, Masaru sits next to Kyoko, another esper. She's had a dream, a premonition. Akira will awake soon. The news terrifies the colonel. He declares an emergency, leaving to alert all personnel at once. Elsewhere, Kei is more or less fed up with Kaneda, as usual. She does her best to ditch him, attempting to lock him in the room, but she's stopped in her tracks. In the hallway, she's greeted by a spectral figure of Kaneda in front of her. The figure's clothes are tattered, and its expression looks horrified. Akira is all it can say before it vanishes. We get a brief glimpse of Tetsuo being overcome by his awakening powers before we cut to a conference. Around the massive conference table, we see men arguing semantically and bickering pointlessly before Colonel Shikishima cuts in. He slams his fist on the table and lays the stakes on the line. Either they fund his operation, or millions will die when Akira reawakens. The scene briefly shifts to Tetsuo being led through the medical facility, complaining of headaches. He says to the doctor that he already has enough trouble thinking, so don't go messing with his head, which I thought was pretty funny considering how much experimenting the doctor has already done on him. The scene then shifts to the billiards hall. Inside, a man in a suit does his best to blend in, but the Resistance member from Chapter 1 discreetly monitors the man. In the back stairwell, a different Resistance member briefs Ryu on the situation brewing out front with the sketchy man. All of a sudden, the skylights shatter. An entire military unit descends through them, guns drawn. Ryu takes cover in the stairwell, drawing his sidearm. The other Resistance member attempts to draw his own weapon, but before he can, the military fires on him, riddling him with a barrage of bullets. Upstairs, Kei gets Kaneda and attempts to flee as the military searches the facility for him. Along the way, they run into Ryu, who gives Kei a sidearm. He runs off on his own, telling Kei to get out of there and contact him when she's safe. Kei and Kaneda make their way into the sewers as the military blasts their way through the facility, hot on their tails. They just barely make it underground before the military can catch them. As Kei and Kaneda flee through the sewers, an explosion goes off behind them. The Resistance had rigged the entrance to help them get away in exactly this type of situation. Back in the military hospital, Tetsuo uses his powers to unlock the door to his room from the inside. He approaches the guard on duty, complaining of the pain from his headache. The man looks on in terror as he wonders how in the world Tetsuo broke free. The scene jumps to the Neo-Tokyo skyline, where we see Tetsuo looking out on the city menacingly from the rooftop of the military hospital. We briefly catch up to Kei and Kaneda at Harukia, where we get this funny bit about Kaneda's ears being shot from the explosion. The whole thing is very Archer-esque.
What? Yeah, ha ha ha, grown-ups. Keep moving your lips without... Mom. Excuse me.
As the scene plays out, we learn that the bartender is setting him and Kei up with a room to hide out in. When we shift back to Tetsuo, we see him walking down an alleyway, clearly worn out and in discomfort. Headlights appear on the horizon. It's the clowns, and they want revenge on Tetsuo for their last encounter. We briefly cut back to the military hospital, where Colonel Shikishima and Dr. Onishi stand over the mutilated corpse of the guard who was posted outside of Tetsuo's door. Astounded by his power, they decide to dub him Number 41, the newest member of the Espers. One last cut brings us back to Tetsuo, his back up against the wall as a member of the clowns threatens him. "You should have killed me when you had the chance," he says, "but now it's too late." Chapter 4, King of Clowns. Tetsuo's back is against the wall, but he doesn't look concerned. He's more preoccupied with his splitting headache. The clown threatens to make it worse, brandishing a makeshift monkey's paw made out of chain and hex bolts. As he swings at Tetsuo, the bolts go cascading off of the chain, several flying directly into the clown's face. As he writhes in pain, his friends become fearful of Tetsuo, uncertain of what strange powers protect him. Not done yet, Tetsuo puts his new powers to the test, concentrating on the clown's head until he makes it explode with his telekinetic powers. The other members of the clowns are completely shocked and terrified, but Tetsuo's main concern is his splitting headache, not the bloody and mutilated body in front of him. Despite the rest of the clowns being terrified, one of them offers to get Tetsuo what he needs to cure his headache. We then catch up with Kei and Kaneda, who are hiding out in a dingy room behind Harukia. Kaneda sulks while Kei complains. He then shifts the topic to Ryu. Kei says that Ryu was like a brother to her, which Kaneda uses as a segue to make a move on Kei. I gotta admit, Kaneda got me with this one. I was so used to him being a dog that I genuinely thought he was acting like a creep here, but it turns out he was using it as a distraction to steal Kei's sidearm. She fell for it as hard as I did, and Kaneda ends up escaping with the weapon before locking Kei in the room. We then catch up with Tetsuo as he approaches the clown's hideout in an abandoned bowling alley. We get introduced to the clown's current leader, Joker. He can't believe it when his flunkies tell him that Tetsuo blew up someone's head with his mind. Despite the rest of the clown's outright terror at the presence of Tetsuo, Joker decides he won't be pushed around by a scrawny little kid. Tetsuo uses his powers to send 2 bowling balls flying into the air. He then sends them crashing down on either side of Joker, demanding the gang get him something to cure his insufferable headache. The rest of the clowns stand around in shock. Next, we cut back to Kaneda and Kei. As Kaneda does his best to navigate the sewers, Kei tries to extricate herself from the room he locked her in. After some time wandering, Kaneda peeks up through a manhole cover, only to realize he's in the wrong part of the Olympic site. He's concerned about the presence of the guards all around him, so he says he better keep it down. And in typical Kaneda fashion, he accidentally knocks something over, alerting the nearby guards. Lucky him, though, the guards are distracted as the colonel's helicopter lands nearby. Back at the clown's headquarters, we see the gang crowded around Tetsuo. They watch as he downs a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, and laughers. One of the clowns does the math on how much the product Tetsuo just consumed cost, and comes to the conclusion that supplying his needs will be expensive. Tetsuo tells him to shut up and be grateful he didn't kill him. At the Olympic site, Kei does her best to catch up to Kaneda while the Colonel and Dr. Onishi disembark the helicopter. Nearby, Kaneda is doing his best to remain undetected, but he ends up accidentally kicking a bucket in typical Kaneda fashion. This time, he's not so lucky. The floodlights instantly fire up and the guards locate him. He's forced to flee yet again. As Kaneda continues his escape attempt, the colonel is notified of the intruder on site. He's generally nonplussed by it, giving the order to exterminate the pest. Nearby, the guards have Kaneda cornered. He looks over a ledge leading to the canal, and he decides to take the leap, plunging into the disgusting water below. Desperate to escape, Kaneda crawls into a pipe, the soldiers in hot pursuit. Rather than follow him down the pipe, the soldiers decide to shoot blindly. Lucky for Kaneda, it's so dark in the pipe that the soldier can't hit the target. Simultaneously, the colonel and doctor descend into a dark and cavernous underground space via a massive freight elevator. Wherever they're going, it must be dangerous, as the doctor informs him he must don a protective suit. Deep underground, a crew of scientists led by Dr. Onishi bring the temperature of a special chamber down to 0.005 degrees Kelvin, aka a thousandth of a degree above absolute zero. Once the desired temperature is reached, the doctor leads the colonel into a sleek metallic room with countless wires and ducts throughout the space, like a futuristic root system, all feeding to one central metallic half-dome. Above the dome's blast doors reads a single word, Akira. As they approach Akira's chamber, the colonel recites an epic soliloquy. What a disgrace! They were afraid, ashamed. They chose to conceal it. They buried the roots of a great civilization, turned their backs on what science had to offer them, and tried to seal away forever the hole they had torn open with their own hands. Back above ground, Kay reaches a spot where they hid Kanada's bike earlier. She moves some debris in a canvas tarp to reveal Kanada's striking red motorcycle. Kay deduces that, since bike is still there, Kanada must have gotten caught up somewhere along his route. Back in the sewer system, we see Kanada trudging through some truly vile sludge. He follows pipe after pipe, unable to orient himself and find a way out. As he rests, he sees headlights cut through the darkness. He's rightfully confused until the sources of the lights make their way out of the darkness. It's the soldiers, and they're riding top-secret hover bikes. Kanada has his back up against the fence, unable to find a way out. The soldiers pinning him down, he takes his last resort and pulls the strap. He starts blasting, hitting a soldier and sending his bike barreling into a massive fireball of wreckage. The debris from that blast hits another soldier, sending him flying from his bike. That bike then explodes, pushing the man forward through the fence, incapacitating him in the process and creating a hole that Kanada can climb through in search of an exit. He doesn't get far before the final hover bike finds a way into the passage behind him. The bike fires on him, narrowly missing. Kanada takes a brief opening to gear up to a dead sprint. Out ahead, he finally sees light. He runs towards it with all his might, only to see that the opening leads to a huge drop-off into a massive canal where all the facility's pipes empty. He stands on the ledge, contemplating his way forward, when, across the way, he sees Kay wandering a catwalk. He screams for her just as the soldier on the hover bike catches up to him. Kanada instinctually tries to back away from the approaching danger, only to slip over the ledge. He holds onto it, just barely. The soldier flies right over his head and out of the tunnel into that great open space. He hovers in the opening, where he spots Kay on the other side. Just as the soldier begins to feel thankful he can kill two birds with one stone by capturing both Kanada and Kay at the same time, the former jumps into action. Kanada pushes off of the wall with both feet, the force of which carries him out into the opening, where the soldier hovers below. Kanada adjusts his body in mid-air as he falls and manages to grab onto the bike's landing skids, the force of which sends the bike careening off course. Kanada's hand slips, causing him to fall into the water below. Above him, the soldier loses control completely and crashes, blowing himself up in the process. While all that is happening, the colonel decides to depart, but not before one of his soldiers suffers the misfortune of informing him that they lost Kanada, who the colonel refers to as the Rat. The colonel dismisses the soldier, ordering him to be certain to catch and exterminate the Rat before the night is up. Back underground, Kanada emerges from the water soaked, but miraculously unscathed. Kay then leads him out of the maze-like tunnel system that the Resistance use in their espionage. Above ground, they find Kanada's bike, which they need a little help starting up. Once they get going, they cruise without the headlight on, using the cloak of darkness to catch the perimeter guard unaware. They fly right past him and out onto the abandoned stretch of highway that connects the new city to the old. And then Kanada ruins a triumphant moment by being unable to contain his horniness. Chapter 5, Cycle Wars. Chapter 5 opens on the exterior of Harukia. The bartender looks all around before locating Kanada, who sits working on his bike. Kanada complains about the bartender's tools, demanding better ones, but the bartender has a different idea. He's sick of Kanada's freeloading, so he demands Kanada clean up the bar before it opening. Kaneda doesn't want to, but he's been hiding out at Harukia since a recent run-in with the military, and he doesn't have anywhere else to go, so he's got no other choice. The scene shifts to a low-angle shot of a bridge. Kei stands beneath it, staring out over the water as she waits. Her attention is drawn up as Ryu approaches. They catch up before filling each other in on one another's experiences since they separated. Ryu relays Nizu's suspicions about the Olympic site, stating that the government is pouring phenomenal amounts of money into it. Before wrapping up the conversation, Ryu asks if Kei has learned anything about the pill Kaneda stole. Because she hasn't, he orders her to stay with him in case she can learn something, anything about it. Then they part ways. We then return to Kaneda, who's gone back to working on his bike. We see him unscrew the gas cap, where a piece of tape and string are shown. He pulls up the string to reveal the special capsule everyone is after. He'd been hiding it in the bike all along. Shortly after this reveal, the rest of the capsule gang enter Harukia. They look glum, which leads to this funny bit where Yamagata can't pronounce the words he's trying to use to describe his emotional state to the bartender. While this is happening, the nerdy fella from the billiard hall walks into the bar and orders a drink. The capsule gang pay him no mind, instead reveling in the news that the bartender lays on them. He knows where Kaneda is. Back outside, we see Kei approach Kaneda as he works on his bike. They get in a brief argument before being interrupted by the capsule gang, barging through the door to see Kaneda. They're so excited they stumble over one another. As they reconnect, we learn that the gang thought Kaneda had been captured by the military. They also reveal that Kaneda's horniness annoys them as much as it annoys me, and that the clowns have become a real problem ever since Tetsuo took over as leader. They've been going after all the other biker gangs, robbing them and selling the loot for drugs to help ease Tetsuo's pain from his ever-expanding and unchecked powers. Around the corner, the spy from the bar listens in. We see a brief scene of Tetsuo wrecking an unknown biker before cutting back to Harukia. After hearing about Tetsuo, Kaneda calls for a meeting with the leaders of all the other bike gangs, except for the clowns. They're going to have a showdown with the clowns, and he wants the other gangs' help. He says it's a matter of principle, that no self-respecting bikers let a gang of junkies kick their asses. The rest of the capsule gang sets off to round up the other biker gangs, while Kaneda and Kei stay behind. They start arguing because Kei thinks Kaneda's idea is stupid, which the spy takes as his cue to leave. As he departs, he encounters a shadowy figure before the scene cuts away. We then see the Neo-Tokyo skyline. In a tunnel below the buildings, Ryu and Nizu walk. Nizu shows Ryu a military expense ledger, which has an interesting note scribbled in the margin. A single word, Akira. Ryu believes that the ledger ties the military to the Akira project, but Nizu reminds him that the evidence is still circumstantial, and also that the scale of the threat that the Akira project could prove, if actually true, is utterly immense. They've uncovered a deep government conspiracy that allegedly points to the military creating an army of psychokinetically powered children. The scene then shifts back to the alleyway near Harukia, where the government spy was stopped while trying to eavesdrop on the capsule gang's conversation. It's then revealed that the shadowy figure was the same resistance member that Kei rendezvoused with in Chapter 1. He recognizes the spy from his appearance at the billiard hall earlier, so makes an attempt to intercept him before he can relay his stolen intelligence to his superiors. This leads to a scuffle where the resistance member pulls out his sidearm. The spy is faster though, and he stuck the resistance member with a knife before he could fire. The resistance member, determined to stop the spy at all costs, grabs the knife by the blade and plunges it into the spy's stomach. The spy keels over in a pool of his own blood while the resistance member hobbles away. Time then skips forward to the evening of the biker gang's meeting. They've decided on Haruki as a location. As the meeting commences, Yamagata outlines a plan to funnel the clowns into a secluded pier, picking off riders along the way. Somewhere along the line, Kaneda is taken aback by someone referring to Tetsuo as a monster. Kaneda can't believe anyone could refer to Tetsuo as a monster, but everyone says he's changed since Kaneda last saw him. No one can say exactly how, but one of the other gang leaders ominously closes this portion of the meeting by telling the capsule gang to enjoy getting their heads ripped open. Back at the clown's hideout, one of the gang members tinkers with a chemistry set. He's trying to synthesize an incredibly potent drug to satiate Tetsuo's ever-growing addiction. They say it's so pure a single drop would kill a normal human. But Tetsuo's not normal. We cut to a close-up of him. He's in so much pain he's frothing at the mouth. Interspersed with these panels of Tetsuo taking the concoction, we see the capsule gang's conversation at the bar, in which they outright state for the first time in the entire manga that Tetsuo has developed telekinesis. The Tetsuo portion of the scene cleverly shifts to him riding a motorcycle, arms crossed rather than on the handlebars, before cutting back to the bar, where the gang learns that Tetsuo and the clowns initiated their trap. As Kaneda sets out to encounter the clowns, Kei accosts him, as usual. Even though she thinks it's a stupid plan, she wants to go along with him. He says it's gang business, but she won't listen, so, while she's inside getting a helmet, he leaves her behind. In the next scene, we catch up with the clowns as they go on a frenetic rampage throughout the city. They come under attack, falling prey to the trap that the other gangs set up for them. We even see one of the iconic clips from the movie here. As the clowns move through the city, the other gangs pick them off one by one, exactly how they planned. They even managed to take out Joker, even though he put up a little more struggle than the rest. While all this is happening, Tetsuo rides along, hands still resting at his sides rather than on the bike's handlebars, as he maneuvers through the death trap launched on him by the other bikers. When he finally makes it to the pier, he's all alone. But he's soon greeted by Yamagata and a whole slew of other bikers ready to take him down. Chapter 6, My Friend, My Enemy. Chapter 6 opens in the middle of the military's raid on Harukia. Colonel Shikishima questions the bartender who provided refuge to Kaneda and Kei in the last episode. The bartender assures him that everything is above board, even going so far as to brandish his liquor license as proof. In a clever form of blackmail, the colonel's flunky rips it from his hands and burns it right in front of him. "You'll have to pass another inspection before your license is replaced," he says. "You can solve all your problems by telling us what we need to know." We then catch up with Tetsuo at the secluded pier, as he speeds in between cargo containers in an attempt to evade the trap the bikers have sprung on him. In a display of immense power, he topples over and tosses cargo containers to punish his pursuers. As he looks back, his attention slips just enough for Yamagata to blindside him. "Tetsuo!" he cries as he swings a helmet at Tetsuo full speed from atop his motorcycle. Crash! He misses Tetsuo but takes out his headlight. He takes a screeching U-turn and makes another run at Tetsuo, like a knight in a joust. Tetsuo darts down in a space between two cargo containers and out of Yamagata's path. He leads his former friend on a chase through the narrow alleys and into a massive warehouse. Just as he enters, he hears a loud noise behind him. The massive warehouse doors are sliding shut. He stops, catching his breath as he ponders the new development. As the doors shudder, the light diminishes until he's in complete darkness. The blinding light of dozens of motorcycle lights blazes down on him. Now he's sprung the trap for real. "Now!" a voice cries through the darkness. All the riders descend on him, including one who's apparently forklift certified. Tetsuo does his best to flee as the forklift lifts his bike up into the sky. Our perspective then shifts to Kei, still trying to make up ground after being ditched by Kaneda and crew. In the last episode, she commandeered an old lady's Vespa, and now we watch as she uses it to maneuver through traffic deftly, causing a wreck in her wake, but never falling into any real danger of being hit herself. Stuck in the traffic caused by her stunts, we get a glimpse of the Colonel, yelling at his cronies as usual. We then catch up to Kaneda, who's just now arriving to the pier. He's greeted by a doubled over and weary biker who points his attention towards the warehouse where Yamagata has Tetsuo cornered. We then see the wall of the warehouse get completely blown out by the crashing forklift, sending multiple bikers flying through it. Kaneda just looks on in stunned horror as several more explosions rip through the sheet metal facade of the facility. Inside, we see Yamagata stumbling, completely worn down, into the doorframe. Tetsuo is right on his heels, short on breath but in better shape. Yamagata falls, unable to carry his weight anymore. He crawls until there's nowhere left to go. A look of outright horror overtakes his face as a furious Tetsuo looms over him. Just then, the screeching of tires behind him steals Tetsuo's attention. It's Kaneda, and he's determined to save his friend. Yamagata cries out, warning him of the risk Tetsuo now poses, but he doesn't heed him. Instead, he just makes a wisecrack about Tetsuo's complexion. "I've had a little headache," Tetsuo says in his defense, beating around the bush. But Kaneda just comes right out and says it. "I heard you lost your mind." Tetsuo laughs, mocking him for foolishly maintaining his brazen demeanor. At this point, Otomo chooses to really hone in on Tetsuo, not only by just filling multiple panels with his embittered expression, but by getting to the core of his motivation. "Just like when we were kids, no matter what we did, you always had to be in charge," he cries out. While he's having his outburst, Kaneda surreptitiously grabs the gun behind his back, John McClane style. He taunts Tetsuo once again, pulling the gun on him, eliciting an even angrier outburst. He fixes his sights on his former friend, finger resting on the trigger, but he doesn't pull it. Yamagata yells to him, pleading for him to do it, but he still doesn't. Not even Tetsuo calling his bluff, telling him to shoot, can get him to pull the trigger. "You can't do it, can you? Because I'm your friend. Isn't that right, Kaneda?" Then chaos ensues. Tetsuo lifts the forklift with his powers, sending it flying towards Kaneda. He dodges, but just barely, having to dive out of the way of a falling cargo container before he can even catch his breath. He loses the gun in the shuffle. It slides across the concrete and into Yamagata's hand. Meanwhile, Tetsuo's overcome by pain from overusing his powers. He ceases his assault immediately, his hands flying to his temples as he writhes in agony. Yamagata seizes the opening, fixing the gun on him while he's incapacitated. Unlike Kaneda, he's going to do it. He's willing to pull the trigger. But before he can, he's overcome by an unseen force. Tetsuo's got him with his telekinesis. His head jerks back violently as he falls to the ground. We see Kaneda from his perspective for a single panel before boom! Blood spatters everywhere. He's just become Tetsuo's newest victim. He falls limply into Kaneda's arms, who catches him, calling out for his fallen friend, while Tetsuo just smiles. That's it. He's taken it one step too far. Kaneda takes the gun, his lifeless friend's hand still wrapped around the handle, and points it at him. This time, he means it. Boom! The force of the bullet sends Tetsuo flying back. He can't believe it. He lies back on the ground, grabbing his wound in disbelief. Kaneda capitalizes on the opening, mounting his motorcycle. Tetsuo scrambles to his feet, stumbling into the dimly lit warehouse. Kaneda chases after him, darting up the ramp into the air and landing in the doorway. He sets his aim for Tetsuo, who's cornered there. "Keep back," he yells. Kaneda ignores him, instead rushing full throttle forward. As he does, the building begins to rumble and shake. Tetsuo's using his powers to bring the building down on top of him. The rafters begin collapsing all around, but he still pushes forward. He dodges one steel beam, then another, but eventually his luck runs out, and he's knocked from his bike, debris falling all around him. The focus then shifts outside, where the military's arrived. The soldiers approach the warehouse as Tetsuo stumbles out, bloody and injured. He pleads with them to tend to his wound, thinking that he'd already dispatched Kaneda. But, boy was he wrong. As Kaneda manages to sneak up behind him with a pipe, he smashes him in the back of the head with it, knocking him to the ground. He raises the pipe once again, preparing to bring it down with all his might, when Colonel Shikishima's voice rips through the air. "Stop!" he screams out. It gets both of the boys' attention, but only Tetsuo is thinking about using the distraction to get the upper hand. He uses his powers to shove Kaneda up against the wall. We can see his shirt tear and shred from the force of the powers being exerted on him. It's enough that his pocket rips open, and the special capsule goes flying to the ground. Tetsuo sees it, instantly shifting his focus to retrieving it. It jumps into his hand with a single psychic tug. We get a close-up of the Colonel's eyes as he realizes that it's the special drug used to help with the psychic powers, the one he uses to try and exert control over the psychokinetic children. Without skipping a beat, Tetsuo pops it in his mouth. The Colonel yells at him to spit it out by telling him he'll die if he takes it. But in the very next panel, we see Tetsuo swallow defiantly. He's instantly overcome with immense pain. He cries out before falling back. It looks like he's suffocating. He becomes unresponsive. Kaneda lashes out at the Colonel, who responds by having his guards lock him up. We then see Kei, who's secretly observing the scene unfold from atop of the cargo container. The Colonel barks more orders, getting his guards ready to transport Tetsuo's body for analysis, when Tetsuo sits bolt upright and gasps. Everyone is in utter shock. They look on in horror as he rises like a zombie. Overcome with rage, Kaneda throws off the hands of the guards and charges him. He doesn't get that far though, as Tetsuo starts wreaking absolute havoc with his powers, creating an absolutely chaotic scene of rubble and debris exploding all over the place. Reeling from the blast, Kaneda sees Kei on her little yellow scooter. She beckons him, and they flee from the scene as the building collapses all around them. They almost get away, but Tetsuo brings a massive panel of ceiling down in front of the bike, causing them to crash. Kei tries to appeal to him, to spare Kaneda as a friend, but he dismisses her entirely. Then the Colonel tries to talk him down, at which he snaps. He uses his powers to overwhelm the Colonel, sending him flying back, but the Colonel doesn't relent. He rationalizes with him, asking him where he expects to get the drug from if he turns his back on the military. He even appeals to his desire for power. He finishes by requesting that Tetsuo come with him to the Esper program and assume the title of Number 41. The Colonel holds out a hand for him, and then the chapter ends. Chapter 7, Prisoners and Players. Chapter 7 opens in the Esper's playroom, where they meet to discuss the potential of Tetsuo becoming one of them. Number 26, aka Takashi, wonders how powerful he is. As he does, we see Tetsuo back at the pier getting ready to board the chopper. He can sense them talking about him. The Espers continue their conversation, where Kyoko reveals that Tetsuo is incredibly powerful, so much so that in the end, he will surpass them all. She even believes he'll be powerful enough to awaken Akira. The threat of his power inspires them to intervene, hatching a plot to dampen his psychic development. At the pier, we see that, along with Tetsuo, Kaneda and Kei both got captured and transported to a military facility. We then shift to the construction at the future site of the Olympics. Ryu stands atop an iron beam, clearly working in disguise as a construction worker in order to gather intel. He observes a helipad, the military's operation, and, in the distance, the heart of all the destruction that wiped Tokyo off the map 2 decades prior. Fast forward to nighttime in Neo-Tokyo. Ryu approaches a man in the park. This man is Mr. Nizu, the leader of Neo-Tokyo's anti-military resistance movement, of which Ryu and Kei are members. The two are meeting to discuss Ryu's investigation at the Olympic site. All he has to offer up is a roll of photos of a waste disposal site, which he speculates might be hiding something, but he lacks any tangible evidence. Nizu expresses his immense concern over the situation ahead. The military is moving with great haste to accomplish whatever it is that they're secretly working towards. All the evidence is pointing in that direction. Nizu tells him that the resistance desperately needs information in order to formulate a plan before departing. When he gets in his car, his driver notifies him that he's received a message from Lady Miyako, and the reason he looks so scared hearing this is because Lady Miyako is a messiah-like figure in Neo-Tokyo, an immensely powerful woman with a large following and a mysterious background. We then check in with Tetsuo as he undergoes testing at the military facility. Dr. Onishi is in awe of how powerful he is, noting that his bullet wound has entirely healed already and his power level has skyrocketed. The colonel, on the other hand, is more concerned with control. He's worried that Tetsuo's attitude will make him impossible to handle, and that his very existence risks the second coming of Akira. We briefly pan to another area of the military facility where we see that Kaneda and Kei are imprisoned, both of them sporting bandages after the action at the pier. Outside of the walls of the military facility, we catch up with Nizu as he meets with Lady Miyako at her temple. As he bows before her, she opens her hand. We can see the number 19 etched into her palm, meaning she has some affiliation with the Espers and the military's Akira project. As the scene unfolds, we learn that she's dreamed of disaster, likely a premonition based on her relation to Kyoko. She forebodes a great and inescapable catastrophe on the horizon, one that will alter the face of the earth. According to her, Akira's awakening is inevitable, and it will be the turning point that the resistance needs to execute their vision for the future of Neo-Tokyo. At the military prison, we see 2 guards approach Kei's cell where she sits trance-like and quiet. They say they're retrieving her for interrogation. While being transported, Kei's expressions remain steely as she scans the area for and notes various cameras and security features. They enter an elevator, and the moment the doors begin to close, the camera in the corner of it explodes. Kei then barrels into one of the guards' chests, knocking him through the doors before they shut. The remaining guard attempts to shoot her, but his arms malfunction. Kei's briefly surprised, but has the presence of mind to capitalize on the opening, striking the man with a furious elbow directly to the chin. Throughout the facility, we get brief snippets of Tetsuo, Kaneda, the colonel, and the Espers being alerted to Kei's daring escape as the facility's alarms begin to sound. Kei, having dispatched the guard in the elevator, ditches the cuffs and wields a pistol, ready to fire on anyone that gets in her way. She sprints frantically down corridor after corridor, dispatching any guards foolish enough to try and stop her. Until, finally, she reaches a dead end. Terror streaks across her face as an entire battalion barrels down on her. One of the soldiers dives in, ready to shoot, only to realize that she disappeared. In his office, we catch up with the colonel as he learns that she slipped through the guard's fingers once again. He slams his desk, classic colonel, as he berates his subordinates, unbelieving of the fact that she could have just disappeared into thin air. We briefly see her in utter darkness, illuminated by a ghostly glow, just as confused as everyone else about her disappearance and where it brought her. Dr. Onishi arrives in the Colonel's office, both of them sensing that something more is at play. There's no reason to believe that the girl developed telekinetic powers out of nowhere, but there's no other explanation for her disappearance. The doctor suggests questioning Kaneda, to which he replies that the boy is already on his way, and then a sudden wave of realization dawns on him, forcing him to redact his orders. He doesn't want Kaneda removed from his cell after all, but he's too late. They've already let him out. Our focus then shifts to Tetsuo, who's bored with the computer game the military is using to test his powers. He leans back in his chair, a book over his face as he naps. But a mysterious force catches his attention. It's Kei, a spectral glow surrounding her as she materializes in front of him, a pistol falling out of thin air and into her hand right after. She wastes no time before she starts blasting, trying to take him out. He flies backwards through the table, 2 shots hitting him in the shoulder and arm, but it's not enough to stop him. He uses his power to send tables, chairs, computers, anything he can at Kei, but it all just stops in midair before it can hit her, the same way threats do when he uses his power to protect himself. Tetsuo's shocked by the display, screaming out, but his scream is cut short by an explosion. Kei looks on at the wreckage, now in the hallway and completely unscathed from the blast. That's when Tetsuo climbs from the debris, bloody but undeterred. He begins walking her down menacingly, like a scene out of the Terminator. She runs, but he says it's useless. He uses his powers to shut an overhead door, blocking her path, as he takes time, catching up to his trapped prey. But then, Kei's form slowly shifts to transparent, and she phases through the bay door. Tetsuo's absolutely shocked again, brute forcing his way through the door in an attempt to follow her. Meanwhile, Kaneda, who's being transported through the facility, falls in the path of Kei's flight, watching as swarms and swarms of military personnel maneuver in an attempt to stop her. Through a hail of bullet fire, he's somehow able to break free and catch up to her just before a door telekinetically shuts behind him. He embraces her. When she doesn't instantly rip his throat out, he should sense that something is up, but it takes a literal recomposition of physical body in order to snap him out of his horniness and make him realize that some supernatural powers are at play. They teleport together into an armory where they're monitored on camera by the colonel and crew. As the doctors replay the footage of Kei's matter transference and speculate, Dr. Onishi briefs the colonel on Tetsuo's status. We see that he's healing nicely, but exhausted from the situation. Through the doctor's conversation with Tetsuo, we learn that, despite the pain that attaining power has caused him, he still desires more. On top of that, we learn that he can sense the other telekinetic beings, which the military is trying to hide from him. And, most concerningly, he's somehow been able to learn of the existence of Akira all on his own. Chapter 8, Weapon of Vengeance. Chapter 8 picks up where the last one left off, in the middle of the Doctor and Tetsuo's conversation about the telekinetically endowed, including Akira. As they're discussing Akira, the Colonel barges in, listening to the Doctor explain that, according to his understanding, the military developed him 30 years prior, and that he's undergoing a hibernation of sorts. As they speak, Tetsuo asks for confirmation that there are other people alive with the same types of powers that he has, to which the Doctor vaguely confirms, giving out no specifics. Still, Tetsuo's able to guess that they're kids, which absolutely floors the Colonel and the Doctor. "It's like I can see those kids right in front of me," Tetsuo says. Back in the armory, we see that Kei has left Kaneda alone and confused as to how he ended up there in the first place. She's left him behind and is now approaching a door that says, "Developmental Research. Authorized personnel only." The lock flips open without her even touching it. At this point, if it wasn't already, it's apparent some telekinetic influence is being enacted upon her. When she enters the room, her attention is instantly drawn by an experimental weapon. What we will soon learn is a laser. Suspicious after playing back the tape of Kay's teleportation, we catch up to the Colonel as he checks up on the Espers. When he enters the room, we see that all three of them are in a circle, heads bowed in concentration, their powers being used to such effect that the stuffed animal at the foot of the bed is levitating. Back in the armory, Kaneda has finally caught up to Kay. He approaches her as she picks up the weapon. Testing its sights, she aims down the barrel and pulls the trigger. A red plasma beam passes right over his shoulder as the laser bores into the wall behind him, leaving it smoldering. Then, as if possessed, Kay stands bolt upright, expression completely blank. We see her look over her shoulder as if alerted by something. Then in the next panel we see Kyoko mirroring the action. It's clear. The young girl's been using her powers to control Kay all along. Back in the Esper's room, we witness the Colonel as he attempts to foil their plot. He asks what they wish to do, to which Kyoko responds, "Kill Tetsuo," a phrase which comes as both an answer to the Colonel's question and an order to Kay, who is still under the girl's psychic transmission. Both the Colonel and Kaneda ask why they want to kill Tetsuo, to which Kyoko and Kay both respond simultaneously, explaining her premonition, how Akira will wrought destruction and mayhem, and Tetsuo will be the catalyst for his awakening. Right after Kyoko is able to cryptically reveal his location, her powers fade, causing her connection to Kay to slip. Kay drops a laser when she comes to. She's got no memory and is completely bewildered at the predicament she finds herself in. Back in the Esper's room, we see Tetsuo approaching, having been led there by the doctor. He towers over the children menacingly as he hints at his knowledge of the trio. It's clear by his demeanor that he means to intimidate, which is why the Colonel tries to put a stop to it, ordering him back to his room, which only angers him further, causing him to mimic his line from Chapter 3, when he told Kaneda off for being bossy. As Tetsuo prods the Colonel for answers, he recognizes number 26, flashing back to the night of the accident that awakened his psychic powers. Tetsuo lashes out at the boy, as we catch snippets of Kay and Kaneda streaking through the facility, laser in hand, hoping to stop Tetsuo before he can cause any more damage. Tetsuo, undeterred by the Colonel's protestations, continues to use his powers on the Espers. They work as a team in response, using their powers to send him flying high up into the vaulted ceiling. Tetsuo strikes back, however, causing Masaru's mechanical wheelchair to explode, forcing the young psychic to relinquish his grip on him. Fed up, the Colonel puts himself between Tetsuo and the Espers in a desperate attempt to get the psychokinetic frenzy to cease. Tetsuo's not having it though, using his powers to force the Colonel helplessly onto the ground. He then steps on the man's bald head as he approaches a fallen Masaru. Kyoko, desperate, uses what little power she has left to influence Kaneda and Kay's path to help them get to the Espers in time to stop Tetsuo. Tetsuo, realizing what's happening, uses his powers to set Kyoko's bed aflame. It burns away in no time, leaving only the girl floating unharmed in its wake. That's when he puts it together. The other Espers are using their powers to protect her. He looks outraged, but before he can go any further, the Colonel attempts to intervene once more, this time unable to even rise from the ground to do so. There's something so striking about this imposing man being brought to his knees by the forces that he wrought and unleashed upon the world. Tetsuo, sensing he has the upper hand, tries to use the situation to his advantage, offering to exchange his compliance for information regarding Akira. The doctor, sensing a potential breakthrough on the work he's spent his entire career on, backs him up. But the Colonel fears the danger. He knows that he can't control Tetsuo, and that awakening Akira under these circumstances poses an incredible threat. so he withholds all information, suffering the consequences as Tetsuo brutally slams his face into the ground with his telekinesis. But Tetsuo's not concerned. He has his own ways of locating Akira. We then catch up with Kaneda and Kei. It seems Kyoko has led them to the rooftop of the building, where the skylights leading into the Esper's wing are. They climb up the skylight, and when they look through, he instantly recognizes Tetsuo below. Our perspective shifts to Tetsuo, as he tells the doctor he has no intention on waiting to visit Akira. The doctor starts to protest, but he's cut short as the laser rips through the skylight, filling the room with red light. The glass shatters, and Kaneda and Kei fly through, slamming onto branches of the tree on their way down, which softens the landing. Kaneda wastes no time, immediately training the laser on his former gangmate and blasting away. The beam misses, but he just tries again. This time, Tetsuo fires back, using his powers to send an earthquake through the foundation of the building, ripping up the floor in giant concrete slabs all around them. Kaneda, undeterred, keeps firing, even taunting Tetsuo in the process. One of the shots hits the giant cat sculpture that Tetsuo stands beneath, causing it to crumble. Kei thinks he's dead, but we then see Tetsuo, glowing yellow, falling through the night sky. He lands in a pile of junk near where a group of junkies hangs out in a burnt car. Tetsuo remarks that it was a good way to disappear, as the junkies speculate wildly on what caused the noise. Back at the military facility, Kaneda and Kei survey the scene of carnage and chaos before them. Kei, seeing the Espers, realizes that it was Kyoko controlling her all along. She takes a moment to ask the girl, "Who is Akira?" To which the girl explains he's one of their group, codenamed Number 28, and that he's hidden beneath the Olympic Stadium. While Kei's processing this, the colonel wakes up, bloody and angry. "I warned you, he's awake now, and we're screwed," Kaneda says, as the colonel turns in their direction. Chapter 9, Stalkers. Chapter 9 opens in the Esper's playroom, which is now a scene of utter destruction after the clash between Kaneda and Tetsuo. As Colonel Shikishima rises to his feet, Kaneda calls out for Tetsuo, his former friend, searching for him within the rubble. Kyoko tells Kei, ominously, that Tetsuo's no longer there. He's on his way to get Akira, and they need to hurry. They must stop him. The colonel, blood dripping down his forehead, accuses Dr. Onishi of disclosing Akira's whereabouts to Tetsuo, a fact the doctor does not deny. Instead, he justifies the act as self-preservation. Tasked with preventing Tetsuo from reaching Akira, Kei beckons Kaneda to leave before the colonel can get a hold of them. They flee through the rubble of the Cat Arch, but not before hurling a few insults the colonel's direction. Once the duo leaves the playroom, they run into a squad of soldiers patrolling the hallways. After overhearing the soldiers' distress regarding the colonel's well-being, Kei uses her quick thinking to send them running to his rescue. It almost works, as all of the soldiers begin to run towards the Esper's playroom. However, one of them suspects something and stands back. The soldier orders the duo of Kaneda and Kei to halt, realizing that they're clothed in prison uniforms. Brash as ever, Kaneda fires the laser at the soldier, just barely grazing the top of his head, as the beam wanders violently around the hallway, creating zigzagging fissures of molten red concrete that bring the ceiling down on top of him. Kaneda and Kei continue their flight, rounding a corner before they reach an elevator. They summon the lift, just to be greeted by a whole squadron when its doors slide open. The two turn tail and run, before Kaneda realizes he has a freaking laser beam.
Frickin' laser beam!
He turns back and aims it point blank at a soldier's chest before pulling the trigger. The red light flashes, but there's no effect. The battery ran out. He drops the thing and bolts, coming to a staircase without even noticing it, and taking a tumble, which it's great that Otomo recognizes Kaneda's ability to play the comic relief in almost all situations. His stupidity and bullheadedness really is the gift that keeps on giving. Kaneda tumbled down to the bottom of the flight of stairs, where a soldier begins to fire on him. The bullets land all around him, kicking him into gear and forcing him to throw himself headfirst down another flight to evade them. At the bottom of the stairs, he regroups with Kei as the soldier makes his way down the steps behind him. Kaneda, now putting his bullheadedness to good use, sneak attacks the guard as he turns a corner. Kaneda punches him in the jaw before jacking his weapon and firing up the stairwell to slow down anyone else who might be nearby. The duo resume their descent of the stairs, eventually reaching what appears to be a poorly lit parking garage. Thinking they hadn't descended enough to reach the ground floor yet, Kaneda asks out loud where they are, to which a hitherto unseen shadowy figure replies that they're on the 8th floor. Alarmed and defensive, Kaneda aims the gun at the man, who steps out into the light as he pleads with Kaneda not to shoot. If you've been paying attention, he may resemble someone we've seen before, but neither Kaneda nor Kei seem to recognize him. The man says he wants to help. He knows that Kei must be a part of the resistance. His friend was the one who originally helped the resistance spring number 26, but said friend has since gone missing. Now this bespectacled man wants to help in his friend's place. Without many other choices, Kaneda and Kei decide to follow him, fleeing through the garage, where we get this really cool panel where Otomo shows their silhouettes cast against the Neo-Tokyo skyline. Back in the Esper's playroom, the soldiers scramble to get the backup power running in the facility as we zoom in on Kyoko, fatigued but determined. She is adamant that the Espers must control the future. She doesn't believe that there's only one path. She says that before we cut back to Kaneda and Kei as they escape with their mysterious new ally as the man drives his van through the military checkpoint without a hitch. We then catch up with Ryu, who's been posing as a construction worker in order to gather intel on the military's secret operation. He's observed an increase in military personnel at the site, causing him to order the resistance to execute their plan ASAP. Our focus then returns to Kaneda and Kei. Kaneda sits slurping down a bowl of ramen with the man who assisted their escape, as Kei convenes with Chiyoko, a weapons expert for the resistance. Their conversation mostly revolves around the bespectacled man, and whether or not he's trustworthy. Not entirely sure, Kei accepts responsibility for taking care of him if he's not. We then get this classic Kaneda-Kei exchange before she declares her plan to head to the Olympic site. The bespectacled man begs to join them, to which Kei agrees, but not before laying down the law and telling him just how little she really trusts him. We then get this kind of ominous panel that gives a sense that this man might not be entirely altruistic. Our view then shifts to the skies above the city, where a helicopter's blades whir violently. Inside of it, we see the Colonel, Dr. Onishi, and several other scientists who are en route to the Olympic site to intercept Tetsuo, who's just walked right up to Akira's doorstep. The group of confused guards doesn't stand a chance against his telekinetic powers. They're reduced to bloody corpses in no time as he makes his way inside. Shortly after, the Colonel's helicopter arrives. He disembarks along with the scientists and multiple soldiers wielding the experimental laser beams. In the sewers below the Olympic site, Kaneda, Kei, and the bespectacled man trudge through the muck, bickering all the way. Ryu and the Resistance, disguised as military, trace their way through the facility as they execute their plan from earlier. In other words, this is it. Everyone's disparate paths are set to converge one way or another. Tetsuo stands at a massive freight elevator as soldiers amass to stop him. Kaneda's group walks the same path they'd taken previously, but in reverse, a feeling of unease washing over them the further into the labyrinthine corridors they go. At the same time, the Colonel follows the same path Tetsuo took through the facility, taking in all the destruction he wrought along his way. Tetsuo descends the lift. The Colonel angrily makes his way through the chaos, barking out commands as he does. Ryu does his best to keep his mission on the rails, as his accomplice's confidence falters under the distress of the situation they just walked into. Along the way, we learn that it will take Tetsuo 15 minutes to descend the shaft leading to Akira. Meanwhile, Kaneda and Kei are progressing through the facility, where they reach a deserted control center. Once they're inside, they hear a radio report discussing the situation unfolding on the elevator. Some soldiers open fire on Tetsuo from hovercrafts. He's ready for them, however, taking one of them out in a fiery show of force. The other two barrel down on him, their headlights right in his eyes, before we cut away. In the lab, we see Dr. Onishi discussing with his colleagues the merits of attempting to work with Tetsuo, when he's interrupted. It appears that the soldiers on hovercrafts weren't enough to stop Tetsuo. The temperature in Akira's chamber is increasing. Someone, or something, is trying to awaken him. Chapter 10, The Awakening. Chapter 10 opens with Kaneda, Kei, and the bespectacled man as they continue to navigate the maze-like military facility in which Akira is housed. As they stop to gather their bearings, light shines from the other end of the darkened tunnel. It's another hovercraft patrol. Kaneda pulls up his sleeves and, with a look of determination, plants himself right in the middle of the passage, directly in the path of the approaching vehicles. Kei calls out in shock, but Kaneda seems to have a plan. While this is happening, we get a glimpse of the military control room. We learn that only the temperature in the internal chamber that houses Akira is rising, and that soon it will be at critical. And while the doctor initially suspected a system malfunction, he learns that the system's functioning properly. It's Akira. His powers are resonating with Tetsuo's. Interspersed with the doctor's dawning revelation, we see Tetsuo demonstrating his awe-inspiring power, evading bullet barrages and obliterating hovercrafts. Followed by the doctor explaining that Tetsuo's psychic powers are likely on the same wavelength as Akira's, which would likely be enough to begin the awakening of Akira's powers, even through cryosleep. Akira's awakening is likely to continue to increase with each display of power from Tetsuo, now that he's reached the facility. The doctor suggests halting the attack immediately. On the elevator platform, we see Tetsuo slump to the ground, depleted from the amount of energy he expended to get there. From their vantage point, Ryu and the other resistance member notice that the elevator stopped and decide to venture down to investigate. When they get there, Ryu rushes right over to Tetsuo, seeing that he's still just a kid and he's potentially hurt. We then follow back up with Kaneda's crew as they navigate the installation via the hoverbike they commandeered earlier. The bespectacled man hangs on for dear life as Kei does her best to maintain control over it. As they come speeding up to an opening, she realizes she doesn't know how to stop. Out ahead of them, they see another hoverbike patrol. They shoot out of the opening and into the air, where they fly right past the hoverbike and into the Colonel's entire squadron that's held up at the top of the elevator shaft after the ceasefire. The Colonel orders them to hold their fire, even though he vaguely recognizes them. Kaneda, Kei, and the bespectacled man barrel down the elevator shaft right towards the stalled platform where Tetsuo and Ryu are. They duck out of the way as the trio maintain their uncontrollable descent. Kei somehow recognizes Ryu, calling out to him as they fall. Tetsuo also recognizes Kaneda, but he doesn't have much time to dwell on it, as the Colonel and his troops begin descending the shaft. The colonel gets on the loudspeaker in an attempt to bargain with Tetsuo, but it's no use. Tetsuo wants no part of what he's selling, instead using his powers to destroy more hovercrafts. At the bottom of the shaft, Kaneda K and the bespectacled man come dangerously close to crashing. But Kaneda takes the controls, helping K maneuver the bike out of danger long enough for them to bail before it crashes in a fiery explosion that separates the two of them from the bespectacled man. Kaneda's first concern is K's well-being, but she's more concerned with Ryu's, pointing out the fact that he's a sitting duck in his current location. But, as Kaneda points out, so are they, and he urges they get to cover. Meanwhile, on the elevator platform, we see that Tetsuo is essentially having his way with the Colonel's forces. The Colonel, fearing yet another spike in Tetsuo's connection to Akira, orders them to retreat, which pleases Tetsuo, although he doesn't quite understand the reasoning. In the lower levels of the facility, Kaneda attempts to break down a door, eventually succeeding after multiple attempts. The temperatures inside are absolutely frigid, but the duo move forward anyway. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man is scouting near the elevator shaft, apparently having found what he truly came to the military compound for. If you haven't figured out his identity yet, I won't spoil it for you completely, but let's just say this won't be his first run-in with Resistance members other than K. As Kaneda and K push further into the frigid corridor, they come to a remote command center. K, examining the computer console, realizes that they have a map directly to Akira. K's downright exuberant at the discovery, but Kaneda remains reticent. He wants to know who or what exactly Akira is, and if he's worth the risk of entering the maze-like structure surrounding the chamber, as well as the very likely possibility of running into the Colonel. The Colonel, meanwhile, prepares to meet face-to-face with Tetsuo by telling his soldiers to hold their fire unless he orders. He gives them very clear instructions that, if he is killed and they must open fire, they must kill Tetsuo with the first shot. There will be no second chances. As Ryu and his fellow Resistance members search the facility for Tetsuo, they're stopped in their tracks by the realization they're being watched by the bespectacled man. Meanwhile, Kaneda and K watch from the control room as Tetsuo uses his powers to open the gigantic blast doors behind them. They duck out of sight behind the console as he passes en route to a high security door that K believes must lead to Akira. Meanwhile, Ryu faces off with the bespectacled man, who finally reveals his true identity as the military spy. Without hesitation, the spy sprints forward, catching Ryu with a punch to the gut that makes him double over in pain. The other Resistance member is too caught off guard to act, and he takes a punch directly to the nose as a result. The spy then extracts a blade from his sleeve, poising himself to take the killing blow on Ryu. But, just then, a blinding light shines down on the spy. It's the Colonel and his men. He orders them to ignore the skirmish, but it's enough of a distraction for Ryu to run off in pursuit of K, who he believes the military captured again. As this is happening, Tetsuo uses his powers to activate and unlock the complex mechanism within the vault door. Kei gasps when she witnesses this, almost alerting him to their presence, but Tetsuo's attention is captured by the Colonel's arrival. He enters via the blast doors, flanked by scientists and soldiers alike, crying out to Tetsuo, who the military codenamed Number 41 previously. Tetsuo just laughs and beckons Dr. Onishi to join him in his pursuit of Akira. The doctor attempts to reason with him before the Colonel cuts back in. He's adamant that Tetsuo should let sleeping dogs lie. He tells Tetsuo he should not disturb Akira because once he awakens, no one can control him. According to the Colonel, Akira represents a power beyond understanding. Tetsuo, ignoring the colonel's warnings, decides to enter the chamber anyway. The colonel orders the doctors into the control room to monitor the chamber's readings. The doctors rush into the room, which forces Kaneda and Kei to flee their hiding spot behind the control panel. Kaneda pulls off a vent grate, and the duo narrowly escape capture by sliding in before the doctors rush into the room to take their readings. The doctors fall into panic. They note the temperature of the central chamber has continued to increase without any malfunction in the surrounding system. The colonel calls out to Tetsuo one more time, this time using his real name rather than his code name, in one last-ditch attempt to reason with him. But it's too late. Tetsuo moves further into the chamber, at which point the colonel orders his men to fire. 4 laser beams fire on Tetsuo simultaneously. He was caught off guard by the shot and unable to put his defenses up, but the beams all converged and explode before him, leaving him reeling but unscathed. Tetsuo gasps and looks behind himself to witness the chamber labeled Akira being torn apart by some unseen force. The scientists believe that the laser struck the door wall, but all of the walls are being breached simultaneously from the inside. The colonel tries to prepare his men to take another shot, but Tetsuo says that it's already over. Pipes hiss as they detach from the chamber. Then Tetsuo looks up, and, in a milky glow, the young boy rises from the top of the chamber. Chapter 11, Akira Rising. This chapter opens with the ghastly appearance of Akira still on the page. Tetsuo looks on in shock and awe. As the smoke clears, Akira takes on a more corporeal form, dressed in a white hospital uniform. The colonel and the scientists observe the effects of Akira's emergence helplessly through their instruments. They're terrified of the developments unfolding, forcing the colonel to try and regain some level of control over the situation. He grabs one of the scientists and demands he do something to fix the breach in the central chamber, but the man just sputters uselessly. Over the colonel's shoulder, we see the scene unfolding outside of the command center. The doctor and a squad of soldiers look on. Dr. Onishi is in absolute awe of what he's seeing, Akira's awakening. As the doctor processes this, a cold snap spreads through the facility. Ice forms on his face and around his mustache almost instantaneously. According to the colonel, the supercoolant used to hold Akira in cryo is bleeding into the air, causing the flash freezing. He orders everyone to get into the control room before they freeze to death. We also see as the flash freeze starts to affect Kaneda and Kei in the ventilation duct, as well as Ryu, who's still disguised as a soldier and wandering the tunnels of the underground facility in search of Kei. Meanwhile, we see the colonel as he orders the shields lowered around the control room. One of the men warns the colonel that Dr. Onishi is still outside, and he points to where the doctor stands frozen in place, quite literally, exactly where he stood when he recognized the awakening of Akira. Then, the supercooled air begins to short-circuit all the electrical systems. Seeing the utter state of things, one of the scientists decides to declare a Code 7 emergency and sounds the alarm, much to the colonel's displeasure. The colonel shoves that scientist away from the console, calling him an imbecile, for the colonel doesn't yet believe that Akira has awoken. While the two men bicker, we see the absolutely gruesome image of Dr. Onishi attempting to enter the control room just as the shield doors shutter down in front of him. He ends up frozen with a look of absolute terror on his face. The entire area surrounding Akira's chamber is now frozen, and it's spreading deeper into the facility, where a group of soldiers attempt to flee via hovercraft before the bulkhead door shutters. They see Ryu in the distance, and, mistaking him for a member of the military, they tell him to hop on. Meanwhile, the spy and the other resistance member continue to duke it out. As the resistance member gets the upper hand, the elevator platform begins to move. The spy explains that the Code 7 alarm means that the higher-ups classify the emergency as more dangerous than a nuclear attack. Above ground, we see the chaos as Neo Tokyo reacts to the alarm. We also see Lady Miyako, who is in the middle of a meeting with Mr. Nizu, where she says no one could have prevented Akira's awakening, as it was always destined to be. Nizu is shocked, and her supporters are in a frantic rush to move her to shelter, but Lady Miyako is calm. She knows that they have some time before the danger reaches them. We also get a brief glimpse of the Espers as they become aware of Akira's awakening, before we move back to the Olympic site. In the center of the crater that lies in the heart of all the destruction, a concealed blast door slides open. It's the main hatch to the military installation, and the colonel and doctors alike seem alarmed that it's opening. But Tetsuo is grateful he found a direct exit. He beckons Akira to get going before they freeze to death. One of the colonel's men drops to the floor, sending a renewed panic through the ranks. Temperatures continue to drop, well past the level at which the emergency heating system should have kicked on. We can see the impact this is having on Kei and Kaneda in their hiding spot as well, as the vents begin to freeze and bust all around them, prompting them to find a way out. As Ryu and the group of soldiers on the hovercraft try to escape the spreading flash freeze, one of the engines goes out. The craft still has enough power to get them up the elevator shaft, but they're cutting it close. As the soldiers pass the lift, we see that the spy has the upper hand on the disguised resistance member. The spy stands over him with his knife raised, which causes the soldiers to open fire on him, as they think the resistance member is military, and they are unaware of the spy's presence on the base. The soldiers attempt to rescue the disguised resistance member from the elevator, pulling him up enough that he can grab onto the skid, but the spy rises up like the Undertaker and attacks the resistance member once again, causing the remaining engine on the vehicle to sputter. One of the soldiers decides it's not worth the risk of crashing, and opens fire on the battling duo that hangs from the skid, sending them thudding back to the elevator platform. Ryu demands that they go back for his friend, but the soldiers don't listen. They just say it's too late to save him and continue their ascent. Deep inside the facility, Kaneda and Kei navigate the interior walls of the facility in an attempt to find an exit. As they're passing through a channel of metal grating, a flash of electricity rocks the opening ahead of them. We then see the same power surge course through the instruments in the control room. We see multicolored buttons and screens come to life as the systems come back online. On the CCTV, the colonel monitors Tetsuo and Akira's ascent through the open blast doors. It's the first time the colonel has seen Akira for himself, and you can really see the terror in his face. He orders them to call in Labo. The scientists act as if he's overreacting, but he says the trouble has only just begun. They need missiles, fighter jets, all the force they can muster to prevent Akira from using his powers. When Tetsuo and Akira reach the aperture of the blast doors, Akira is overcome by the brightness of the outside world after being locked up for so long. Seeing this on the CCTV, the colonel gets an idea. He calls in Soul. The scientists are nervous at the prospect, but the colonel has decided. They must destroy both Tetsuo and Akira while they still have a chance. As Tetsuo and Akira climb out of the facility and into the craggy crater, we see that Kaneda and Kei also found their way up to the roof opening, and that they're not too far behind the psychokinetic duo. However, the blast doors begin to slide shut, forcing Kaneda and Kei to have to book it to make it out in time. They just barely make it by the skin of their teeth, Kaneda even being forced to buy Kei some extra time to shimmy through the opening at the end. When she emerges, she reflexively falls into his arms. He thinks it's a hug, but when she rips herself away from him and smacks him with full force, you can see the confusion and pain mingle on his face. He asks what that was for, but her attention is already elsewhere. She's absolutely amazed to realize that they're in the heart of destruction, and that the Resistance now has information of the top secret military base located beneath it. Just as she's putting the pieces together, Kaneda spots Tetsuo on the crest of the basin. It's Kei who spots Tetsuo's companion. The shock of realization that it could really be Akira washes over her, just as the pair make their way over the hill and out of sight. Tetsuo seems on edge, as if he senses danger. Then he looks up and sees a giant ball of fire in the sky bearing down on him. The blast from the heavens comes down with a massive explosion that tears the already ravaged landscape apart even further. Its shockwave pushes Kei and Kaneda back and sends Tetsuo rolling down the hill through the debris. We get a brief glimpse of the colonel berating his subordinate for missing, as we then get to see the source of the blast, a satellite named Sol orbiting high above the Earth. The colonel orders another shot to be taken as fast as possible. The satellite fires again, creating more destruction in its wake. Tetsuo calls out to Akira, who gets separated from him in the blast. Kaneda and Kei try to run away, but end up being caught in the cascading rubble and need to take shelter behind a boulder. Tetsuo climbs atop a different boulder and calls out for Akira, searching the wreckage for him. He sees the boy laying unconscious on the ground and cries out, but the rippling explosion of the landscape sends Tetsuo flying before he can retrieve him. Kaneda and Kei wind up closer to the boy, and even though Kaneda protests, Kei approaches him where he lies, where we can see on his upturned hand the number 28 etched into his palm. Even more proof that he is the enigmatic titular character of this saga. Before we can see what Kei decides to do with the boy, we see more shots from Sol rip through the landscape. They're so powerful they even begin to penetrate the base's blast doors. Somehow, Tetsuo is still alive within the fiery blaze that's engulfed the area. He attempts to pull himself to his feet by pushing off a boulder with bloody fingers, but as he tries to lift his other arm, he realizes it's no longer fully attached to his body. Even his powers couldn't protect him from the power of Sol. Nearby, we see Kaneda struggling to carry the unconscious Akira down the hill, grumbling the whole time. Kei is concerned about Ryu's status, but there's no time to linger. She follows closely behind him. We get one last panel of Tetsuo holding his bloody stump of an arm and screaming into the sky in sheer agony. Then, the issue ends. Chapter 12, Enter Sakaki. Chapter 12 opens with Tetsuo, armed nothing more than dangling striations of flesh. Another blast from Sol bears down on him, and it appears there's nothing he can do aside from accepting his fate. Kaneda and Kei manage to get to cover nearby. Kaneda has the unconscious Akira on his back as they scramble into a cement tunnel. They look back towards the blast when Kei surmises there's no way Tetsuo could have survived it. Kaneda calls out to his former friend, but his voice seems to bounce right off the smoking and craggy landscape, without ever finding its target. The colonel and his crew of scientists view the scene from the sky through Sol's camera system. The colonel gives coordinates for the scientists to scan. The scientists can't get a reading no matter how many times the colonel orders them to. The colonel then slumps to the ground in frustration, his head falling into his hand. The scientists ask him what to do, and, uncharacteristically, he tells them it no longer matters. Elsewhere, we see one of Lady Miyako's followers give her a status update. It seems they had been observing the skirmish on the outskirts of the city, which has now dissipated. Nizu, the Resistance's leader, correctly guesses that the source of the blast was the Satellite Soul's laser cannon. Meanwhile, Lady Miyako, a messianic figure in Neo-Tokyo, owing to her own telekinetic powers, beckons one of her followers, Sakaki. Nizu gets defensive over this, saying he served Miyako faithfully. However, Lady Miyako says that the situation has outgrown Nizu's ability, calling it a crisis now. She warns Nizu that his people cannot be caught off guard before dismissing him. Miyako then walks with Sakaki, assigning the girl her target, Akira. Miyako advises the girl that Nizu can supply her with information. She also laments not being able to complete Sakaki's training, before praising the child and sending her off on her mission. In the city streets, we see a red sedan parked over a sewer cover. Kei's head pops out of the opening. She sneaks out of the pipe and gets to cover, quickly assessing the situation. She's dismayed by the lack of noise, noting that not even the sound of traffic is present. She peeks out into the street, where she witnesses a group of looters smashing a store window. As this is happening, Kaneda exits the sewer, pulling Akira up behind him. As he drags the boy out from under the red car, he's caught off guard by something. A military robot is approaching him. The robot, called a caretaker, begins to blare an alarm. Kaneda is freaked out, but the spider-like robot walks right past him. When he convenes with Kei, she shushes him. She thinks something serious has happened in the city, and doesn't think he should draw attention to them. As Kei points out the rioters to Kaneda, a whole crew of caretakers enters the area. The robots bear down on the rioters, tasing them all with a single electrical blast. The caretakers then begin to emit a pre-recorded warning about the Code 7 alert the military issued in response to Akira's awakening. Through the caretakers, Kei learns that there's a state of national emergency, and that all citizens have been placed under military jurisdiction, along with the fact that any breach of peace will be severely punished. She tells Kaneda it's time to go, and begins to walk down the street, past the bodies of the incapacitated rioters. Our perspective then zooms out. A caterwaul sounds, followed by an alert proclaiming the Code 7 alert is over. The comic's perspective follows the message throughout the deserted streets of the city, down a massive stairway, and to the door of a nuclear fallout shelter labeled A5, just as its doors slide open. Citizens begin to flow out of the shelter and into the streets. At an intersection above ground, a group of children climb on a caretaker robot, before being scolded by a soldier for doing so. The kids run away gleefully, a testament to the resiliency of youth, completely unfazed by the nuclear-level threat the city just faced. After the children leave, the two soldiers stand by the caretakers. One of them says that he heard that they were built to withstand a nuclear attack. If the people had to take shelter underground, the caretakers would stay above ground and fight off invaders. He says, even if everyone dies, the robots will protect their land, which is a pretty funny line, especially if you see how these caretakers are portrayed throughout the rest of the comic. From a window above the street, Chiyoko observes the scene on the street below. She shutters the window and turns into the apartment. Inside, we see Kaneda wolfing down a bowl of ramen, as usual. Kei sits sullenly, with her back against a dresser. To her side, Akira lays unconscious. When Chiyoko enters the room, Kei perks up. She asks if Chiyoko has had any luck. She says that the phone lines are down and many people are still hiding, so she hasn't been able to get word about Ryu. She tells Kei not to worry though, before assuring her that he can take care of himself. At a government building, we see a group of politicians arguing. There's division over what to tell the media regarding the Code 7 alert. One politician says that they can't go on as if nothing happened. Another argues that Akira is top secret. Another says it's too late to worry about secrets because the media already knows. That prompts a different man to say they need to find the source of the leak, before another man tells him that it's not a concern at the moment. 307 people passed in the chaos, along with countless who were injured. And on top of that, the Akira project would represent a shift in the power scale between the East and West, which could prove problematic. All the while, the Colonel just sits and listens as the arguments continue to spiral without any real consensus or conclusion reached. The scene then shifts to the congressional hearing. The speaker broaches the rumor that the recent disaster was a result of a military test. The Colonel protests, saying that there are always rumors. A member of the panel tries to explain away the Code 7 alert as a computer error. The Colonel then addresses his reluctance to lift martial law, citing the resistance' burgeoning efforts to exploit the chaos to their advantage. The speaker attempts to cut across the Colonel's demands, but he's overruled by the panel, and the session is adjourned. As the Colonel exits the courthouse, he's met on the steps by a flock of reporters. Rumors of a secret weapon have spread to the media. Even more alarming, one of the reporters asks about Project Akira by name. Mr. Nizu watches the Colonel's exchange with the media from the window of his office. A call then comes through, but his assistant says he's unavailable. The caller's persistent, however, saying they're Ryu's sister, which Nizu is able to deduce means that it's Kei, prompting him to take the phone call. He opens by saying he's told her to never call him there, only to be stricken silent by her message. Sweat pours down his forehead as he learns that Akira's awakened. The matter can't be discussed on the phone, he says, as he instructs her to maintain her position. He'll be there as fast as he can. Speeding down the street in his black sedan, the Colonel laments the predicament he finds himself in. He acknowledges the fact that he has little room for risks at the moment. However, he believes he can use the military emergency as cover to find Akira and take out the resistance once and for all. The Colonel's driver asks if he has anything else to add, to which the Colonel says that they must guard against any unscrupulous individuals using the army to further their personal agendas. Hilariously, the driver says that the Colonel always uses the army. The Colonel says he's willing to overlook the wisecrack before the scene shifts. Kei waits for Nizu on a freeway overpass. Unaware they're being watched by Sakaki, the two discuss the events that occurred at the Olympic site. During the conversation, Kei lets slip that she suspects Akira might have been responsible for starting World War III. Nizu thinks it's a ridiculous assertion before changing the subject. He requests that Kei bring Akira to him. He hands her a card with the address on it. Before leaving, he makes sure to remind her that it's a matter requiring the utmost discretion. As he's walking away, Kei calls out to him, asking for any updates on Ryu, but there are none. The two go their separate ways, Sakaki continuing to observe Kei from the shadows. In another part of the city, the Colonel enters the facility where the Espers are now being held, following the destruction of Tetsuo and Kanada's clash at the military facility. He asks Kyoko to tell him if Tetsuo survives Seoul, which she cannot say. Undeterred, he says that he must find out where Akira is. Kyoko remains uncertain. Masaru cryptically says that Akira's eyes have opened, but he cannot yet see, which the Colonel says is all the more reason to find him quickly. They must stop his awakening from completion. With a withered hand, Kyoko reaches out towards the Colonel, requesting that they be released from their containment. They want to look for Akira. Energy appears to circulate around the trio, while Kyoko explains that Akira is one of them, and they miss him. The Colonel grits his teeth and admits that that's exactly why he came. He needs them to help him find Akira. After night has fallen across Neo-Tokyo, Kei makes her way through a dark alleyway on her way to Chiyoko's apartment. She appears to sense someone watching her, but is unable to catch anyone, causing her to question whether or not she's imagining things. When she enters the apartment, we get yet another classic Kanada and Kei exchange. Outside, Sakaki creeps in the shadows, listening in on the conversation as she approaches the apartment. When Nizu returns to his office building, his assistant instantly alerts him to something that frustrates him. A heavily bandaged man sits on the couch when Nizu enters his office. When the man turns around, we see that it's Ryu. Nizu scolds him for coming to the office. Ryu apologizes, offering his belief that Nizu would want a report ASAP. Caught off guard by his appearance, Nizu asks Ryu what happened to him. Ryu explains that he got frostbite and had to convalesce in a military hospital. Nizu takes umbrage to this, but Ryu is adamant that he must be heard. The two sit on the couch as Ryu fills Nizu in on the events surrounding the Code 7 alert through his perspective. Ryu's under the impression he's got some real groundbreaking information here, saying that they finally know where Akira is, only to have the rug pulled out from under him with a single word: was. They knew where Akira was, but he's since moved. Nizu doesn't bother explaining the fact that Kei has him, or that he's to be delivered later. He just tells Ryu to focus on recovering before dismissing him. Back at Chiyoko's apartment, we see Sakaki stooped over Akira's bed. She beckons him to awake. In the other room, Chiyoko and Kei discuss their plan to deliver Akira to Nizu, while Kaneda reads manga nearby. He gets up and heads out to go to the bathroom, when he senses something is wrong upstairs. As he investigates, he discovers Sakaki attempting to abscond with Akira. He gets pushed down the stairs by some unseen force as the two flee, managing to climb out onto the roof of the building. Chiyoko and Kei hurry in to check on Kaneda, where they learn about the kidnapping. They pull out their weapons and prepare to go. Before they do, Kaneda informs them that a telekinetic girl is the perpetrator. This sets up this great panel where the two of them are shocked when they see the absolute cannon that Chiyoko pulled out. Sakaki attempts to flee with Akira through an alley when they encounter a caretaker bot. The bot transmits a message about a Code 5 alert. Its siren wails as it admonishes the two for being out past the mandated curfew. Sakaki looks briefly scared before determination overtakes her face. She steps in front of the boy and concentrates intensely on the caretaker, attempting to take it out with her telekinetic might. But the caretaker fires off a powerful blast instead, taking the girl off guard. Chapter 13, Desperation. Chapter 13 opens with Kaneda, Kei, and Chiyoko witnessing the strike from their vantage point. They're blown away by the intensity of the blast. In the alleyway, Sakaki takes Akira up in her arms as she leaps high in the sky to evade the shockwave of the attack. She perches horizontally on a wall before pushing off again like a Mario 64 wall jump. But the caretaker is able to follow her path easily. This time, it hits its target with the laser, sending Sakaki and Akira tumbling to the ground. That's when Kaneda pulls his signature move, rushing in like a bull in a china shop. He jams a cinder block into the opening at the top of the caretaker, preventing it from closing. He then slides out of the way before the robot can attack him. Which, awesome. These things were supposedly designed to withstand a nuclear blast, but they're taken out by one teenager. At that point, Chiyoko opens fire. Her shots land in the opening at the top of the machine, causing it to topple over and explode. Inside a nearby surveillance van, a soldier checks in with the command center. He says it's business as usual, only listing off the accumulated data after being prompted. The crime seems pretty wild around there if 29 drunken brawls and 18 missing persons is normal, by the way, but that's besides the point. The soldier does have one interesting account, however. A teenager with a bum arm who sought treatment at a hospital, but refused to give ID, opting to steal medicine and flee instead. Just then, a distress signal comes in from the caretaker unit that Kaneda and Chiyoko just took out. Due to the destruction of the unit, the rest of the caretakers are being diverted to the area. We then see the trio standing over the burning wreckage. Kaneda is the first to notice that Sakaki and Akira got away. In the nearby street, we can see the two fleeing. Kaneda runs to the end of the alleyway, where he's able to pick them out and direct the two resistance members their way. However, at the same time, the caretaker bots and the military are converging on the area, Sakaki is the first to become aware of this, dragging Akira through a crosswalk by the hand, in a panel that's reminiscent of Abbey Road. The spider-like machines jump into action as the military power on a spotlight, telling Chiyoko, Kaneda, and Kei to freeze. Chiyoko has a different plan, however, instead opening fire on them. The military return fire, forcing the trio to flee down a side street. Their path brings them on trajectory for Sakaki and Akira's current position, made even worse by the truck directly on the trio's heels as they run. Thankfully, they're able to leap out of the way before the truck hits them. Instead, it barrels into a few of the caretakers. One of the spherical robots begins rolling, taking a direct path towards Akira. It looks like he's about to be steamrolled, but Sakaki pushes him out of the way, taking the brunt of the hit herself instead. As Chiyoko fires on the military truck, causing it to explode, Kaneda grabs Akira's hand. He lifts the boy up and whisks him away from the blast radius. They watch from the distance as the vehicle burns, only to be surprised to see the caretakers putting the fire out. They take that as a cue to leave. In a skyscraper, the colonel reviews the footage from the caretaker that Kaneda took out. There's a direct shot of Kaneda's face, but the colonel is more concerned with something the robot witnessed 5 minutes prior. He has the soldier rewind the footage until it gets to a still shot of Akira. Back in his office, Nizu receives an urgent call from Kei. The scene then shifts to after the phone call, where you can tell that he received bad news. I actually love this sequence because you could have missed the entire kidnapping of Akira and still understood the type of news that Nizu received on that phone call. As Nizu slouches over, sullenly smoking a cigarette, he's told that Lady Miyako desires an audience. A request he cannot deny, no matter how badly he might want to. Nizu travels to Miyako's temple, where he's told she's waiting in the Hall of Worship. Inside, we get a really cool panel of her kneeling in front of this corona, which has some significance later in the story. Nizu bows before Miyako as she questions him about Kei's role in preventing the retrieval of Akira. Nizu denies that he's still working with them, and Miyako seems to buy it. She says it's of no matter, as they're in no position to exploit his powers without her anyway. She says that they will be forced to contact Nizu sooner or later. She then goes into this cryptic allegory that essentially is saying that Nizu better not think he can be made powerful through wielding Akira, as he simply is not capable of it. As Nizu departs, he's relieved that Miyako seemingly bought his lie. However, the second he's out of sight, Miyako laments how full of avarice he is. She orders her disciples Sakaki, Mozu, and Miki to bring Akira back before Nizu's plan goes completely out of control. The scene then shifts to a waterfront warehouse. Kaneda, Kei, Chiyoko, and Akira are attempting to locate a safe house. But they think they've gone to the wrong place. That's when a blinding spotlight lands on them. Thinking they're about to get shot, Kei steps forward and states her business there. Clearly, she said the right thing, as the spotlight gets cut off afterwards. The group then boards a large ship where they meet a man sent by Mr. Nizu to retrieve them. He tells them that Nizu will be there in the morning. The following scene takes place the next day. The colonel is in another conference meeting. He attempts to explain the kidnapping of Akira, but the other members accuse him of lying. The colonel maintains course, stating he knows who has Akira as an argument to regain his command. The bureaucrats won't listen, however. Their official story is that Akira was killed by Soul. And, moreover, they insist on attaching the blame for the incident to the colonel. The colonel persists in his argument, but he's run out of the room without his command being returned to him. On his way out, he grumbles quotes from the meeting to himself, lamenting the lifting of martial law and his placement under house arrest. On his way out, he orders his subordinate to set up a top-secret meeting between all the unit leaders. Back on the Resistance ship, Kei meets with Nizu. They discuss Akira. Kei admits her surprise when learning that he was a child, but remains certain that the boy is Akira. He appears innocent enough as he peers out of a porthole. Nizu, on the other hand, prefers to maintain his skepticism until the boy can be examined. Done with Kei for the moment, Nizu debriefs with the Resistance member who runs the ship. He recounts his meeting with Miyako, saying that he swears she can see into his mind, which may or may not be prophetic. Nizu, feeling strapped for time and like the Resistance can't handle any more loose ends, orders the man to take out Kaneda, Kei, and Chiyoko. As Nizu boards a helicopter, we see that Akira is already strapped in, ready to fly off with him. Below deck, Chiyoko asks if Kaneda can discern their location based on what he can see through a porthole. Before he can, they're interrupted by a nefarious-looking Resistance member who brought them food. He's sweating bullets as he leaves the tray. Kaneda digs right in, but Chiyoko is a little more skeptical, sniffing the food before refusing to eat it. On the stairwell of the ship, Kei ascends the steps as the captain of the ship walks behind her. She questions the direction they're heading as her friends are below deck. The captain says they've already left the ship, at which point Kei becomes even more suspicious. She turns back to the man only to see that he has a weapon pointed at her. The man says it's for a good cause and that Nizu never neglects even the smallest of details, before he fires on her, grazing her shoulder. Below deck, Kaneda retches from the food, confirming to Chiyoko that it was poisoned. She jumps into action, smashing down the door in pursuit of the man who delivered it. He starts firing on her immediately, but she uses the metal door as a shield, slamming him into the wall and crushing him behind it. Above deck, Kei is still locked in with the captain of the ship. He has her in his sights, ready to take the final shot, when Chiyoko rushes up the stairs, door still in hand. The captain begins firing on her, forcing her to take cover. As the captain reloads, Chiyoko grabs the inflatable life raft from the wall, pulling the string and throwing it at the man. It inflates mid-air, reaching full size in front of his face and blocking his vision. Chiyoko uses it as a distraction and runs up behind it, punching the captain through it, sending him overboard. They're not out of trouble yet, though, as another Resistance member with a machine gun flanks her. She takes a protective stance in front of Kei, but they're saved by Kaneda's barf. He spews all over the dude.
If you're gonna spew into this.
So nasty, the guy flings himself overboard in self-defense. The trio then flees on the life raft, leaving the captain tied up on the boat as it floats in the middle of the sea. The captain of the ship frees himself as the gang flees. He's then able to get on the radio. Interspersed with his radio conversation, we see Nizu as he's informed about the colonel's secret meeting. He thinks the colonel must be losing his grip for planning a coup d'etat. Nizu's conversation is interrupted by a CB radio, however. He flips out when he learns that the captain let Kaneda, Kei, and Chiyoko get away. This is when the trio's plan comes to roost, however. They re-entered the ship in the middle of the man's radio conversation and took over, using their ruse to gain information on Akira's whereabouts in the 11th district. As Nizu leaves his office, lamenting that he now needs to handle the situation himself, he runs into Ryu. Ryu wants an update on Kei. However, Nizu denies having contact with her. But Ryu's learned that Chiyoko attempted to contact Nizu. In the middle of questioning him, Nizu just hits Ryu with his cane. He calls him a pest and drives off without offering up any answers. As Nizu's driver moves through the city, they come to what looks like a military roadblock. Suspicious, Nizu orders the driver to keep the engine running under all circumstances. When the soldiers approach the vehicle, they ask if the driver knows about the curfew. As the soldiers begin to ask if Nizu is part of the government, the little man orders his driver to speed through the roadblock. Recognition dawns on the soldier. When he realizes the small man was Nizu, he orders his men to open fire, calling him the little rat who attacks the government. The soldiers hop on a motorcycle and begin pursuit. Nizu's driver confidently tells Nizu to buckle up as he prepares to evade the military's pursuit. Chapter 14, Caught in the Middle. Chapter 14 opens with the military's pursuit of Nizu. They've begun to fire on him. His chauffeur slams on the brakes, causing the military motorcycle to crash into the rear of the car. From the shadows, Ryu observes the chase go down, wondering what kind of trouble Nizu might be in if he's willing to stir up so much trouble. Ryu gets on his motorcycle and pulls out after them. From a rooftop nearby, we see Lady Miyako's disciples observing the scene, unnoticed. They assess Nizu's path and then vanish. In a helicopter above the scene, the colonel tries to get Kyoko to use her powers to locate Akira. She said she briefly sensed him, but he's not still fully awoken. The colonel insists they must hurry. They have to find him before his powers awaken fully. On the ground, the military entered the 11th district via tank. They establish position on a bridge, right out in the open. One of the soldiers points this out, but he's told that they won't be able to avoid a confrontation this time. Just then, a massive ship approaches the bridge. It's the ship Kaneda and Kei had been held on. It's too big to pass under, and it's not stopping. The soldiers do their best to flee the scene before the ship crashes into the bridge, taking out 2 of the tanks. One of the tanks fires on the ship before falling into the water below. Kaneda, Kei, and Chiyoko watch the scene from the distance, wondering if they caused too much damage by releasing the ship the way they did. There's no time to dwell, however, as they need to get to Nizu's house as quickly as possible. As they vacate the area, the ship explodes in a massive fireball that lights up the night. We see that the explosion was large enough that the resistance members guarding Nizu's house observed it from their location. One of them runs up the steps, thinking that the blast signaled a coup d'etat, but the others dismiss him as crazy. Using the distraction as cover, Kaneda hops over the house's perimeter fence and grabs cover beneath the balcony, within earshot of the men. Meanwhile, Nizu and his driver continue their attempt to evade the caretaker bots. Nizu curses the bots as 2 groups of caretakers approach the car. The bots flank the vehicle before simultaneously slamming into the car, crushing it. The driver tells Nizu to hold on as he attempts an evasive maneuver. He slams on the brakes, causing the caretakers to crash into each other. He then hits the gas and speeds through the upturned bots, sending them cascading like marbles in the street, rendering them unable to stop Nizu's flight. Back at Nizu's house, we see that his men are now on high alert, wielding submachine guns as they patrol the foyer. Sweating bullets, Kaneda hides behind a pillar. The guard leads him to the control room, where 2 other guards are posted. Kaneda notes their numbers before adding a 4th to the list, as another guard approaches their position in a hurry. The guard runs up, shouting about the attack that Mr. Nizu just suffered. He says that the attack was perpetrated by a group who aimed to overthrow the government. All of the guards volunteer to find the perpetrators without even realizing that at least one of them needs to remain on guard duty. The lone remaining man complains about always getting left behind. As he wonders if it's because he's stupid, Kaneda manages to sneak up behind him and knock him out. Quietly, Kaneda enters a room where a child sleeps. It's Akira. Kaneda says he's come to take the kid away from all this chaos. Outside, however, the remaining guards don't get far before they're greeted by the arrival of Nizu. His car is battered, but it makes it all the way into the garage before the men close the gate behind him. The men rush to the car, trying to assess Nizu's status. The mousy man sputters and pushes the back door open. Sweat drips down his brow as he instructs his men that they must move Akira. After vacating the car, he orders them to summon the helicopter immediately. The wrecked car then explodes, sending the guards scrambling to find a way to extinguish the flames. Beyond the wall of Nizu's compound, we get a glimpse of Ryu observing from the darkness. A newscast then cuts across the panels, opening with a shot of the flaming ship from earlier. The anchor explains that a provisional government dedicated to military security has taken control of the nation. The existing administration, as well as all the terms of the country's constitution, have been suspended. The anchor closes by announcing that the new regime, which is run by Colonel Shikishima, will make a statement the following morning. As we zoom out, we see that the guards are watching the newscast raptly. As Kaneda sneaks by in the background, Akira in tow. When Kaneda skulks past, he hears the news about the coup, putting two and two together as to why the military has been maintaining such a massive presence. Just as Kaneda reaches the exterior door of the house, he's stopped by a voice telling him to halt. It's a guard, and he's got his gun pointed at Kaneda's face. The man questions Kaneda, asking him who he is. As the guard's suspicion mounts, it begins to look bad for Kaneda. Just then, we see Kei through the window. She's crouched, taking aim at the guard. She fires, sending the guard reeling backwards. She then fires again, breaking the lock on the door in order to retrieve Kaneda and Akira. Before the trio flee, Kaneda confiscates the weapon from the fallen guard. Back in Akira's room, we catch up with a frustrated Nizu. As he assesses the situation, the guards attempt to wake the man Kaneda knocked out earlier. On the wall above the empty bed, we see graffiti saying that rats like Nizu get what they deserve. Just a real chef's kiss from Kaneda here. In the middle of a coup, he's petty enough to get a jab in at Nizu. Love it. A firefight sparks outside as some of the soldiers manage to intercept Kaneda and Kei. They take cover behind some trees as a guard fires from the balcony. Kaneda attempts to return fire, but he's overwhelmed by the guard's automatic weapon. That is, until the ominous figure of Mickey sneaks up behind the distracted guard. In a nearby command post, one guard receives orders over the radio as the other nervously wonders why the shooting stopped. The radio call ends just as the two guards become aware of someone's presence. It's Chiyoko, who wastes no time taking the two guards out with her bare hands before they can even fire a single shot. Kei then runs up with Akira. As Chiyoko escorts the two through the east gate, Kaneda struggles to catch up. After the gang has exited the gate, one of the guards rises. He grabs his weapon, sets his sights on the fleeing group, and attempts to fire, but he's stopped in his tracks. His face writhes terribly, then he slumps over. Mozu stands over his body ominously. As our group flees through the streets, Kaneda attempts to relay the news of the coup to the best of his ability. It seems like they're going to make a clean break, but a single, minuscule figure stands in their way. As they draw closer, they see that it's Sakaki. Kaneda's unperturbed by the girl's appearance, acting cocky as he approaches her with his shotgun slung over his shoulder. He attempts to hit her with the butt of the weapon, but she leaps up into the air, flipping over the backs of both Kei and Chiyoko as well in a single leap. Now positioned at his back, Sakaki sprints towards Kaneda. He turns heel, swinging as he does, but the girl dodges his strike easily. She then sweeps his leg out, sending him crashing to the pavement. Kei and Chiyoko attempt to run to his defense, but they then realize that they're surrounded by the rest of Lady Miyako's disciples. As the three children close in, the sound of a helicopter cuts through the night, drawing their attention. It's the Colonel and the Espers. The colonel orders the area to be cordoned off before they even land. He also orders a reluctant pilot to land directly in front of Akira. He would rather jeopardize damaging some buildings than to give the boy any room to escape. But the pilot just can't manage it. Miyako's disciples take advantage of the distraction. Miki attacks Chiyoko's gun hand while Mozu takes out Kei's, and Sakaki grabs Akira. She beckons the two other disciples to follow her, but Kaneda manages to slow down Mozu by swinging his shotgun at her. She's able to dodge the strike, but the evasive maneuver leaves her open for an attack from Chiyoko. The large woman bear hugs a child, completely immobilizing her. Kaneda then turns his attention to Miki, taking yet a third unsuccessful swipe with the gun butt, which draws a taunt from the dour girl. Kaneda had a plan, however, taking the momentum from the missed swing to bring himself forward to land a powerful headbutt on the girl, all in one motion. It knocks her to the ground, incapacitating her. The trio, having lost Akira, vacate the area immediately in pursuit of him and the disciple, both of whom are fleeing through an alleyway where their paths cross several of Nizu's guards. They change course in an attempt to evade the guards, but their path is blocked by none other than the Rat King himself. As his guards surround him, weapons drawn, he says that, despite how it looks, his devotion to Lady Miyako remains sincere. Meanwhile, a groggy Miki approaches the scene. When she overhears a conversation, she hides so she can listen in. As he continues, Nizu mentions that certain developments necessitated he maintain control over Akira. He says he hopes to ask Miyako for her forgiveness someday, before ordering his men to fire. No shots ring out, however. When Nizu turns to inspect the holdup, he sees Miki taking out his guards. The gaunt girl yells to Sakaki to run, just before one of the guards opens up fire on her. Miki evades the blast, taking out another guard in the process. The distraction provides enough of an opening for Sakaki to escape, using her powers to bring Akira high into the sky with her. As she does, a flare is shot off into the sky. Kaneda, Kei, and Chiyoko all see it from their position, as does Ryu from his own separate position. Nizu sees his opening and attacks Miki, leaving her vulnerable to attack from his guards. They fire on the girl, taking her out once and for all. Meanwhile, Takashi informs the colonel that there are 3 girls with telekinetic powers who kidnapped Akira. The colonel is in disbelief. As Kyoko is wheeled off the helicopter, the colonel asks how powerful the girls are, to which Masaru says their powers are the same as the Espers but limited. On the street below, Nizu's guards pursue Kaneda, Kei, and Chiyoko. The group turns down an alleyway in an attempt to escape, only to come out on the other side directly in front of a military tank. Caught off guard, Kaneda freezes up. But when push comes to shove, he manages to take out the tank driver, commandeering control of the tank in the process. As Nizu's guards approach, Kaneda orders the gunmen in the tank to fire on them. The tank fires, causing a massive explosion that scares off Nizu's guards, but alerts the colonel of their location. Kaneda then beckons Chiyoko to take over the gunner position on the tank, kicking the soldier out of it. It takes her a bit to get a hang of things, but then Chiyoko gets the tank rolling. In the final panels, we see the colonel order his men to kill Sakaki and Akira if they're unable to apprehend them. Chapter 15, Psychic Duel. Chapter 15 opens with Sakaki and Akira as they continue to evade pursuit. Yet to awaken fully, Akira is unable to protect himself, so Sakaki has to hide him in a dumpster, saying that she'll be right back for him. Just then, a group of Nizu's personal guards arrive. Sakaki rushes them headlong, kneeing a man in the face before using her powers to catapult herself high over the group. She hits the ground running, leading the guards away from Akira's hiding spot. Ryu observes from nearby, noting the peculiarity of Nizu's personal guards being involved in such a skirmish. In their pursuit of Akira, a group of Nizu's men encountered a military squadron. The squadron opens fire on the guards, sparking a firefight. The guards retreat, but the soldiers follow them, driving right through buildings in their pursuit. Nearby, Sakaki continues to run, using her telepathy to contact Mozu as she does. She tells Mozu that Akira is safe and that they must lure everybody away from his hiding spot. Mozu, hunched over against a wall and drenched in sweat, responds in the affirmative. As Sakaki makes her way through the streets, a tank comes up on her trail. She slips into a nearby alleyway. However, the soldiers saw her white outfit, which fits the description for Akira. Because of that, they pursue her, calling into dispatch as they do. Kaneda, having overtaken a tank with Chiyoko and Kei, intercepts a message via radio. They decide to follow the patrol to the 12th district. Meanwhile, Ryu continues to follow the tracks left behind by Miyako's disciples. He winds up in an alley where he hears a strange noise coming from a dumpster. The scene cuts away just as his attention is drawn to it. Cornered by the military, we see Mozu ready herself to attack. That's when Sakaki intervenes, telling Mozu she can't use her powers when she's that fatigued. However, Mozu doesn't see another option. She uses her powers to demolish the wall behind her, grabbing cinder blocks and slabs of concrete with her powers to hurl at the tank, the force of which is so powerful, the tank explodes on impact. Mozu pants with exhaustion as she vacates the scene. In her path, she encounters some unexpected observers: Takashi, aka number 26, and Colonel Shikishima. The colonel demands to know who trained Mozu's psychic powers. Even in her weakened state, however, she doesn't hesitate to tell him off. Clearly, the colonel took it personally, as he tells Takashi to test the girl's powers. Mozu doesn't intend to take it lying down, however. She goes on the offensive, immediately attacking Takashi. The colonel fears for number 26's well-being, but the inferno conjured by Mozu diffuses around him, revealing that he was completely untouched by her attack. Regretful of his actions, Takashi unleashes a powerful force on the girl, killing her. Sensing the pain of her friend nearby, Sakaki cries out, telepathically in a bit of desperation, but there's no response. However, the power released in the act alerts Takashi to her presence. He and the colonel follow her trail, followed by the vehicles used to transport Kyoko and Masaru, the other two espers. Kyoko states that her power of foresight is cloudy, but she can feel their proximity to Akira. As the sun rises, we see the destruction Kaneda, Chiyoko, and Kei wrought with their commandeered tank. Fearing that they're lost, Kaneda pokes his head out to try and get their bearings before they move forward. We then see Nizu's guards battling the military as Kaneda's tank crashes through the wall in front of them, catching them off guard. After some discussion, our protagonists decide to steamroll right over anyone who stands in their way. One of the guards has an RPG, however. He uses it to take out the tank's treads, leaving them a sitting duck. They begin to spin the cannon on the tank, and that's when they start blasting. This creates a fog of chaos and destruction through which they're able to exit the tank and escape on foot. We then catch back up with Ryu as he approaches the dumpster to figure out what's making noise inside. He lifts the lid, shocked to learn that it's a child. He has no idea at the moment that it's Akira, but he helps the boy out of the dumpster anyway. Our perspective then shifts back to Kaneda. We get this funny sequence where we see him stumble out of the cloud of smoke, followed by Kei. When Kei comes out of the cloud of smoke, she realizes she's been holding the hand of one of Nizu's guards the entire time. The guard sputters and coughs, but he doesn't have any time to process the situation as Chiyoko barrels him over as she charges out of the cloud, She absolutely brutalizes the man, tossing him out the door like he's Jazz from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. The trio then resume their search for Akira. Meanwhile, Nizu's men are locked into a skirmish with the military. They resign to holding them off while Nizu retreats back to his home. The mousy little man shuffles through the alleys of Neo-Tokyo, cane tapping on the pavement intermittently as he goes. He huffs and puffs, only pausing to curse when he sees two figures approaching through the shadows. It's Ryu, who has Akira in tow. Both men are shocked when recognition dawns on them, but Nizu doubly so, owing to Ryu's companion. It doesn't take long for Ryu's own shock to intensify when Nizu yells out the boy's name. Aside from just being shocked, Nizu's also pissed that Ryu's inserted himself into business that he was explicitly warned away from. Because, for him, it's a sign that Ryu has been a double agent for Lady Miyako all along. As Ryu attempts to plead his case, Nizu reaches behind his back, pulling out a gun. He takes aim at Ryu, who shoves Akira aside and manages to dive out of the way by the time Nizu pulls the trigger. Ryu pulls his own weapon, landing a shot that leaves Nizu bloody and sprawled across the pavement. Instinctually, Ryu feels bad, but there's no time to dwell. As a unit of soldiers turns into the alleyway, Ryu scoops up the child and runs. We then see a panel of Sakaki mourning her friends, followed by a panel of Kanada's crew fleeing. Then we see Nizu's personal guards giving themselves up as the military corners them. Out of sight around the corner, Ryu listens in as the soldiers put out an APB for him and Akira. He guides the child across the street as they manage to narrowly evade a squad of soldiers by slipping into a dark and cluttered alley to get out of sight. As the sun rises fully, we check in on Kanada and crew running atop the bank of a waterway. They've made it to the heavily patrolled 12th District. This prompts Kei to caution Kanada about his behavior. They can't risk drawing any attention to themselves. We also get a glimpse of Nizu as he stumbles, bloody and feeble, through an alley. He still has his gun drawn as he does so. Ryu and Akira have also made their way into the 12th District without being apprehended. They step out from the cover of the thickly settled apartment block and see the waterway out in front of them, the wreckage of the resistance ship in the distance. Ryu hoists the boy onto his back and begins to run as fast as he can alongside the water. He's making some progress when he sees a single minuscule figure blocking his path. It's Sakaki. She questions Ryu, first asking where he's taking the boy, then if he still works for Nizu. The latter sounds more like an accusation, however. Ryu doesn't intend to answer, drawing his weapon instead, but it doesn't even matter. Sakaki makes a beeline right for him. She jumps out of the gym, leaping over him, hits him in the face as she does, causing him to fire an errant shot. The shot's not entirely useless, however. It alerts Kanada, Kei, and Chiyoko to his presence nearby. They approach the scene from the elevated walkway, where they see Ryu slumped on the ground as Sakaki pulls Akira by the hand. Kanada yells down, cockily rolling up his sleeves and calling Sakaki his little jumping jack as he prepares to face off with her once again. He bolts down the embankment, charging straight at her. She attempts to lift off the ground with her psychokinetic powers, but Kanada's ready for it. He throws a high kick that catches her mid-jump. It sends her tumbling to the ground. As he beckons Akira to follow him, Kei's face goes slack. She finally recognizes Ryu. As the two are overcome by their reunion, Sakaki takes advantage of the distraction. She shoves Kanada out of the way before scooping Akira up in her arms. In a single leap, she's up on top of the embankment with the coveted child. Once there, a figure looms over her. It's Colonel Shikishima. A speech bubble pops up denoting a direct transmission from Takashi, using his telekinetic powers. He tells Sakaki not to bother trying to escape. Caught off guard, it takes Sakaki a moment to steel her resolve. She sets the boy down as rage over the fate of her friends consumes her. Determination sets in, taking her on a direct path to the wizened-looking boy. Just then, Kaneda and Chiyoko jump the wall at the top of the embankment. They came in pursuit of Sakaki, but are surprised to see the Colonel and an Esper waiting there for them. Kaneda cartoonishly tries to play it off as if he didn't mean to intrude, but when he attempts to run back into the canal, he sees that the military have descended on the area. 2 squads currently flank Kei and Ryu, guns drawn. Hands on his hips, the Colonel chides Kaneda before admitting he's impressed that he survived so long. He then smiles and tells Kaneda he won't be escaping this time. He explains how his forces have taken control over everything within a 20-mile radius. He estimates that he'll have 70% of Neo-Tokyo under his control by noon. It's then that a soldier pulls up with Kyoko and Masaru in tow. More soldiers follow Ryu and Kei as they scramble up the embankment to join their friends. Kaneda looks at the Colonel devilishly, saying that the gang's all there. Kaneda plays it as if he's got an ace up his sleeve, but they're once again outgunned and outmatched. A fact that's particularly evident when Chiyoko tries to comfort Akira, and 2 soldiers put their rifles right up to her head. Kaneda's the first to step up, telling the soldiers to shove it. However, it appears as if he's not the only one who's fed up with the Colonel's regime. Sakaki grits her teeth and charges. And that's when the chapter ends. Chapter 16, Akira Unleashed. Sakaki attempts to engage Takashi head-on. The boy braces for the attack, only to be left confused when it never lands. Sakaki pulled up last second, instead opting to jump onto the roof of a nearby building in an attempt to flee. The Colonel orders his men to open fire. They unleash a barrage of bullets, several of which strike her from behind. She falls through the decayed ceiling, a cloud of dust kicking up from where she lands. Takashi can sense she's not dead yet, however. The Colonel orders his men to retrieve her for tests. Simultaneously, Kyoko and Masaru become aware of Akira's presence nearby. Masaru calls out to him. A group of soldiers wrestle Kaneda in the background. Akira begins to emotionlessly walk towards the other Espers. Ecstatic to be reunited with his friend, Takashi runs over to him. The Colonel senses something in the distance, looking off to a yellow apartment nearby. As Takashi excitedly points to Akira, a shot rings out. It strikes number 26 directly in the head. He keels over, blood spattering Akira as he lands. The Colonel, the Espers, Kaneda, and Kei all look on in terror. Nearby we see Nizu, gun still smoking, as he laments missing his actual target. Masaru cries out to his fallen friend at the same time that the Colonel orders his troops to open fire. Nizu dives away from the window as bullets rip through the building. As Takashi falls, we see the agony his death is causing not only Masaru and Kyoko, but also Akira. His eyes look alive for the first time since he's awoken. In unison, all 3 psychokinetic children begin to writhe with gritted teeth as their powers become triggered by the event, a reaction to Takashi's death that we will explore more in the future. Akira clutches his temples, power swells all around him. Far off in her temple, we see Lady Miyako's teapot clatter to the ground. She can sense Akira's power surging and she's terrified. She runs off of her dais to warn her disciples. Back at the scene, Akira screams out as he stands over Takashi's body, his agony causing him to vocalize for the first time since he's awoken. Everyone is shocked to hear it. The distraught boy holds his palms towards each other in front of himself. As he does, energy visibly swells between his hands. Kyoko cries out in an attempt to stop him, but the bright light of the energy continues to swell and illuminate further and further as it surges. Otomo takes a moment to highlight some of the scenes of normalcy surrounding the events. He shows a man and his son doing calisthenics in the backyard, a woman prepping a meal, a cat sunbathing as a parent struggles to get their child ready for a school day they'll never attend. All of them remain blissfully unaware of the catastrophe unfolding just outside of their doors. Akira's power is so intense that the light of it washes out even the sun, casting everyone in a white glow. Kyoko and Masaru communicate through their telekinetic link. She tells him that they need to get everyone to safety. Options limited, he decides to transport them to the roof of a nearby skyscraper. They jump into action just in time, as Akira's power begins to tear apart the landscape around him. We see the massive ball of energy spread as the Espers do their best to teleport everyone, even the lifeless Takashi, onto the rooftop. Confusion overcomes Kaneda as he blinks and finds himself hundreds of feet in the sky. The blast from Akira's outburst rips through the city, leveling everything in its path. We see the bloody Nizu struggle to stand before getting evaporated by the energy. Nearby, we witness Sakaki as well, also bloody and slumped on the ground. However, there's a smile on her face. She reaches out, calling for Lady Miyako. In the next panel, we see an astral version of the woman bending down to take Sakaki in her arms. Then, the girl's body is lifeless. At her temple, Lady Miyako cries out for her lost disciple. Atop the skyscraper, we see the flash of the blast heading towards Kaneda. It overwhelms him, turning him into a negative projection of himself before he dissolves into nothingness, right in front of Kei's eyes. Soldiers are falling all over themselves as they scramble to find anything resembling safety in this situation. The colonel still does his best to protect his men, despite the dire straits he finds himself in. We see him grab a soldier by the wrist to save him from falling off the building that the Espers teleported them to. As Kei screams out to Kaneda, we see the massive level of destruction Akira wrought. Buildings toppled over and crumbled. Cars got pulverized and trapped in massive sinkholes. And, most concerningly, the tides have gone crazy, causing massive amounts of water to flow into the already devastated city. Within the wreckage, we see that Ryu and Chiyoko were able to survive and are still together. Elsewhere, Kei stands atop a leaning building, looking out somberly at the wreckage. Not far away, the colonel mirrors her stance, while the Espers are incredibly drained due to the energy they had to expend. The devastation in the streets is incredible. Bodies are strewn all across a ravaged landscape that no longer resembles a city. At Lady Miyako's temple, we see them scramble to help the survivors. She orders her gates open, but that only those who promise their faith to her may enter. This is going to be important in the coming issues. On an isolated slab of concrete, we see Akira all by himself. In the next panel, a tattered figure approaches him. It's Tetsuo. He survived Seoul after all. Chapter 17, Emperor of Chaos. As this chapter starts, we get to see the amount of upheaval that has gone down in Neo-Tokyo, and it cannot be understated whatsoever. Chapter 17 opens from the perspective of a helicopter flying over the remains of the city. Not only did Akira's outburst cause incredible explosive damage, it caused extensive flooding as well. The helicopter is coming in to drop supplies and to pick up some survivors. On the ground, a group of refugees signals them by waving a piece of red fabric. The moment the chopper lands, the masses of citizens swarm it. The Red Cross crew says their first priority is rescuing the wounded, but that they will come back for everyone. However, the crowd doesn't listen. Instead, they board the ship. In the next panel, a man with a heavily bandaged head pulls a gun on the pilot. He says he's commandeering the helicopter and the supplies in the name of the Empire, a fact that confuses the pilot. Outside, more men tag the helicopter with spray paint, writing "Long live the Great Tokyo Empire" on it. Inside the chopper, the pilot says he's never heard of the Great Tokyo Empire. The bandaged man explains that that's because it's newly established. The Red Cross thinks the Empire's crazy, but it doesn't prevent them from being taken prisoner in the name of the Empire's leader, the Great Lord Akira. On the rubble of a fallen and submerged skyscraper, we see several men in wetsuits scaling the building. When they get to the top, they see that there's a man patrolling. They take him out easily, however, before ditching the wetsuits for less conspicuous outfits. It's a group of American soldiers sent to investigate Akira. They're led by Lieutenant George Yamada, who will continue to be a player moving forward. He orders them to split up and advises that they are zero contact from then on. Elsewhere, we see a group of refugees bracing for the arrival of a caretaker bot. As it passes below them, they push a massive boulder from atop a building. It damages the bot greatly, giving them an opening to attack. They jam the lid of the bot open, then fire inside the machine, taking it out easily. Lieutenant Yamada observes from the distance, noting that normal rioters shouldn't be able to take out such sophisticated machinery. Although I disagree with his logic, seeing as the caretakers have gotten the shit beat out of them ever since their introduction in the manga, but he's right. Those are no normal rioters. Elsewhere, in the destroyed city, we see a throne in the middle of the wreckage. As a boy approaches it, the masses bow in reverence of the great Lord Akira. Tetsuo, red cloth draped over his arm that took damage from Soul, stands with the boy. Since the recent explosion, they've created their own empire with a cult-like following. And while Akira is the figurehead, it's obvious that Tetsuo is in charge. He uses his power to lift an injured man from the crowd. The man soars through the air and lands in front of the placid child. The man looks down at his bandaged leg, aghast, before proclaiming to the crowd that he's been healed. He thanks Akira profusely, saying that he's a great lord. As Tetsuo bows before the boy, he smiles slyly out of sight of the crowd. The sick and injured begin to flock en masse, begging to be healed. Amongst the crowd is a woman with bandages all over her face. As she passes, a group of thugs descend on her, excited to see a woman they can exploit. They circle, ready to attack, until a massive woman comes to her aid. It's Chiyoko, which means the bandaged woman must be Kei. While the men are busy taunting Chiyoko, she hoists a massive rocket and brains a dude, absolutely smashing his skull. The rest of the gang swarms her, but they're no match. She swings the rocket like it's nothing, taking out thug after thug. Unfortunately, one of the thugs was able to grab Kei. As he disgustingly licks her, she slashes his tongue off, proving she can take care of herself. As one of the men decides to get a gun out, Chiyoko teaches him why you never bring a gun to a rocket fight. She ignites the projectile and takes them all out in a massive blast. We then catch up with Lieutenant Yamada, who stops in a bar. Through his transaction, we learn that the city has regressed to a bartering system. He's able to procure some rot gut liquor and, more importantly, some information, all for the tidy sum of a single watch. The bartender fills him in on the cult of Akira, as well as Tetsuo's role in it. As he does, we see a familiar-looking man listening in on him nearby. The bartender goes on, explaining that the stated goal of the fledgling nation is to cure the world. Yamada asks about the soldiers, to which the bartender responds that most of them are taking refuge in the city. The military is no more. At that point, the familiar man stands from his seat and leaves. One of the soldiers appears to recognize him as he does, so he follows. That man walks through the rubble and wreckage. Just as he's about to descend a hill, the soldier calls out to him. It turns out it's Colonel Shikishima. The soldier is so happy to see him, he begs to be taken along, without even knowing where the colonel's going. The colonel just looks at him stoically and tells him it's too late. Our perspective then shifts back to Kei and Chiyoko as they enter the bombed-out remains of a mall. They ascend the steps and head into a well-hidden alcove where we see that they have the two remaining espers with them, Kyoko and Masaru. Both of them are in pretty bad shape. Kei prepares a needle, then injects them with some random drugs, hopeful that they work. Masaru takes a shot, but Kyoko struggles when Kei attempts to give her one. With what little energy she has left, she tells Kei they need to go to see number 19. Another one of the telekinetically endowed test subjects from the military's Akira project. Back in the bar, Lieutenant Yamada learns about Lady Miyako. Apparently there's an East versus West beef brewing, as she started her own cult in the East. Since opening her gates to the sick, hungry, and homeless, she's amassed a massive and devout following. We see them in prayer as they worship her in her temple. She, however, is having a premonition about Tetsuo's role in the upcoming events. We then shift to him as he sits in front of a sickle moon. His aide beckons him to attend to his audience. They're all handed a pill and instructed to take it. Naturally, they're hesitant, but Tetsuo persists, telling them that Lord Akira values courage above all else. When that doesn't work, he continues trying to convince them, saying the pills are nothing. He demonstrates how little they matter by popping one like it's nothing, holding it on his tongue before swallowing it. As he does, the reluctant men follow suit. Tetsuo gives them a rock and tells them to test to see if their powers have awakened by trying to get it to levitate. The first one to attempt it regrets it instantly, as blood flows from every orifice as he slumps over, dead. The other men are scared, but know they can't stop. All of them end up bleeding and slumped over. However, one survived. Tetsuo observes the entire scene nonchalantly from Akira's throne, as he instructs his aide to check for survivors, of which there's one. He orders them to train him up and add him to their telekinetic army if he ever wakes up. He then vacates the area through a Salvador Dali-esque scene of wreckage. Once he's away from his followers, he finally gives in to the massive amount of discomfort he's been hiding. It's clear that Tetsuo's unwell. He stumbles forward, grabbing fistfuls of pills from a pile on the table, as Akira just watches. Chapter 18, Amid the Ruins. As the chapter opens, we see Kei re-entering the abandoned mall her and Chiyoko have been using as a hideout. As they discuss the status of the sickly espers, Chiyoko bathes in the water fountain. We learn that Kei's managed to stabilize the espers, but that their condition is rapidly deteriorating. Kei's convinced that number 19 is the only way to save their lives. Hesitant, Chiyoko tries to talk Kei out of embarking into Lady Miyako's territory. However, Kei's resolve remains steadfast. They head deeper into the abandoned structure until they come on a locked door. As Chiyoko works on the lock, Kei's startled by an unexpected noise. It turns out it's just a drunk and beleaguered Ryu, who kicked a bottle by accident. Chiyoko chides him for his inebriated stupor, but Kei's faith in him remains unfaltering. She requests updates on their friends, believing Ryu's been out looking for them. However, it appears the only thing he's been looking for is the bottom of a bottle. While this is happening, Chiyoko enters the locked room. Turns out, it's a makeshift armory. She assesses her inventory before picking out an absolute behemoth, which, this whole scene is so on brand for her. In an attempt to decide which weapon best suits Kei, Chiyoko heads back outside to ask. To her shock, she witnesses Ryu pull Kei in for a kiss. Surprise briefly overtakes Kei's face before Chiyoko rips her away by the wrist. Ryu protests briefly, but he quickly yields under Chiyoko's scolding. Dragging Kei behind her, Chiyoko leaves the area as fast as she can. She doesn't immediately acknowledge what just happened until Kei cries out that she loves Ryu. At that point, Chiyoko stops dead in her tracks. She spins on her heel and smacks the younger woman. She calls her a fool for wasting her pity on Ryu. It's clear that, since the blast, Ryu has become a husk of the man he once was. Elsewhere, we catch up with Lieutenant Yamada and one of his men. Yamada informs his subordinate that they are off to find the great Akira. At that very moment, a gunshot rings out. Our focus shifts to a nearby man in a yellow shirt and a red hat. He runs with a gun in hand, clearly terrified of whoever chases him. When he comes to a fissure in the pavement, he falls in. This lapse in judgment was enough to seal his fate. When he looks up, he sees an eerie-looking man in a red Great Tokyo Empire headband. He's a member of the cult of Akira. The cultist accuses the man in the yellow shirt of being a spy. When Tetsuo's aide arrives, he praises the cultist for capturing the spy alive. Gleefully, he announces that they will publicly execute the man. Residents of the cult, posing as a makeshift nation, swarm the area, not wanting to miss the event. Tetsuo's aide addresses them like a ring announcer. He goes on about the youth of their fledgling nation, about its perceived vulnerability, and why that means that they must protect their land from any outside interference. Catching this spy established the perfect stage to demonstrate the special capabilities of the elite members of the army of Akira. The cultist who caught the spy puts on a white headband and pops one of the special capsules as the speech continues. Veins and sinew bulge from his flesh when the pill's effects take hold. The crowd is startled by the transformation. The cultist then steps forth, hands held out towards the cowering accused. Blood pours from his nose as he strains, but psychokinetic power follows, causing the spy to scream in agony as the pressure builds in his head, eventually causing it to burst. The crowd watches in wonder, amazed at the display of fantastic powers. Lieutenant Yamada is among the amazed onlookers, and he's only witnessed a fraction of the power he's about to contend with. Reverent cries to Lord Akira ring out as we zoom out to see the ruins of the city from on high. Elsewhere, Chiyoko and Kei pick their way through the rubble. On their way, they encounter a beat-down caretaker bot, tagged with graffiti. The tag says, "Hail to the Great Tokyo Empire," signaling to Kei that the army of Akira have been through the area recently. A series of wide shots really demonstrate the shift in the landscape that Akira's outbursts wrought as the duo make their way into the encampment. As they make their way through the rows of makeshift shelters, Miyako's temple becomes visible on the horizon. The duo look up at its imposing image over the burned-out streets as they talk. Worried, Chiyoko points out how hard it will be to find number 19 amongst such a large crowd of people. However, Kei doesn't think that number 19 is among the sick and injured outside. She has a feeling that 19 is inside the temple. Chiyoko is absolutely mortified by the idea of entering, but Kei's dead set. They file in with the throngs of sick and injured as they flood into Miyako's temple. Once inside, Chiyoko and Kei break off from the crowd and take cover behind a pair of pillars. Once the coast is clear, Kei begins leading the way. She says she doesn't know why exactly, but she has a feeling of exactly where to go. It's similar to when the Espers took control of her in the military's secret medical facility. Convinced she's right, Kei leads the way. Back in Akira's territory, we catch up with Lieutenant Yamada. He and his man are rattled by the telekinetic execution they just witnessed. Perched high up in the distance, a figure looms over them. The man known as Seer uses his telekinetic powers to serve as a lookout for Akira's cult. He telekinetically calls out a description of Yamada and his location. Frightened by the display, Yamada flees down an alley, eager to escape. However, at the end of the alleyway, a figure blocks their path. It's Tetsuo's aide, and he's not alone. Although they're ready to fight, Yamada and his man are caught off guard when the cultist executioner from earlier blasts through a window in front of them. The aide requests Yamada and his man be taken alive for public execution, eager to put on another demonstration of the Empire's might. Yamada isn't ready to go down without a fight, though. He attacks head-on. The cultist grabs him by the neck, but Yamada breaks his grip before countering with a left. The punch lands flush on the cultist's nose, forcing him to fall to a knee. Behind him, Tetsuo's aide eggs him on. This prompts the cultist to launch a counterattack. He lands an elbow on Yamada's chin, sending him flying backwards. That's when the other American soldier steps in. He charges the cultist, swinging a wild punch at him. The cultist grabs the punch effortlessly, however. He then seizes a soldier by the throat, pulling him in until they're forehead to forehead. Veins pop on the cultist's forehead as he uses his telekinetic powers to blow the soldier's brains out. Blood splatters everywhere as the American's lifeless body falls to the floor. This second show of telekinetic force seems to have been too much, however, causing the special drug's powers to wear off. Seeing his opening, Yamada strikes. He catches the cultist with a left cross that knocks him to the ground, where he lands in a pile of broken glass. Yamada channels his inner Cactus Jack and slams the cultist's face down into the shards of glass. When the cultist lifts his head up, Yamada then embeds the jagged fragments of glass even deeper into his face with a roundhouse kick. The cultist flies backwards, bouncing off the building before collapsing face first in a bloody heap. Just then, one of Seer's announcements rings out. Due to his telekinetic power, he's already aware of the death of the cultist. He puts out a call to capture Yamada, who he labels a spy and an enemy of Akira. In the vicinity, we see Ryu, now sober, looking out at Yamada from the distance as he makes a break for it. When we catch up with Kei, we see that she and Chiyoko have made it all the way to the dais in Lady Miyako's temple. As she steps up onto it, a voice announces that they've been awaiting her arrival. It's Lady Miyako. When Kei turns to see her, she's stunned to realize that she's the mysterious number 19 Kyoko sent her after. Not entirely convinced of Miyako's identity, Kei demands proof. Miyako holds up her hand, on which the number 19 is tattooed. Along with this, Miyako admits that she came from the military's secret lab over 30 years ago. Without prompting, she offers Kei a bag of medication that she says will help the Espers. Lady Miyako also mentions that she spent time with them, but at some point, the Espers came to be locked away. She tells Kei there will be a time for answers later, before sending her off to bring the medicine to the ailing Espers. Although, as Kei makes her way out of the facility, Miyako all but admits that she's in a race to consolidate forces before Akira's power awakens once again. Back in Cult of Akira territory, Yamada continues his frenzied flight. When someone calls out to him from the distance, he pulls his weapon in fear. But it turns out to be Ryu. Ryu offers the American his assistance. When Yamada doesn't immediately trust him, he offers something more valuable: information. Once Yamada relents, Ryu shows him into a hidden tunnel system. Seer informs his cohort about the development, noting that there is a limit to the range of his power, and that the two have passed out of it. He also notes Yamada's skepticism of Ryu. In the heart of Akira territory, cultists carry Akira on a makeshift palanquin. Tetsuo stands atop a stage, riling the hordes up with rhetoric of Akira's infinite mercy for distributing food to the needy. Cries of adulation ring out from the crowd. However, the reader gets to witness that Tetsuo's secretly lacing the food with special drugs before he distributes it. A girl from the crowd in tattered rags catches the aide's eye as she receives her food. She admits the food's for her injured father, but the aide isn't concerned with her answer. He insists that the girl come with him because pretty girls can get better food by serving Master Tetsuo. For fans of the anime, this is our first introduction to Kaori, who serves a notably different role, which is evident by her coming into the picture so late, but in a couple other ways as well, as we'll see. When our attention returns to Kei and Chiyoko, we see as they pass through the rubble of a bombed out building. As they pass, Chiyoko senses someone watching from the distance. The two women draw their weapons and take up a defensive stance. Chiyoko fruitlessly scans the area. Unable to find the source, she chalks up the misunderstanding to nerves. However, the reader sees that someone is stealthily observing from the building nearby. As the sun sets, our attention returns to the cult of Akira's hideout. This is a pretty dark moment where we see that Tetsuo has been using his position in the cult to fulfill his twisted desires. Before leaving, he tasks the aide with retrieving women. Tentatively, the aide tells him he fell short of his quota, but that he brought 3 women. As Tetsuo walks inside, the aide pleads with him to be gentle and to leave the girls alive, cluing the reader into not just the depravity of Tetsuo, but the remorseless, senseless violence he continues to wrought since being endowed with his powers. The following scene is pretty dark and explicit, so even though my goal is to show every panel, this portion will have to be heavily censored. Thankfully, we're not losing anything significant, but in the future, maybe this will have to be a Patreon thing or something where I can put an uncensored version behind a paywall, because I definitely can't show this on YouTube, and that's with me playing pretty fast and loose with the rules as is. As the concubines, Kaori included, cower in front of him, Tetsuo goads them into taking the special drugs. We see 2 of them take the pills, but Kaori, notably, does not. This is also the first time we see Tetsuo's left arm since being attacked by Soul's laser cannon. We see that he has a mechanical arm in its place now. We get a brief glimpse of Chiyoko and Kei being followed back to their hideout before we switch back to Tetsuo, where we get absorbed into a series of psychedelic vignettes brought on by his telekinetic powers. We see him and Kaneda speeding on their bikes. Kaneda goads him, saying if he can't keep up, Tetsuo should get off the road. Flashback to the present, and we see the bitterness Tetsuo has retained over Kaneda always showing him up. In his mind, he should have been the leader, not Kaneda. We then jump into another memory, where we see a sobbing child. It turns out it's Tetsuo. We see that he's being taken away from his home and being put into the correctional school. A place where, as we know, the stated mission of improving the life of wayward youths runs counter to the brutal reality. Then we see a slightly older version of Tetsuo. He's battered already and scared of an impending beating. However, Kaneda steps in, standing up for him. In the present, we can see that Tetsuo's overwhelmed by the barrage of memories, as he enters a specific one about someone stealing a locket with a picture of someone he calls his mother. In the next panel, the sobbing child version of Tetsuo is flying through space when a voice comes in. It calls him a liar, saying it wasn't actually a picture of his mother, just something he found in the street. The young Tetsuo transforms into the adult one as he asks the disembodied voice how it saw through his lie. As he floats in front of the moon, he demands to know who the voice belongs to. We then see the ghostly apparition of Kaneda appear not only to Tetsuo, but also to Kei. In the distance, we can see the ripple effects of the power Tetsuo is outputting, as the Colonel and Lady Miyako can both sense it. As Tetsuo floats in the sea of pills, he tries to convince himself that what he's seeing is just an illusion. In the final panel, however, we see a version of Kaneda that hints at the fact that that might not be the case. He calls Tetsuo out, saying he did a good job crafting himself a kingdom made out of garbage. The smirk on Kaneda's face says that telekinetic powers be damned, he still sees Tetsuo as the crying kid he used to stick up for in grade school, and nothing more. Chapter 19, To Save the Children. Tetsuo screams Kaneda's name as he snaps out of the vision. A dream. He tries to convince himself that it's all a dream, but he's not even buying it himself. As he scans the room, he sees that 2 women from the night before died. But Kaori remains alive. She's cowered in a corner as he approaches. Meekly, she admits that she didn't take the pill. In an attempt to save her sick father, she risks trying to smuggle it out instead. She expects Tetsuo to be upset, but he just smiles. He tells her to wait there as he exits the room. Outside, Akira looks out on the moonlit water as he uses his power to swirl rocks around in a double helix formation. Tetsuo accuses the boy of hallucinating the hallucinations he experienced. He reckons that since their powers respond with each other, they could have accidentally synchronized. He wonders what made it happen then, of all times. That's when the child acknowledges Tetsuo's presence for the first time. As Tetsuo looks into his eyes, he's overcome with terror. He screams out as he's transported from where he stands into his bedroom, where he flops onto the bed. As he sits there, he cowers, trying to come to terms with what he saw when he looked into Akira's mind. Meanwhile, Akira just casually continues juggling the rubble from his perch. Elsewhere, Ryu and Lieutenant Yamada sit in a bombed-out apartment. As they eat the canned food Ryu found there, he explains that the lady who lived there was hoarding, but the neurosis was so strong, she starved rather than open a single can. Yamada asks if there's a moral to the story, which Ryu humorously says there isn't. Yamada then updates Ryu on some of the happenings from the outside world. Apparently, the Soviets took control of northern Japan in the chaos. They've been able to appoint a provincial government as well. America, on the other hand, has maintained its distance, even though they have a fleet in the region. Their fear of Akira is too great to act, Yamada says. Yamada goes on to inform Ryu that America had previously gained intelligence on the Akira project. But they didn't take it seriously until they saw what happened to Neo Tokyo. Now they're terrified. Upset, Ryu accuses the world of abandoning his home. Yamada doesn't deny it. The truth is, their only concern is Akira. Following this, Ryu and Yamada clash heads a bit, as Ryu attempts to gain Yamada's trust, but they leave the area together nonetheless. At the Cult of Akira's hideout, a group of cultists dispose of the bodies of Tetsuo's concubines. Horrified by what he's seen, the aide thinks Tetsuo's lost his mind. While the group is moving a body down the steps, the cultist who spied on Kei and Chiyoko returns. Along with their location, he relays their possession of the Espers, who he only sees as weird kids. That's enough to get the aide's attention, however. The aide orders him to keep track of them. Wisely, he knows that if they are the Espers, they'll need to call in the big guns in order to get them. In Tetsuo's room, Kaori sits sullenly, watching him. His stupor hasn't lifted since his encounter with Akira. Shock and horror mingle in his expression. Back at Kei and Chiyoko's hideout, we see that they're privy to the cultist spy watching them. Chiyoko suggests fighting their way out, but Kei dismisses the notion as too risky. Instead, they opt to stealthily flee to Lady Miyako's temple. As they descend the steps, Chiyoko senses something peculiar. The sensation influences her to decide that they should leave immediately, despite Kei's concern that Ryu wouldn't be able to find them if they did. Distracted by the discussion, they let their guards down long enough for the cultists to sneak up on them. A ragged band of men surround them, admitting that Akira has sent them to retrieve the gifted children. Rather than plead for her well-being, Kei's instinct pushes her to plead that they not upset the Espers by bringing them to Akira. Chiyoko grabs her attention by handing her one of the rockets and telling her to prepare to fight. One of the cultists tries to intimidate them, but Chiyoko dispatches him with a single blow from a rocket. She sparks a fuse on the explosive and drops it, prompting Kei to flee the impending explosion alongside her. They vacate the area just as the explosion rings out. When they enter the foyer, they see that a large group of cultists have secured the Espers. Chiyoko charges in, taking out cultist after cultist. In response, the cultists redouble their efforts to abscond with the children. Swarms of them grab onto Chiyoko and Kei, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. It looks like they're on the verge of being overcome when Chiyoko lights off another rocket. She puts it right into the belly of a cultist, sending him flying in a plume of fire and smoke. She then sprints forward, shoulder-checking one man. She kicks another in the face. Another she grabs by the back of the neck and tosses him aside. She tosses away another one, and after that, she secures Masaru in her arms. Even after fighting through all those men, there's yet more cultists. One of them trains a rifle on her, ordering her to freeze. Rather than concern for her own life, however, Chiyoko's far more concerned with the fact that the man pilfered one of her guns. She's able to use this fact to her advantage, though, by tricking the man into checking for his safety on the weapon. Distracted by his effort, Chiyoko is able to get the upper hand on him. She dispatches him easily with a backhand while simultaneously disarming him. Outside, she finally finds Kei, who's in the grasp of a cultist. Kei frees herself from his clutches, but she's instantly swarmed by several others. She runs, but they're able to grab her. They drag her into a dark room where a man holds a knife to her throat as others hold her in place. Again, this is pretty dark. Luckily, Chiyoko shows up just in time. She shoots down the door before unloading on the men, riddling them in a barrage of bullets. One of the men hid behind the door, however. He's able to catch Chiyoko by surprise, stabbing her in the ribs. Chiyoko's unfazed, slamming her gun butt into his nose, sending him to the floor. She doesn't hesitate to point the gun at him and finish the job too. Despite suffering a significant wound, Chiyoko insists she's okay. She entrusts Masaru's well-being to Kei before setting off on her own to retrieve Kyoko. As she dashes off, she promises Kei she'll meet her at Lady Miyako's temple, with the girl in hand. Back in Cult of Akira territory, we see Ryu and Lieutenant Yamada observing the cultist gathering via binoculars. In the hideout, Kaori feeds Akira while the aide worries about Tetsuo's stupor. It's been too long since he's held an audience, and they risk a riot the longer they go. Tetsuo, however, seems to only respond to Kaori. When she brings food to his bedroom, he looks terrible, but says he has an idea. He tells Kaori his belief that Lady Miyako must know more about what's happening to him. He demands that Kaori help him up so he can go see her. In the detritus of the city, the cultists who kidnapped Kyoko attempt to flee with her in her cumbersome sleeping pod. One of them sees something on the horizon that startles him. He yells for everyone to run as one of Chiyoko's rockets whizzes by his ear. The rocket explodes nearby as the men begin to sprint. Chiyoko's hot on their heels though. As the cultists come to a makeshift bridge over a ditch, they think they're home free. However, Chiyoko has a different plan. She smashes in the face of one of the stragglers, leaving him little more than a lump in the dirt. She sprints forward, taking out the men carrying Kyoko one by one. She backhands one man, then throws a hook at another. A third pulls a knife, but it doesn't even matter. She takes the gun off her back and blasts his hand right off. After dispatching all the men, she puts her hand to the knife wound from earlier, lamenting that she's running out of time. She approaches Kyoko, lifting her from the bed. In the distance, Seer puts out a telekinetic warning about her, commanding all cultist foot soldiers to recover the child. We then catch up with Kei, who's carrying Masaru piggyback style through an alleyway. Fatigue has started to set in just as we see that she's being watched from the shadows. We then briefly cut back to Kaori and Tetsuo, as she injects him with a concoction of drugs to give him enough strength to get to Lady Miyako's temple. He rises from the table shakily and teleports away with hardly a word. As Kei continues on her own path towards Miyako's, we see that she's aware of the bandits tailing her. Based on their footsteps, she's able to assess that there's probably 5 to 7 of them, too many to fight, so she runs. At that point, the men make their presence known, letting off a few warning shots to try and stop her. Undeterred, she's able to round a corner and get out of sight. She hides just long enough to let the group past her, then flees in the opposite direction. However, they spot her as she runs, gun in hand, and Masaru notably absent. Some well-placed gunfire takes out several of the men. When one of them tries to flank her, she gets the upper hand easily. She pins him against the wall and puts the gun in his face. She demands to know who sent them. When she finds out they're just common thieves, a look of rage spreads across her face just as the chapter ends. Chapter 20, Revelations. The bandit pleads with Kei to spare his life as we open chapter 20. He runs the gamut of everything he can think to offer her, but he ends up saying the wrong thing. When he offers her sexual favors, she loses her cool, bashing his skull in with a rock off the ground. She proceeds to pick up Masaru from the hiding spot she stashed him in. She then attempts to sneak away undetected. However, one of the remaining bandits spots her from the roof of the nearby building. This prompts her to flat out sprint, hopeful to put any amount of distance between them and her. When the group filters into the alley behind her, it appears she might not make it. However, in the sunlight streaming through the end of the alley, a group of men clad in white robes await her. Not only that, these mysterious monks know her name. As the bandits descend on them, Kei turns to fire, but the robed monk advises against it. Incensed, Kei demands to know why, but when she turns back towards the bandits, they bow in fealty to the monk. Turning her attention back to the monk, Kei switches her curiosity towards his origin. He admits that Lady Miyako sent them. She awaits Kei's arrival. However, back at Lady Miyako's temple, we see that she's already got a visitor. Bedraggled in his red robe, Tetsuo walks through the halls of the temple. When he sees the corona-like sculpture behind her, he's taken aback by it. It's something he's seen before, but only in his visions. Lady Miyako admits that she saw it as well, when she was being experimented on in the military lab, although she did not see it as clearly as Tetsuo did. She goes on to explain the side effects she faced due to her exposure to the mysterious vision. Her growth was stunted and she lost her sight. However, she admits that she sees the world with more clarity than ever as a result. Tetsuo cuts in, saying he wants that power. He wants to know more about Akira. Interspersed with this lore, we see scenes of Chiyoko as she valiantly battles Tetsuo's forces. They pull out all the stops in their attempt to retrieve Kyoko, but Chiyoko still has some fight left in her. What's more, she may have some backup, as the colonel watches a skirmish from the distance. Alright, this next part, this is it. Miyako explains how, in the 1960s, a small group within the Ministry of Defense began a small project. So small, it didn't even receive a code name. At first, they simply collected and analyzed data. But by the 1970s, they began to use their findings. They gathered a group of individuals believed to have particular traits. The scientists experimented on these subjects. Eventually, these experiments drew the interest of a controversial scholar who specialized in the central nervous system. Although most dismissed his findings, his involvement in the project produced dramatic results. Miyako goes on to explain the methodology implemented by the scholar. Tubes more narrow than the smallest blood vessel were filled with salt water. Those tubes were then inserted into the nerve cells of subjects' brains. Electrical stimuli were then fed through the tubes repeatedly in specific patterns meant to create variations in their genetic composition. The children they administered this treatment to were given code names in the 20s. Miyako clarifies that all children in the program that achieved any level of telekinetic power received numeric designations. However, the children in the 20s were rare and special. They had achieved superior gifts after all. Then, her focus comes to Akira, the boy codenamed number 28. She explains how he destroyed Tokyo 3 decades prior. With it went all of the records of the project, as well as the scholars in charge. The only survivors were the Espers themselves. In fact, it took a full 3 years before anyone even realized that the explosion and the project were connected. It was only 5 years prior that the government authorized the project to be reopened. Although thorough, Tetsuo notes that something's missing from her explanation. Doesn't explain why Akira specifically got so powerful. This, however, isn't so easy to explain. I'm just gonna read Lady Miyako's speech bubbles verbatim from here. How do you explain your own powers? She asks. You can move things by the power of your mind and destroy with but a thought. If you chose, you could lay waste to all the energy mankind has amassed. Compared to the power of your will, the energy mankind has used to date is no more than puffs of air. Man is woefully short-sighted. He huddles upon the ground staring at his own feet. It is only when he is afraid that he considers the other world, and then he will gladly sell his soul to whatever God or Buddha offers him hope. In reality, we are all part of the flow of the same great stream. Even scientists don't grasp what their calculations truly show them. Infinity, time without limitation, space without bounds, energy beyond imagination. And what do they do with their findings? Announce them at society dinners in return for plaques and the recordings of their names in the annals of history? No more than that. But even so, the stream flows on before us. When a man tries to see into the distance, what does he do? He narrows his eyes. Even with your eyes opened as wide as they will go, you cannot perceive something so large that it is beyond the range of your vision. The universe flows toward the ultimate conclusion. What is higher becomes lower, density grows thin, order seeks entropy. The ultimate trend toward the uniformity of all things is inevitable and irreversible. Men gather together as though they would reverse the stream, but in truth, they are only driftwood. Yet, even as the stream sweeps them along, they possess one power capable of stopping the stream. When this power is used, the stream will stop for an instant. and then resume its course with redoubled intensity. When it is before them, people recognize the stream for what it is and fear its power, as you've already seen. Look beyond form and consider substance. Akira is not in the stream. When she finishes, Tetsuo merely lashes out at the abstractions placed before him, but Miyako doesn't relent. She just says that people in the stream will never understand. Tetsuo asks if she understands what's happening, but she insists that he's the only one who can find the answers. Afraid, Tetsuo admits he can't do it. One look inside Akira's mind almost tore his own apart. Lady Miyako laughs derisively in response. She taunts him, asking if he's scared. She goes on to tell him, although Akira's power is truly beyond measure, so is his own. This is where she drops the bombshell. She says that the drugs have not been helping Tetsuo's telekinetic development, but hindering it. While they do expedite the release of energy, they're a shortcut, which prevents true power from developing. She says that when Tetsuo overcomes his addiction, only then will the power flow freely through him. She challenges him to learn self-control if he truly wishes to gain power on par with Akira's. Back at the cult hideout, Kaori approaches Akira. The boy sits upright on the edge of his bed. He's emotionless, as always. She brings him a bowl of food and says she'll keep him company. We then catch up with Chiyoko, who continues to fight through fleets of cultists in her attempt to save Kyoko. As men swarm her, she uses up the last of her ammo. Sensing their opening, they circle her, ready to pounce. Despite the wound at her side, she refuses to give up. That's when the aide enters the area with one of the cult's telekinetically gifted foot soldiers. The aide gives the cultist a pill and tells him not to mess up. As the medicine kicks in, veins on the bespectacled man's neck and arm bulge. Rocks, small and large, lift off the ground all around Chiyoko. A massive boulder flies her way, but she's able to dodge it just in time. She jumps into a trench to escape. She then manages to break free of the swarm of men. She puts some distance between them on foot, but it's no use. She comes up to a massive fissure in the ground. It's a dead end. They're trapped. Chiyoko valiantly fights off the first wave of men that charge her, tossing several of them into the fissure. Even an axe-wielding cultist struggles to break her defenses, but this display only serves to enrage the telekinetic foot soldier. His emotions overwhelm him, blasting forth in a wave of telekinetic power that shatters the earth at Chiyoko's feet. The pavement caves in, sending her falling amongst a landslide. In the darkness at the bottom of the pit, we see that Chiyoko and Kyoko survived, their landing being broken by a pile of skeletons. When beams of light come in from the cultist search party above, she realizes she has no time to take in her surroundings. She must move. She begins to wade through the pile, which leads into a river of sludge and sewage. Undaunted, she wades through the muck with the superpowered girl in hand. She fights through swarms of vicious rats and is able to reach the other side, only to be greeted with the imposing figure of Colonel Shikishima. She takes a defensive stance over Kyoko, assuming the Colonel's presence means yet another fight. When the Colonel asks her destination, she refuses to answer, throwing her body protectively over the girl's. The Colonel doesn't want to fight, though. He tells Chiyoko to follow him to safety. Seeing that the cultists are approaching, she follows. They climb out of the sewage together, and onto the rubble of a collapsed skyscraper. Back at Lady Miyako's temple, we see her sitting in meditation as Tetsuo considers a pill in his hand. As he does, he laments his fate. Then he teleports outside, where he sees the sun rising on the wreckage of the city. In the dim morning light, we see Kei and Miyoko's monks moving Masaru through the rubble to the temple. From the distance, someone observes that whatever the monks carry must be important, because they never leave the temple. Turns out, it's a member of the group that failed to secure Chiyoko. When he sees the monks have a kid in tow, he returns to his crew, who continue to search the sewage. When we catch up with the Colonel and Chiyoko, we see that she's begun to succumb to her wounds. She collapses on the roof of a building, nearly falling to her death. Back at the Cult of Akira hideout, Tetsuo watches Kaori and Akira sleep before teleporting outside. He sits in the stone throne as he dumps a handful of pills out on the armrest. His breaths are shallow and hurried, but he fights the urge to take the pills. We then see the seer. He uses his power to broadcast Kei and Masaru's arrival at Lady Miyako's temple to the cult. He declares Miyako's assistance as an act of war against the Cult of Akira. In the temple, Lady Miyako receives the news of Masaru's arrival. Although she's concerned when she hears that Kyoko didn't make it, Kei assures her that Chiyoko will succeed in her mission. However, when our perspective shifts to Chiyoko, we see that she's been incapacitated and lost sight of Kyoko. Luckily for her, the Colonel didn't abandon her in her fragile state. He slings her over his shoulder as she rambles about number 19 in Masaru, which excites the Colonel. He demands answers, but she's still in no shape to talk. We do, however, see that Kyoko's safe. A scientist watches over her as she sleeps in a makeshift medical unit. The last thing we see is the Colonel carrying the woman through the twilight streets before the chapter ends. Chapter 21, Rage and Torment. As the chapter opens, Colonel Shikishima carries an unconscious Chiyoko on his shoulder. Out ahead, a caretaker robot whirs to life as it senses his presence. When the Colonel identifies himself, however, it becomes apparent that he still wields control over the bots. It stands down immediately, allowing the Colonel to pass. At the Cult of Akira hideout, Kiori watches Akira as the boy wades in the ankle-deep water. She looks up in horror when she hears Tetsuo scream. Inside, we see him panting as sweat beads his brow. A pile of pills sits in front of him. He grapples with a desire to drown out the pain with drugs. When he picks up a pill, rather than consume it, he crushes it between his thumb and forefinger. On the outskirts of Akira territory, Lieutenant Yamada observes through binoculars, trying to discern the origin of the scream. Ryu tries to goad the man into storming the hideout alone, saying that Akira looks pretty harmless playing in the water like a mere child. Their conversation is interrupted when a barge arrives at the cult hideout. Taicho disembarks in search of Tetsuo. Inside, Tetsuo crouches over in agony. Remember, Lady Miyako challenged him to overcome his addiction in order to fully awaken his telekinetic gifts. Succumbing to the immense pain, he grabs a handful of pills from the pile in front of him. He tosses a bunch of them in his mouth indiscriminately. However, something catches his eye, and he lets the pills fall to the floor rather than swallowing them. Tetsuo demands to know why Taicho interrupted him. Taicho tries to fill him in on the mission to secure the Espers, but Tetsuo's uninterested. He tells Taicho to get lost. The mention of Lady Miyako alone isn't enough to grab Tetsuo's attention. He dismisses Taicho mercilessly, too overcome with the torment of the process he's undergoing to put any attention elsewhere. Storming out of Tetsuo's chambers, Taicho curses as he plops himself down defiantly in Akira's throne. As he sits there sulking, an idea strikes him. He addresses the subjects of the cult that poses as an empire. Assuming command for himself, he orders the subjects to round up all the fighting men in order to help him hatch his plot. Meanwhile, Colonel Shikishima lays Chiyoko down at his secret hideout. Blood seeps from the bandage around her midsection, but the doctor is only concerned with whether or not the Colonel retrieved the cigarettes he was promised. Even when he goes to retrieve the alcohol to clean the wound, he continues to grumble about cigarettes. The Colonel cleans and bandages Chiyoko's wounds, putting her to bed next to Kyoko. He picks up the remainder of the alcohol and swigs as the doctor questions what the Colonel plans to do with Kyoko and Chiyoko. We can see that the working relationship between these two men is already strained, and that the two convalescing visitors only exacerbate the issue. At Lady Miyako's temple, we see that Masaru is in stable condition after receiving a high dose of the medication. Meanwhile, Kei soaks in the temple's bathhouse. She looks utterly catatonic as she goes about her business. Her aimless wandering brings her to the lookout in the temple's tower. As she gazes upon the derelict and dangerous city, she's finally overcome with the fear that Chiyoko might not be able to navigate the wasteland safely. Lady Miyako then enters the lookout. A depressing prospect, is it not? She asks Kei. Kei notes that Miyako talks like she can see through her eyes. Miyako admits that she can. That's because Kei is a gifted medium. In the manga, that means she's powerless herself, but she serves as a channel for others' gifts, thus explaining why Kyoko chose to use her as a telekinetic puppet. As Miyako walks with Kei, Kei questions the older woman. Kei asks why Miyako wasn't locked in the secret lab with the Espers. Lady Miyako sullenly explains that, at the age of just 10 years old, she died during an experiment. In her own words, she says, "The scientists in charge of the project were groping in the dark, desperate for any sign of progress, a breakthrough. They took chances with a very uncertain process. In retrospect, I would guess that we were the guinea pigs for the work that led to the creation of the number 20s. During the course of the experiment, I lost consciousness. They removed me from the project and project records and placed me in a state of suspended animation, which lasted 13 years. By the time I awoke, Neo Tokyo was under construction, and everyone had long since forgotten of my existence. Those who knew my secret vanished when Tokyo was destroyed. I had a dream during the long years of sleep. It was composed of fragmentary images of Akira, Neo Tokyo, Tetsuo and his allies, the future, the universe, and you, my dear, and your young friend, Kaneda." Hearing Kaneda's name awakened something in Kei. She questions the telekinetic woman about his whereabouts feverishly as a result. Miyako says he's beyond the boundaries of their world for the moment. Back in Akira territory, Seer scrambles to round up all the fighting men. They all collect guns and ammo in preparation to execute Taicho's plan. From the distance, Ryu and Yamada observe via binoculars. The formation of the militia concerns them, but they're more concerned with why they need to gather an army at all. At the Colonel's hideout, we see him re-enter after venturing out into the desolate city. After a brief search, he finds the doctor hiding out in a dark room. The doctor dismisses the Colonel's questions, but he's acting shifty. When a hammer falls from the hand he holds behind his back, the Colonel strikes him. It seems the doctor planned to kill Kyoko in her sleep. He sees it as the only way to prevent yet another catastrophe from befalling the people of Neo Tokyo. However, the Colonel points out that the trauma of her death could trigger another massive reaction from Akira. The Colonel, unable to afford losing the doctor, tosses him a few cartons of cigarettes and dismisses him without any further action. Outside of the Cult of Akira hideout, Kaori sits with Akira as he plays in the water. While he does so, capsules begin to wash ashore all around him. Kaori recognizes them as Tetsuo's and is concerned, but Tetsuo says he threw them away. He's left his chambers finally, much to Kaori's surprise. "No more of that stuff for me. I want to go cold turkey, so I toss them," Tetsuo says as the others look up at him. We then catch up with Ryu and Yamada as they navigate the wreckage of a fallen skyscraper. Yamada speculates that Akira's army is targeting Lady Miko's compound. However, he says it's not of his concern. He's got to accomplish the one thing he came to the city for, and that's to kill Akira. With most of the cultists gone, Ryu and Yamada use the opportunity to search the cultist hideout. As they descend a rock face to infiltrate the hideout, Ryu tries to convince Yamada not to attack Akira. "Even by himself, Akira is dangerous," Ryu says. Yamada responds by saying he wants to find out why. "I've gotta admire your courage, even if it is based on total ignorance," Ryu continues. On the stone throne, Tetsuo sits hunched over with his hands on his head, clearly still in severe discomfort. Yamada observes through the binoculars as Ryo explains Tetsuo's identity and role. Overcome with pain, Tetsuo slams his head back against the throne. Power radiates from him, and soon the only thing left on the throne is a bloody spot where he slammed his head. He's vanished. Astonishment washes over Yamada's face as he tries to contend with what he just witnessed. Before he can comprehend what he saw, an explosion rips out from underwater. It's Tetsuo, flying into the sky with incredible force. At that moment, we see Lady Miyako, Masaru, and Kyoko as they sense the incredible power. The shock is so much it woke Kyoko up from her coma. When the Colonel leans in to hear what she's saying, he's shocked to hear that she wants to go to Lady Miyako's temple. Outside of the temple, Akira's forces have amassed, led by Taicho. He gives them the command to charge, and we watch as they storm into the ragtag encampment that Kei and Chiyoko traveled through in the last episode. Back at their hideout, the Colonel and Doctor discuss their plan. This is their trump card, the laser cannon Soul linked up to a small remote the Colonel can keep on hand. On the plus side, this gives him the ability to pinpoint the powerful weapon on any enemy. On the downside, the remote has an extremely limited range, meaning the Colonel will have a very narrow window to escape the blast upon calling it in. The Colonel is ready to go all in to stop Tetsuo and Akira. His only other priority is moving Kyoko to safety first. Back on the outskirts of Akira's hideout, Ryu and Yamada watch in terror as the wave from Tetsuo's power surge approaches their position. It washes over the bridge they stand on, nearly sending them cascading into the ocean. As the water washes away, Tetsuo is revealed to have traveled to their location. "I saw a lot of ships out there. They're your friends, aren't they?" Tetsuo asks Yamada. Yamada's gobsmacked by Tetsuo's knowledge of the military's operations. "So many, but so weak," Tetsuo continues. Terrified, Yama pulls his gun on Tetsuo. "What the hell are you?" he asks. Tetsuo smiles before replying, "You came to kill Akira, didn't you?" His maniacal laughter rings out, followed by another massive surge of his telekinetic powers as he flies off into the sky. At Lady Miyako's temple, we see Taicho as he tries to parley with one of Miyako's monks. The monk tells Taicho that Miyako will be unavailable for an audience. Taicho won't be turned away easily, however. He demands to have Kei and Masaru handed over to him. Taicho tries to portray Chiyoko and Kei's action as murdering innocent civilians, but that doesn't sway the monk in the slightest. Overcome with anger, Taicho snaps his fingers, prompting one of his men to unload an entire magazine into the monk. The militia simply walks around his dead body on their way further into the temple. In Miyako's chamber, we see one of her monks disturb her meditation. He informs her about the armed militia storming the gates, before we quickly cut back to the invasion. Akira's forces storm through the antechamber, ruthlessly gunning down anyone who tries to stop them, like the boy who tried to push one of the militiamen off his mother. The soldier doesn't hesitate to shoot the boy down in cold blood. Meanwhile, other soldiers have found the stairway leading to Miyako's chamber. Several monks try to bar their entrance, but the soldiers open fire. Taicho follows the path they clear through the crowd, barking out orders to find and kill Lady Miyako. Nearby, we see Kei observing from behind a pillar. Overcome with anger over the atrocities, she charges a nearby soldier. He tries to fire on her, but she strikes him with an elbow, sending him falling to the ground. Our perspective then shifts back to Colonel Shikishima. The doctor instructs him on how to use the handheld targeting device for Soul's laser cannon. Even though the doctor gives the colonel this rundown, he seems to think that it's pointless, since the colonel is almost certainly walking towards his own demise. However, the colonel is determined to achieve his goals. He sets out from his hideout with Kyoko in his arms. He stores the girl in the chamber of the caretaker bot for safe transportation, before setting off into the war-torn and deadly landscape. Back at Miyako's temple, a bloody monk cowers against a wall as Taicho questions him for Miyako's whereabouts. When the monk won't answer, Taicho doesn't think twice before ordering one of his men to kill him. The soldier hesitates, only exacerbating Taicho's anger. He screams at the soldier, ordering him to open fire before the chapter ends. Chapter 22, Blood Siege. This chapter opens with Kei in her room within Miyako's temple. She pulls her boots on and examines her weapon until a screeching noise rips her attention away. She's bathed in an ethereal glow as she turns to ascertain the source. Superimposed in front of a storm gray sky, we see shock overcome Tetsuo as he senses the telekinetic force that Kei is experiencing. He calls out Kanada's name before we cut back to Kei. Kanada's ghostly apparition stands in front of her. "Where am I?" the spectral figure of Kanada asks before he blinks away in a flash. Kei's left standing there alone in her room, the sounds of the battle ringing out all around her. Downstairs, we see a bloody monk dragging himself to Miyako's chamber to warn her of the impending doom. With his dying gasps, he tries to tell her to save herself, but it appears he's too late. Taicho and his men enter Miyako's chamber right behind him. "The famous Lady Miyako, I can't tell you how thrilled I am," Taicho says through a smirk. The monks form rank around Miyako, creating a human shield. The soldiers train their weapons on the monks as Taicho sneers. "Don't talk if you don't want to. We'll kill you no matter what," Taicho says. "This achieves nothing," Miyako responds. Taicho tries to say that he's there to attain glory for his lords, Akira and Tetsuo, but Lady Miyako calls him out on his bullshit. "Don't play games. The only glory that interests you is your own," she challenges him. His anger flares, revealing that she struck a chord. He riles his men up, but the monks decide to preempt an attack. In unison, several of them bow their heads in concentration. They train their palms towards the cultist soldiers. When one of the soldiers attempts to shoot, his gun backfires. "Have you clowns got the power?" Taicho questions in shock. Miyako orders her monks to destroy the soldiers' guns, but not hurt them. However, Taicho calls in his own psychic enforcers. "You wield the power and threaten the future of the great Tokyo Empire," he says. We then cut back to the remainder of the cult's forces. As they begin to strip the women to take advantage of them, Miyako's devotees decide to stand up for themselves. Not only does a group of the sick and enfeebled attack the cultist soldiers, but the one surviving monk calls on his telekinetic powers to take out several of the soldiers. The rest of the devotees then charge in, meeting the soldiers in combat. Our perspective then shifts deeper into the interior of the temple. We see a group of cultists as they search for Masaru. Their attention is called to a hallway being guarded by monks. "I guess this must be the place," one of them says. "We'll find out for sure when we attack," another replies. We then get a brief cut to Kei rushing through the temple before cutting back to the hallway to see the cultists have already cut down the monks. Just as they take out the last one, they become aware of someone bearing down on them. It's Kei, determination etched into her face. When she sees what the cultists have done, she charges them. "I don't know how many of them there are, but these guys aren't going to beat me," she says as she approaches them. One of them opens fire, but his orders are to keep her alive, so he's forced to aim for her leg. This allows her to stand her ground and open fire, taking them all out in a single blast. She rushes in to check on Masaru, who's still being guarded by several monks. He's safe and continues to rest. Kei tasks the monks with moving Masaru to safety as she rushes off to help Lady Miyako. Back in Miyako's chamber, we see one of the cult's telekinetic enforcers as they face off with Lady Miyako's monks. Like a conductor, she guides them. She instructs them to concentrate in order to maintain the flow of energy. After giving this order, we see a surge of telekinetic power blast the cultists through the wall. This is of no concern to Taicho, who simply orders them to send in another soldier endowed with the power. When we catch back up with Kei, we see her dashing down the stairs to the temple's main hall. All throughout the hall we can see glimpses of Lady Miyako's devotees as they beat down the cult forces. One of the devotees appears to recognize Kei and is taken aback by her presence. This is Kaisuke, a member of the Capsule Gang who recognizes her from her time with Kaneda. As Kei continues her trek into the heart of the skirmish, she talks to herself. It's not a real army, just a bunch of ragtags, and they're already losing it. If I can break through their chain of command, they'll destroy themselves, she says to herself. This is confirmed when she overhears a conversation. Their forces have dwindled. The chain of command has been broken, and they admit that Miyako's devotees are putting up more resistance than they could have anticipated. Kei sees the weakness and pounces. Back in Miyako's chamber, Taicho's anger builds as his telekinetic enforcers succumb to defeat against the monks. Taicho goads on the last enforcer, but it's too late. Kei was able to use the chaos and confusion to her advantage, picking her way through the ranks and making it all the way to Taicho's side. He tries to attack her when she reveals herself, but she quickly gets the upper hand. Holding him at gunpoint, she orders him to surrender. On his way out of the temple, Taicho gives the order to assemble his men. Kei leads him out at gunpoint and forces him to announce their surrender. Despite sweating with fear, Taicho doesn't give the order. In the silence, Kaisuke steps up, attempting to talk sense into the forces. "Don't you know when you're beaten?" he asks. "Now drop those guns before we kill your leader and kick your butts again." His speech works. It prompts the men to drop their weapons. However, despite suffering a decisive loss, Taicho vows retribution. "Don't think you've beaten us. We'll keep sending troops till you're all dead," Taicho says. Kei just laughs him off. "Next time, tell Tetsuo to come in person," she says before sending Taicho on his way. Atop the skeleton of a skyscraper, Tetsuo sits in meditation. His body is emaciated and gaunt. Storm clouds whip around him, almost appearing to emanate from him. Back on the ground, Taicho tries to get one more threat in at Kei before fleeing, but she's unfazed by it. She turns heel to head back inside. As she does, Kaisuke tries to get her attention. When he catches up to her, she still doesn't recognize him. It's only once he brings up Kaneda that recognition dawns on her. Excitement overcomes them both. It's as if coming together transported them back to a time before all of the chaos and destruction. After finding a place nearby, the two sit to catch up. Kaisuke was picked up by the army at the pier, but instead of imprisoning him with Kaneda and Kei, they sent him to a reform school. In turn, Kei tells Kaisuke about all the friends from the resistance she's lost. But it seems like she's lost more than that. Neo Tokyo used to be a place she was willing to fight for, to die for. Now, she would leave the city behind if she could. "There's plenty of us who feel the same way, but we can't just abandon Neo Tokyo," Kaisuke says. He then turns his attention to Tetsuo. Just like Kaneda, he views it as their responsibility to put a stop to his reign of terror. A natural segue, Kaisuke's thoughts shift to Kaneda. "He was right at the heart of where it happened. I don't think he had time to get away," Kei says. "Kaneda, dead? I didn't think it could ever happen." Kaisuke responds, before asking hilariously if Kaneda ever hit that. Kei's adamant that they were just friends, and that it's embarrassing even talking about the subject. In response, Kaisuke tells her that Kaneda might have loved her. Kei's taken aback by the statement, but he doesn't give her time to question it. The two of them rise and decide to get to work on their plan to put a stop to Tetsuo once and for all. Meanwhile, an embarrassed Taicho marches back with his remaining soldiers. Ego bruised, he's already planning a redoubled effort to take the temple and kill Lady Miyako. Elsewhere, the colonel struggles to get through the jagged landscape with the caretaker bot. However, he's close to Lady Miyako's temple. He can see the spire of the tower on the horizon. Back in the temple, we get a glimpse of the aftermath of the battle as Kei and Kaisuke make their way to Lady Miyako's chamber. Lady Miyako kneels meditatively in front of the bas relief, flanked by her monks. Kei has come to convince her to leave the temple, but Miyako refuses. Kei pleads with her, trying to paint a picture of how bleak the situation looks. Lady Miyako still refuses, saying, "Even if I were willing to forsake my followers, could you really ask me to abandon the sick and helpless just to save myself?" Kei believes that leaving will spare the innocents, since the cult of Akira is only after Miyako and the Espers, but Miyako remains steadfast in her resolve. Number 27 and I will remain here. It was no series of random accidents that brought us all together. We must permit destiny to follow its course, Lady Miyako explains. Outside of the chamber, Kaisuke sulks about not being permitted an audience with Lady Miyako. Outside of the window, he sees fire and smoke in the distance. Signs that the cult is attacking again, already. A sign that the cult has already begun their second attack. He alerts Kei before our perspective quickly shifts to the inferno outside, the burning bodies of innocents engulfed in it. Taicho orders his men to burn everything to the ground. He calls for more ammo and more men. He's going all out, employing Seer to relay orders to the militia at large. Nearby, the colonel's path converges with a swarm of cultist goons, heeding the call to battle. His eyes narrow as he assesses the situation. realizing what it means for his plan to bring Kyoko to the temple. In the vicinity of the temple, Lady Miyako's flock struggles to flee from the raging fire and the approaching soldiers. Kei and Kaisuke both instinctually begin to run into the fray to save the innocent people, but Kaisuke makes a really great point. Once the cultists arrive, it will be impossible to differentiate between them and the refugees. With that realization, they attempt to get back to the temple, but the throng is so dense, travel becomes incredibly difficult. When we catch up with Taicho, we see the level of firepower he's dedicating to the incursion. Not only do they have assault rifles and grenades, but they have heat-seeking missiles and an armored truck. On top of that, they've also rigged the bridge up with explosives. This is an all-out assault. Finally, back at the temple, Kei delineates commands to Miyako's monks. She orders them to move all of the refugees off of the main floor and to clear an escape route. She tells Miyako that if she won't leave, Kei will take Masaru herself. However, Miyako is barely listening. Her face is overcome with a horrible grimace. "Kei, can't you feel the build of tension and energy? I feel as though my chest might collapse," she says, just before an explosion rings out. That's when Kaisuke runs in, informing Kei that the attack has begun. As they assess the situation, it becomes apparent that escape is no longer an option. The only option they see is to ascend the tower and hope they can wait out the battle. Chapter 23, Akira's Reign. Chapter 23 opens with a literal bang. A cultist foot soldier fires an RPG into Miyako's temple. They're aiming for the tower. Taicho has even gone so far as to offer a commendation to the first man who hits it. Taicho looks on menacingly, uttering a wish under his breath that Lady Miyako live long enough to die by his hand. We then catch up with the Colonel, who's struggling to navigate the landscape without tipping off the cult to his presence. As he comes to a dead end, his fear comes true. A group of soldiers ambush him with their weapons drawn. The cultist tries to intimidate the Colonel, but the Colonel calls his bluff. The backtalk strikes a nerve with the cultist, causing him to give the order to fire on the Colonel. But one of the cultist men intervenes. It's one of the Colonel's former soldiers who recognizes him. The other cultists try and convince him that it'll be cathartic and fun to kill his old boss, but the former military man remains indecisive, despite again being given the order to fire. However, our perspective cuts away just as he's being forced to decide. We catch up with the group at Lady Miyako's temple. Explosions rip through the structure as Kei, Kaisuke, Masaru, and Lady Miyako are escorted to the tower by a group of monks. Lady Miyako remains adamant that it's not worth running from fate. She believes she's seen what is to come and there's no avoiding it. However, Kei remains focused on protecting everyone as best as she can. As the elevator ascends, Masaru wakes up. Drowsy, he croaks out Kyoko's name, before awakening with a start as a great wave of telekinetic power becomes detectable. Its immensity overwhelms him, transporting his senses to where Tetsuo stands, overcome by the same force. Inside of the caretaker bot's pod, Kyoko also cries out in awareness of the stream of power. Outside of the pod, the cultists continue to argue. The Colonel's former subordinate just can't bring himself to open fire on his former boss. That's when the caretaker's pod opens. Kyoko reaches out to the Colonel, urging him to hurry to Miyako's tower. She can sense Masaru's power there and yearns to reunite with him. Excited about Kyoko's awakening, the Colonel walks forward quickly, forgetting about the gun that's fixed on him. The cultist opens fire on him, landing several shots. As the Colonel sits slumped over on the ground, the cultist approaches him, ridiculing the Colonel. He puts the gun to the Colonel's head, squeezing the trigger. But when shots ring out, it's the cultist who gets hit. It seems the Colonel's former subordinate remains loyal to the bitter end, as he shot his fellow cult member to save the Colonel's life. We then cut back to Taicho as he oversees the cult incursion. As the smoke billows behind him, one of his men recounts the run-in with Shikishima and Kyoko. Taicho orders a crew of 6 men to go retrieve Kyoko by force. He then instructs the remaining forces on their planned assault set to begin in 30 minutes. When we get back to Colonel Shikishima, he's unable to walk without the assistance of his ex-soldier. Despite his condition, the colonel maintains his course for Lady Miyako's temple. Not only that, he remains a steadfast tactician. "I want to know all about your forces, their numbers, and strength of arms," he inquires of his ex-soldier as they walk. The ex-soldier reveals that the cult only has about 50 men, and of those 50, only about 25 are trained soldiers. The colonel's ears perk up when he hears this. "Those trained soldiers, are they my men?" the colonel inquires. The ex-soldier responds in the affirmative. The colonel's focus then shifts slightly. He asks the ex-soldier why he stayed in Neo-Tokyo. "This is where my wife died," he responds. And, unfortunately, that's where he comes to rest as well, as those are his last words. A barrage of bullets tears him apart in the very next breath. The cultists have found the colonel. The colonel acts quickly, however, jumping down the hillside and into a deep ditch. Once at the bottom of the hill, he doesn't run. Instead, he turns back to the cultists and points the remote targeting system for Soul's laser cannon at them. When we return to Kei's perspective, we see her group's shock as the elevator doors open to a blinding light. It's Tetsuo. Tetsuo sits casually in the tower's lookout after having smashed the windows to bits to get inside. For the first time since his return, he's ditched the red robe, notably revealing his mechanical arm for all to see. Despite his imposing initial presence, Tetsuo is incredibly pallid and gaunt. He appears as if he could keel over at any second. He begs for drugs, to which Miyako responds with scorn and derision. "Accept the pain and face your destiny," she commands him. Kaisuke sees his opening to exact revenge on Tetsuo, and goes for it. However, Kei stops him. She can sense something sinister in Tetsuo's demeanor. His grimace turns to a scowl as he looks down his furrowed brows at the group in front of him. Meanwhile, the colonel attempts to evade gunfire long enough to fix Soul's laser cannon on the cultists. Finally, the targeting system kicks in, triggering Soul to send an ungodly blast from the heavens down onto the already ruined city street. The explosion is so massive, all the different players witness its effects from their respective positions. Tetsuo's triggered by the sight of the laser cannon. And I really love the subtle clue Otomo gives us here, of him grabbing at his mechanical arm as if he's feeling the pain of being struck by Soul all over again. He cries out in agony before jumping off into the sky, a pathway through the clouds opening up for him as he ascends at a ridiculous rate. The surge of telekinetic power from Tetsuo is so immense it even causes Akira to react. We see his ever-placid face shift to a grimace as he detects it. His reaction is juxtaposed with a shot of Tetsuo's agony, the urgency of Masaru attempting to telepathically locate Kyoko, and of the colonel reaching out a bloody hand towards the pod she rests in. Above it all, the sky starts to burn with such intensity it almost appears to be a new sun. We get to see up close, at the nexus of the blaze, Tetsuo. The stream of power has overcome him in the same way that it has with Akira in the past, fueling this incredible outburst. The force of which is so powerful that buildings are being ripped up from the ground towards its gravity. As well as lifting the buildings, it also dropped someone. Kaneda is seen falling through the trail of rubble leading into the sky. Kei spots him from the lookout, immediately recognizing him as he falls to the ground. We catch up with him to see him luckily landing on the canopy of a tent, which cushions his fall. Kaneda is not entirely home free yet. The buildings that got sucked up into Tetsuo's power surge come crashing down just as fast as Tetsuo blasts off into the upper atmosphere. Kaneda has to run for his life as the rubble falls all around him. As Tetsuo leaves the atmosphere, he's pulled into a series of visions. This is him coming face to face with the power stream Miyako mentioned last episode. Not only that, it's a rebirth of sorts. The power stream shows him flashbacks of his entire life, all the way back to his birth. Two people stand over him, doting on him. It's his mother and his father, two people he's never really gotten to know or even see pictures of. We then flash forward to Tetsuo on a playground as a child. A group of boys walk away after breaking his action figure. As young Tetsuo reaches down to pick up the pieces, they transform into a sea of drug capsules. Present-day Tetsuo screams out to make it stop, but it goes on. The memory reverts back to normal, showing a young Kaneda glaring at Tetsuo through a hole in a fence. Tetsuo tries to fly away, but he's greeted by a blinding white light that stops him in his tracks. Back on the ground, the fire spreads rapidly throughout Miyako's temple. The earth trembles all around them. "Is this your cry at the trauma of rebirth, number 41? Lady Miyako cries out. Immense destruction overcomes the area around the compound, sending Taicho searching for cover. Even the indomitable Colonel Shikishima seeks cover under the caretaker bot. In outer space, Tetsuo approaches an asteroid field. It swirls in the same pattern that Akira was making in Chapter 19. Tetsuo flies into it until he comes up to what I'll call the source. This is what the sculpture in Lady Miyako's temple depicts. For the first time, Tetsuo faces it head-on. As he looks into the abyss, he sees the figure of a young boy phase through. It's Akira. When Tetsuo meets Akira's eyes, he's pulled away from the source. He falls onto the stone steps in front of the young boy. As he stares into Akira's eyes, it looks as if Tetsuo is on the verge of tears. Tetsuo follows the boy to his throne. When the boy sits, Tetsuo bows before him, this time clearly meaning the gesture of fealty. Before the chapter ends, we zoom out on the rubble from the blast. Amidst the wreckage, we see Kaneda. He's absolutely bedraggled and battle-worn, but alive. Chapter 24, A Western Wind. Chapter 24 opens with a shot of a helicopter flying over the ocean. It approaches a massive aircraft carrier. One of the American soldiers observes the helicopter as it hovers nearby. Eventually, he grants clearance for its landing. When the helicopter touches down, a Soviet doctor, named Dr. Dubrovsky, disembarks. He's met by an American who brings him to meet the Admiral. On their way, the American scientist says that, while he's given the Admiral the cliff notes, the situation they're studying is beyond his grasp. As the conversation continues, Dubrovsky reveals his concern for how their peers will view them for the work they are about to embark on. Upon entering into a conversation with the Admiral, we learn that the Soviets have removed their forces from the area. A drastic step, considering they had previously taken control over all of northern Japan. After some perfunctory discussion, Dubrovsky is taken to the laboratory to be introduced to the rest of the staff. Dubrovsky and the American scientists enter into a heavily guarded room where they're met by a group of the world's greatest minds. He's introduced to Doctors Joris and Simmons, as well as Professor Hawk and Bernardi, and even a Tibetan monk named Karma Tangi. Clearly, the military has begun to view Akira as a problem requiring more than military might to contend with. With little time to waste, the group of outcast scholars gather around to debrief Dr. Dubrovsky on the data they've gathered thus far. Our focus then shifts to the bombed-out landscape of Neo-Tokyo. Kei stands on the step of Lady Miyako's temple as masses of refugees swarm past her. Emotion overcomes her as she sees someone approaching her through the crowd. It's Kaneda. Side note, this is a nice bookend to Kaneda chasing her through the crowd during their first encounter. It really helps to highlight the change in the emotional dynamic over time. And we're going to see a good amount of this mirroring tactic from Otomo as we near the end game of the story. There are a lot of plot beats and character moments that happen in the opening chapters that we're going to see somewhat recreated or given a nod to as we're setting up the end as a way to mirror the narrative. The two run towards each other, elation sweeping over them. Kaneda shuts his eyes and spreads his arms wide, expecting Kei to leap into them. However, Kaisuke zooms in and intercepts the hug, leaping full on into Kaneda's arm. His face goes from elation to disgust as he realizes what's happening. On the other hand, Kaisuke's excitement gets replaced by sobbing when the reality of the situation washes over him. He really never thought he would see any of his friends again. On the outskirts of Lady Miyako's territory, several men are startled to see what appears to be a derelict caretaker bot come to life. They drop the body they're moving to take a closer look, just to be shocked when Colonel Shikishima crawls out from underneath the robot. The frail body of Kyoko dangles from his arms as he walks past them towards the temple. As he approaches the temple steps, the crowd parts to let him through, owing to the caretaker bot following him like a dog. Kaneda and Kaisuke are frightened by the sight, assuming it means another attack. However, Kei realizes what's really going on. As is their custom, Kaneda insults the colonel, and the colonel expresses amazement that Kaneda has survived so long. Kei's the first one to pay heed to Kyoko's lifeless body. "Is Kyoko alright?" she asks the colonel. "I'm not certain, but she lost consciousness. She told me to bring her here," the colonel replies. Just then, Lady Miyako arrives on the scene. The first thing she does is clear up some confusion, confessing that she called Kyoko to the temple with her telekinetic powers. When she reaches the colonel and Kyoko, she instructs her monks to carry Kyoko inside. The moment he lets go of her, Colonel Shikishima falls to his knees. Now that he's no longer carrying Kyoko, his bloody gut is revealed for the first time. Unable to support his own weight, a monk helps him to his feet and up the stairs. Kei goes with them, eager to ascertain information regarding Chiyoko's whereabouts. Kaneda and Kaisuke get left behind, humorously commenting on how out of the loop they both are as they climb the steps together. Out at sea, we catch up with the outcast scholars as they compare notes on the happenings of Neo-Tokyo. Based on their conversation, we learn that Tetsuo's recent rebirth, as Lady Miyako dubbed it, was classified as the third Akira phenomenon. The scholars all look on the energy scale graph in astonishment as Professor Bernardi goes over the readings. There were some gamma rays at the heart of the disturbance, as well as evidence of a redshift, which is corroborated by findings from other survey installations that were verified against a time process diagram, Professor Bernardi says. We also have confirmation of radioactive disintegration, nuclear fusion, gravity wave detection, proton collapse. In short, all evidence indicates the occurrence of a miniature Big Bang. Rather than being shocked by his revelation, Dr. Joris seems pleased. "So, we're witness to the birth of a new universe," she says gleefully through puffs on a cigarette. Fast forward to later that evening, the outcast scholars eat dinner with the Admiral. Sat before an American flag, he sips wine as the scholars discuss their research. Dr. Joris discusses the differences between the first two Akira phenomenon and the third. As readers, we know the differences stem from the most recent event being caused by Tetsuo, so it's interesting to see the discrepancies Joris picks up on. Whereas the second event generated massive readings in all three dimensions, the third was two-dimensional and of a much smaller magnitude. It can't compare to the damage of the second, she notes. As she does, the Admiral simply continues to sip wine with a disinterested expression. Dubrovsky brings up the correlation between Soul's laser firing in the third event, a fact that Joris adds to by connecting the last firing of Soul to the second event chronologically. However, Simmons notes that the first event far predates Soul's construction. Again, it's interesting to see how they piece together the minimal data points they have while we're working with a more complete picture that falls in line with what we know as readers. In a sense, it's a form of dramatic irony when we consider the fact that Soul did indirectly cause the event in a manner of speaking. The Colonel firing it at a group of cultist thugs did trigger Tetsuo's outburst after all. So, although they're able to deduce that Soul didn't directly cause the blast, they don't understand the reason why its firing correlates with the event so precisely. We, as readers, however, know exactly why. As the conversation progresses, however, Dr. Joris takes the given information and poses a theory. I think we're all in general agreement that the source of the third phenomenon wasn't Akira, she says. Simmons picks up on what she's suggesting immediately. Another source of the event. Records indicate the numbers were registered all the way up to 41, she continues. Numbers 32, 33, 36, 37, 38, and 40 all died from brain injuries incurred during their treatments. Numbers 34, 35, and 39 were still in the secret lab at the time of the second phenomenon. With the collapse of Neo-Tokyo, they were listed as missing. Number 41 is reported to have run away on April 16th, 2030, the same day Soul's laser cannon was fired at the complex where Akira was being held. It seems these scholars have done a pretty good job of piecing together the puzzle. When we catch back up with Lady Miyako, she's assessing the aftermath from the cult's incursion. Not only is the area in ruins, but Kyoko is in bad shape. The monk who is caring for her expects a full recovery. However, Miyako doesn't seem quite satisfied hearing the news. As she walks away, she thinks about the path ahead. We must wait until number 25 has recovered. After that, everything rests with number 41, she says. As she's lost in thought, she looks worse and worse. Sweat drips down her brow and she clutches at her left arm. When the monk asks what's wrong, she says she's so scared she's trembling. In the temple's tower, a monk tends to Colonel Chikishima's wounds as Kei observes from a healthy distance. After the monk leaves, the Colonel and Kei discuss Chiyoko's whereabouts. Rather, they discuss the fact that the Colonel won't reveal them. As she looks out on the city, Kei asks if the Colonel has any connection to the laser cannon. Again, he remains silent, but his face gives him away. After being pressed for information by Kei, he answers her question with a question of his own. He asks why she's stayed in Neo-Tokyo. As we know, loyalty to her friends is what's kept her around. The Colonel, on the other hand, admits that he has a duty to fulfill. He accepts his responsibility for Tetsuo. In his eyes, that means stopping him by any means necessary. And at the moment, his best tool for that is Soul and the remote targeting device. I believe the reason he won't tell Kei where Chiyoko is because if anyone ascertains her whereabouts, they'll also find out where Soul's controls are. Instead, he gives her the choice to come with him, to help him on his mission. I leave before dawn. If you want to come with me, be waiting at the front gate, he says. The landscape smolders and smokes outside of the temple as Kaneda and Kaisuke catch up. All around them, refugees pick up the pieces of their lives, while Kaisuke explains the formation of the so-called Great Tokyo Empire. How Akira's role is more that of a figurehead than a leader, while Tetsuo seems to call all the shots. As Kaisuke plops down by the campfire, he says that it's time to settle the score now that Kaneda is back. They just need to stock up on supplies first, and some new clothes for Kaneda, whose own are completely ripped to shreds. Kaisuke says he knows just the place to go, and so the two leave the area. Moments later, however, we see Kei come over the horizon. When she sees the campfire, she calls out to Kaneda, but it seems she just missed him. Kaneda and Kaisuke are already well on the periphery of the temple complex. As they walk, Kaneda asks for some more information about Lady Miyako. I really like seeing how Kaisuke describes her, because it's likely how the citizens of Neo-Tokyo view her as well. According to him, she's not only the founder of her own church, but a living goddess, a semi-saint. Her devotees see her temple as a modern Mecca, and are willing to go through hell to get there. Not everyone comes empty-handed either. People bring food, medicine. Some of them go into business. People wanting to trade need valuables. A lot of them become scavengers. There's enough worth ripping off. We've even got bands of thieves. A whole black market community built around the shrine, Kaisuke says. To get what they need, Kaisuke's bringing them to the thieves' quarter. When they arrive, they're greeted by a gas mask-wearing man wielding an assault rifle. Kaisuke greets the armed man like an old friend, being given access to the repurposed hotel. After dispelling incorrect rumors of Miyako's demise in the battle, Kaneda and Kaisuke are led to a back room where a man works on a bike. It's Joker, with a permanent tire mark embedded on his face. It appears as if their feud from the old world still spilled over into the new, bleak dystopia. But, after a time skip, we see Kaneda, Kaisuke, and Joker sitting in a circle, telling the story of how Kaisuke and Joker became friends. The two were sent to the same rehabilitation facility. When the second event occurred, the facility collapsed. Joker was left trapped under some debris when Kaisuke came by. He didn't have to, but Kaisuke dug Joker out, saving his life. His reason being that, despite their past feud, any bikers still living should stick together. Even more so considering that they all have the same enemy now, Tetsuo. Invigorated by their shared hatred, the trio decide to get to work on a plan to take Tetsuo out, once and for all. We then cut back to Lady Miyako's temple. We see Kaneda and Kaisuke's campfire, now dwindled to nothing but ash. On the wall nearby is a note from Kei, informing Kaneda that she took the colonel up on his offer. Our perspective takes us through the rubble to the gate where Kei stands in military fatigues waiting. The colonel arrives shortly after. With little preamble, he orders they begin their journey. The only thing he says is that, if anything befalls them, Kei should look out for herself first and foremost. At the thieves' quarter, Kaneda is now going through Joker's wares while Joker and Kaisuke discuss Taicho's raids on Miyako's temple. Joker's taken aback by the scale of the assault, calling it full-blown warfare. When Joker questions Tetsuo's motives, Kaisuke blames the drugs, not really knowing the true gravity of what Tetsuo's going through. As they spoke, Kaneda managed to find a red leather jumpsuit from Joker's wares, quite reminiscent of his old biker jacket. What's even better, Joker has not only a fleet of motorcycles, but he has a red one that's a spitting image of Kaneda's old bike. What's more, Joker's also been able to refurbish one of the military's hover bikes, which they call flying platforms. I've done my best to avoid tangents, but the first time I read this, I remembered them referring to these in some odd way, and for the life of me, I could not find this panel when I was writing the chapters that took place at the secret military base. I knew it was the type of name that's super simple. I just never would have thought to call this thing a flying platform. That's clearly more bike inspired, but that's beside the point. Flying platform. Never in a million years would I have guessed that's what they called it. Anyway, we make a quick cut back to Lady Miyako's temple to see her reaction to Kei's departure. Foolish, acting only for herself, failing to see she belongs to us, she says. She orders her monk to bring Kei back at once, before the scene shifts back to the hotel that serves as the thieves' quarters, soon after this conversation. We see a messenger from the shrine arriving. Inside, Kaneda is shocked to hear that Miyako has summoned him. But when the messenger says it has to do with Kei, his shocked expression is replaced with one of determination. On the outskirts of Akira territory, we catch up with the colonel and Kei. Kei appears to have sensed someone watching her, but she can't see anyone, so she dismisses the notion. However, we then get a shot of Seer, who has picked up their presence on his telekinetic web. At Akira's hideout, we see Taicho urgently searching for Tetsuo. He calls out to him over and over as he strides past the throne and into Tetsuo's chambers. Inside, he only finds Kaori. She informs Taicho that Tetsuo and Akira vanished all of a sudden, and she has no idea where they went. Incensed, Taicho cocks back his arm to backhand the girl, but he's stopped when the ground shakes and explosions begin to go off in the distance. Chapter 25, Vision Underground. To open Chapter 25, we see the impact of the earthquake ripping through the city. Ryu and Yamada are forced to flee a decrepit building. Kei and the Colonel must evade falling rubble. The sculpture behind Miyako cracks and shakes. One of her monks inquires if it's Tetsuo's doing, but even Miyako is unaware of the origin. We then see Kaneda and Kaisuke storming into her chambers. One of the monks, concerned with decorum, tries to get Kaneda to stand back, but he refuses. He brushes right past the guy and starts giving Miyako an earful. "First you sent for me, and now you're telling me to stay back? I don't have to take that shit," he says. Which is a perfect reaction in a situation like this. And I love how much this moment makes Kaneda's return really be felt. Writing this, I feel like I really felt his absence so much. There's a certain amount of levity that his character brings into even the most serious moments that does so much for the manga. Offended, the monks flank him, but to their surprise, Miyako dismisses them so she can talk to Kaneda alone. She has a request for him: search for Kei. Maintaining that classic Kaneda energy, he says he's gonna search for her, but not because Miyako told him to. He's doing it because he wants to. I feel like here we get another bit of dramatic irony, as Miyako refers to Kei as being as precious as a daughter, but in the last chapter she referred to Kei as belonging to her. Knowing that as a reader really undercuts the maternal image she's trying to paint for Kaneda. Coincidentally, her diatribe is cut short by yet another tremor. However, this one seems different. Our perspective zooms out, where we see an explosion rip through the side of a skyscraper. Then we see Akira's throne as the tremor intensifies. When Taicho and Kaori peek their heads through the curtain to see what's going on, they see that Akira and Tetsuo have returned, signaling that the earthquake everyone felt had something to do with their powers. Notably, there's something different about Tetsuo. It's almost as if he's undergone a transformation. His face is placid, healthy looking even. His hair is trim and neat, and he's wearing all white. When Taicho sees Tetsuo, he leaps right into a confession. He admits to bringing all of their forces into battle against Miyako and losing terribly. He asks for Tetsuo's help to lead another siege, but Tetsuo dismisses him. When Taicho lashes out in anger at Tetsuo's response, he's sent stumbling backwards by a flaring of Tetsuo's immense power. Inside, Akira and Tetsuo both lay down to rest. Kaori tucks Akira in and then checks on Tetsuo. In a move wholly uncharacteristic of what we've seen so far, as the image Tetsuo tries to present, he asks the girl to stay with him and snuggles up close to her in order to fall asleep. When we catch up with the US's nearby aircraft carrier, we see the crew scrambling to brace the deck for the waves created by the earthquake. It appears it was so powerful it created a tsunami that's heading straight for them. As the waves move closer, we see the outcast scholars in their offices as they brace for impact. Once the tsunami subsides, we see the Admiral as he checks in on the scholars. Outside of their papers being scattered everywhere, they're unscathed. The Admiral relays to them reports that Akira caused the tidal wave in some way, shape, or form. Dr. Simmons then begins to parse readings from the seismograph. The seismic focus was 300 kilometers below Neo-Tokyo's surface. Shock waves measure 8.5 on the Richter scale, indicating that this was a giant quake. However, the usual precursors to a quake of this magnitude, the foreshocks, disruptions of the Earth's magnetic field, indeed, increased seismographic readings at any of our tracking stations, were all completely absent, Dr. Simmons explains before presenting a hypothesis. This was not the result of natural stresses within a tectonic plate. A human agent may have been the cause, or an experiment gone awry, he concludes. The Admiral, on the other hand, has different thoughts on the matter. Japan is a natural earthquake center. You'll need strong evidence to be able to prove a causal relationship between this phenomena and Akira, he says. Dr. Joris then enlists Karma Tangi to give his opinion. They are sleeping, both of them. They played hard, and now they are deeply asleep, he says, correctly deducing what we as readers know. At Lady Miyako's temple, her conversation with Kaneda resumes. She asks if he will do the favor of searching for Kei. Kaneda says he will, but in return, he wants her to pay off his debt to Joker for all the new gear. We then cut to him and Kaisuke exiting the temple, giddy. Kaneda feels like he got one over on Lady Miyako, but Kaisuke's not quite sure about that. You promised to look for Kei, but where? He asks. Kaneda says that Kei told him last night, but Kaisuke rightfully doesn't remember that. They were together and they were with Joker in the Thieves' Quarter. It doesn't make sense to him how, but Kaneda knows that they need to head towards the old 8th District if they want to find Kei. When we cut to Kei and the Colonel, she scrambles up the toppled remains of a building as she tries to keep up with him. When she gets to the top, we see that Seer is observing them with his powers and reporting their location to the cultists. They're on the verge of entering the Great Tokyo Empire, and Seer intends to have all hands on deck to stop them when they do. As the duo walk past a burnt-out car, the Colonel stumbles, only staying upright by grabbing onto a slab of concrete. Kei's concerned for him, but he brushes her off. In the last panel of this scene, we zoom out to see a group of cultists watching them from the exposed beams of a bombed-out skyscraper. Meanwhile, chaos ensues at the Thieves' Quarter as Kaneda rips a motorcycle down the hallway and right at Joker. Joker's adamant the bike's not for sale, but that's not stopping Kaneda. He rips right past him, Kaisuke following close behind. They zoom out of the hotel and into the streets. The two stop when they get to a steep drop-off where the road got completely blown away. Kaisuke says he knows a shortcut and proceeds to lead them down into the old subway tunnels. Elsewhere, Colonel Shikishima's condition forces them to stop again. This break allowed enough time for the cultists to sneak up on them. The bespectacled enforcer steps out of the shadows first, followed by his assault rifle wielding cronies. Interspersed with this, we see a snippet of Kaneda and Kaisuke as they navigate the abandoned subway lines, before cutting back to see the bespectacled enforcer attempting to intimidate Kei and the Colonel. Undeterred, Kei stands in front of the Colonel, gun pointed at the cultists. As she backs up towards the Colonel, he whispers a plan into her ear, telling her to rush right for the bespectacled man's chest. Kei obliges him, charging right into the chest of the large man. Once she's up in his chest, she uses him for cover as she blasts the cultists behind him with several strategic bursts of fire. She's able to take down 2 of them before the bespectacled man smacks her to the ground. He stands over her, channeling his telekinetic powers, when a stone hits him smack on the forehead, causing blood to burst forth from his face. This attack gives Kei enough of an opening to run away, towards the Colonel, who helps her get out of the area before turning back to the cultists. The bespectacled man charges him, but the Colonel is able to judo toss him. They both fall a story in the process, but the bespectacled man takes the brunt of the fall, allowing the Colonel to leave unscathed. When the Colonel looks up, he sees his hideout, which, from the outside, we can see is the old military lab. Our perspective then shifts to Kaneda and Kaisuke as they traverse the abandoned subway tunnel. When they pass an abandoned train car, Kaisuke is taken aback by what he sees aboard: decomposed bodies. However, Kaneda's attention gets captured by something different entirely. He sees the tunnel ahead is littered with the military's flying platforms. They're both surprised to see them down there, leading Kaisuke to postulate that the tunnel must be connected to the old military installation. When we return to the Colonel and Kei, we see that they were able to incapacitate the cultists long enough to get away. There's this really awesome panel where we see them looking like ants as they walk between the rows of decrepit skyscrapers. Not only does Kei look taken aback by the immensity, but by a dawning recognition. She remembers her time at the secret military lab, way back before Akira turned Neo Tokyo into a wasteland. Upon entering, they encounter a caretaker bot set to defend. It instantly stands down at the sound of the Colonel's voice. The duo don't pause for long, continuing their way inside the building. Lurking behind them, we see the silhouettes of bedraggled cultists. Not only are they out for blood, they called for reinforcements as well. Inside, the Colonel leads the way up an imposing set of steps. At the top of the stairs, the Doctor stands half obscured by shadow, looking more sinister than welcoming. He tries to tell the Colonel off for dragging yet another visitor into their hideout, but the Colonel ignores him. Instead, the Colonel demands an update on Chiyoko's status. The Doctor has no changes to report. When they open the door, we see the woman laid out on the ground, unmoving. Kay throws herself at her friend, happy to learn that she's at least alive. Back at the entrance, Akira's foot soldiers attempt to breach the hideout. The caretaker bot stands in their way, but its presence only emboldens them. To them, it's a sign that something valuable lies inside. As always, they're able to easily incapacitate the robot, because whoever designed those things wanted the world to crumble. We cut away as the cultists decide that they should take a leak inside the robot in order to short-circuit it. Back in the underground, Kaneda and Kaisuke rip along the darkened and flooded tunnel. Out ahead, a spectral figure appears out of nowhere. The two skid to a halt when Kaneda recognizes the projection as Kay. It runs towards him, but instead of falling into his arms, she phases right through him. After passing through him, she disappears, leaving behind only wisps of smoke. The two are taken aback, taking it as a sign that she's in trouble and needs their help. They decide to haul ass to the nearest exit. When we cut back to Kay, we see her sullen face as she crouches over Chiyoko. Kay pumps her friend full of a cocktail of drugs in the hopes to stabilize her enough for transport. The Doctor scoffs at her plan, sarcastically asking if Kay plans on carrying the incapacitated woman. He's taken aback when Kay confesses that's exactly what she intends on doing. No matter what, she won't leave her friend behind. Elsewhere in the hideout, the Colonel does his best to bandage his own wounds. The Doctor approaches, being a curmudgeon as always, only to be cut short by a startling noise. The intruders have made their way inside. The Colonel and Kay jump into action. They meet in the hallway where the Colonel assesses the situation. He doesn't think they can make a stand inside the building. Their best bet is for Kay to lure them outside. She obeys without question. As the intruders gawk at a working computer terminal, Kay runs through, drawing both their attention and their fire. As they chase, she makes it through a hole in the wall and slides down a pile of rubble. Unfortunately, there's another group of cultists at the foot of the hill waiting for her. They open fire when they see her, but are unable to hit a moving target. Meanwhile, the distraction allowed the Colonel to get the jump on the men inside the building. He knocks a few of them down the hill where they fall into their comrades, creating chaos. Then, much to Kay's luck, the caretaker bot flanks the cultists, still kicking even after getting pissed in. It uses a flamethrower setting and roasts the cultist completely, saving Kay and also giving her a great idea along the way. She can transport Chiyoko inside the caretaker. We then cut back to Kaneda and Kaisuke. They see it, the literal light at the end of the tunnel. They come barreling towards it, only to have to slam on the brakes when they see that the tunnel opens into a massive drop-off. As they stop to assess the situation, trying to find a safe way down, they hear gunshots in the distance. The shots send Kaneda flying into action, and Kaisuke follows. They mount their bikes and make a daring jump from the cliff, landing on an upturned piece of rubble like a ramp. They go charging off, barely in control of their bikes as they attempt to find the source of the disturbance and hopefully help Kay. Inside the military facility, we see the Doctor hiding with a hammer in his hand. As he hears footsteps approaching, he prepares to attack, only to find out that it's Kay who's returned with a plan to transport Chiyoko. But she needs his help. As she makes a request to have him program the caretaker bot to carry Chiyoko, we see her as she sleeps. A shadow creeps into the frame, and as the focus shifts to reveal who it is, we see that it's a cult enforcer from earlier, a look of menace on his bloody face as he looks down on the incapacitated Chiyoko. Chapter 26, Assassination Corps. Chapter 26 opens with a panel of the Colonel firing at the cultist militia. They fire back, nearly hitting the Colonel, but he's able to recover and continue firing. It's not enough, though, as he runs out of ammo before taking out all of the cultist soldiers. Lucky for him, however, Kaneda and Keisuke aren't far off. They come flying down the hill in the distance like bats out of hell. Before we see them arrive on the scene, we cut back to Kei and the doctor as they discuss her plan to reconfigure the caretaker bot to transport Chiyoko. Kei tells the doctor to get working right away before running off to take care of Chiyoko in the interim. As she nears Chiyoko's quarters, she's unnerved by what she sees. Drops of blood leading down the corridor. To her benefit, she puts her guard up, approaching the dim room cautiously. Otomo hits us with this nice panel where we can see the cultist enforcer hiding just out of sight in the darkness as we see Kei step into the doorway. The moment her boot crosses the threshold, he goes to strike, but Kei's too fast. She swings on him with a lead pipe. He's able to block the strike, but Kei thinks fast. She jumps backward through the doorway, jamming the pipe across it so that when he chases, it hits him in the gut and forces him to stop, giving her just enough time to turn and flee. As she runs, the enforcer shows off his strength, ripping the pipe straight through the wall. Kei runs down the hallway, beckoning the doctor to do the same, as the enforcer winds up with the pipe like a javelin. He unleashes a throw just as Kei reaches the doctor. They look back just in time for Kei to jump out of the way before the projectile flies by her with immense force. Having missed, the enforcer charges down the corridor to finish the job by hand. Meanwhile, the Colonel remains pinned down and out of ammo. However, Kaneda shows up just in time, saving his one-time mortal enemy by distracting the cultist while Keisuke sneaks up and takes him by surprise. As Kaneda comically rubs the welt on his head from the crash, the Colonel stands in absolute shock at the fact that Kaneda came to save him. We then cut back to Kei and the doctor as they fight for their life against the cultist enforcer. The doctor gets thrown aside like a sack of potatoes, but Kei manages to grab the pipe again. She's able to use it and her speed to create enough of an opening to get away. But she ends up tripping on some wires from the computer terminal we saw earlier. She falls face first, and not long after, the enforcer lunges on top of her. He's got his hand on her face and begins to use his psychokinetic powers on her. We can see the strain on his face, the blood pouring from every orifice, as he does his best to explode her head from within. Based on the look on her face, it seems like he's close to succeeding, but then a bullet rips through his arm, then another and another. The Colonel unloads an entire magazine into him as Kaneda runs to Kei's side. He grabs her in his arms, begging her to speak to him, but she's unresponsive. Again, a good way of Otomo to mirror events from early in the story. This is quite similar to when we saw Tetsuo encounter number 26 and end up incapacitated, with his friends around him trying to get him to say anything but him being unresponsive. As the skirmish settles, we see the remnants of destruction, the bloody and broken bodies all over the place, all cast in gold by a setting sun. We then see the sunset juxtaposed with Akira napping, peacefully on his stone throne, cotton candy clouds out in the distance. Also out in the distance is the U.S.'s military aircraft carrier. Aboard, a scientist moves across the deck with panicked steps. When we catch up with the group of rogue scholars on board the ship, we see that they've clearly received distressing news off camera. We see them vaguely allude to a group that they never expected to see, the Akira Assassination Corps. As they discuss it with the Admiral, it becomes clear that the scientists are concerned of the potential consequences of a botched attack on Akira. The Admiral tries to put them at ease, saying first that they don't even know if Akira is actually the target. He then says that the scholars' research will be presented to world leaders as a decision is made. But when he dismisses their concern over the potential loss of lives such an operation could entail, we get insight into the military's real mind here. It's clear they planned on sending the Corps to kill Akira. As the Admiral tells the scholars they're overreacting and that the Corps is comprised of the finest fighting men in the world. And they're filled with patriotic fervor, he closes, almost like a delusional snake oil salesman. Night's fallen when we finally cut back to the Colonel's hideout. The entire building is cast in darkness as he sits peering out onto the city. Startled, he draws his weapon as he hears footsteps approaching. He almost fires, but Kaisuke identifies himself just in time. He says Kaneda sent him to check on the Colonel, who's observing the remaining cultists in the distance. The cultists dance and sing loudly around a bonfire, the only source of light on the horizon. Kaisuke notices that they're all in harmony and explains it has to do with the special drug they've been ingesting. He calls them a bunch of junkies, resentment in his voice, before blaming the Colonel for his role in creating those drugs in the first place. We then cut to Kaneda. He sits at Kei's bedside where she's still unresponsive. As he looks down on her, his attention gets caught by Kaisuke, who's calling for him. He rises and walks out of the room, casting one last look over to Kei before vacating. The two catch up before deciding to check on the doctor's progress, adapting the caretaker bot. It looks like he's actually hard at work for once, although still begging for a cigarette. Our attention is briefly brought back to the military ship as a helicopter lands, carrying the Akira Assassination Corps. Inside the ship, the scholars lament how young the group is. Does the Admiral really plan to send children into Neo-Tokyo, they say? As the sun rises, we see the Colonel and Kaneda as they carry Chiyoko and Kei into the modded caretaker. As they walk, they discuss the Colonel's plan to stay behind. It appears he intends to take another shot at killing Tetsuo. As they prepare to depart, the Colonel gives Kaneda a rifle. As a final parting word, Kaneda, cocky as ever, tells the Colonel not to bother with Tetsuo. Kaneda believes he will be the one to finish his former friend. With that, they set off for Lady Miyako's temple. In Akira territory, we see his followers as they parade through the city with a bucket of schlop for their citizens to eat. As they line up for a spoonful of the gruel, they are told to eat it with gratitude, not knowing that they're secretly being dosed with special drugs. When Taicho arrives on the scene, he's concerned about how paltry an attendance they've gotten for the breakfast service, as there used to be hundreds of citizens. As he tries to ascertain why there are fewer faithful, he notices someone looking sketchy and sends his guards to chase him down. They find fresh bread on the man, something that could only be found in Miyako's territory. As they interrogate the captive, they learn that Miyako's monks have been warning the people of Neo-Tokyo of the drugs inside the cultist food. Taicho is again pissed at Lady Miyako, undermining his operation, but he doesn't have long to stew as a helicopter passes overhead, drawing his attention. On top of a building in the distance, we see Lieutenant Yamada light off a flare to lead the chopper in. All the while, Seer calls out updates on the telekinetic network. Seer identifies Yamada as a spy in their territory just as the helicopter nears his position. As it passes, it drops a package. The package goes right over Yamada's head, falling to the street below, where a group of children claim it right away. Yamada yells down to them, telling them to stay away, concern etched across his face. Clearly, there's something either incredibly sensitive or incredibly dangerous inside of that package. But when he peeks his head out of the window, he sees the children aren't alone. Ryu is there to make sure they don't open it, and to make a wisecrack too. When Yamada reaches them, he informs Ryu that the package is rigged to explode if it's forced open. It's no problem, however, as the kids found the parachute it came along with more entertaining anyway. As they play with it nearby, he hauls the package away on his shoulder, Ryu right behind him. Back at their hideout, Tetsuo watches placidly as the helicopter flies off back out to sea. As he stands there, Kiori peeks her head out looking for him, but he suddenly vanished. Our attention is then brought back to the aircraft carrier, where it's suddenly all hands on deck. An announcement rings out saying that if they're not airborne in 5 minutes, they're sitting ducks. All the men ready and board fighter jets as the control room does their best to get all the jets in the air amidst all the confusion and chaos. However, everything comes to a screeching halt when an unknown man appears on the launch strip. As a fighter jet approaches, it explodes seemingly out of nowhere, sending burning wreckage cascading overboard. Inside the ship, the scholars do their best to maintain calm as sirens wail all around them. Even the ever-placid Karmatangi is unusually on edge, screaming out that he's coming, but he can't spit out who. It's almost as if the name on the tip of his tongue burns it. The lights then cut off, and Karmatangi turns to see Tetsuo standing at the head of the desk, calmly perusing some paperwork. When the others become aware of him, they're all equally as confused and concerned. However, Professor Bernardi recognizes Tetsuo as number 41. "I thought I'd drop in on your meeting and give my fan club a thrill," Tetsuo says blithely. He then looks over a graph, which he's informed is a graph of the third phenomenon. As Dr. Joris explains that it was of a much smaller magnitude than the first and second phenomena, Dr. Dubrovsky thinks a series of questions about Akira. When Tetsuo responds to them aloud, Dubrovsky recognizes that Tetsuo is using telepathy to read his mind. "What are you trying to learn studying Akira?" Tetsuo asks. "What does Akira mean to you scientists? A resource for peace? Maybe use his powers to generate electricity? Or is he just a weapon, like any other bomb or missile?" The scholars are stunned, but Professor Bernardi says that Akira is a problem they feel they must understand, as the power he wields is beyond anyone's control. Tetsuo just scoffs, however, belittling their entire existence. He says that they look at the truth through a distorted lens. Dr. Joris laughs, replying with sarcasm, much to Tetsuo's amusement. Despite his warning, it's clear she's not deterred from her mission to understand his power. It seems like power was the key word to Tetsuo. He smiles when he hears it. Tetsuo, sounding like he really did undergo a major epiphany after quitting the drugs, says that he made the same mistake with Akira, trying to chase the power. "The more power I expended, the more I wanted to expend. It was never enough. You have to break free of yourself before you can reach a higher level," he says. "It flows like a river, a great stream of time or energy. How can I describe it? For example, think about how the Earth rotates. We take it totally for granted, but the power it takes to turn the Earth on its axis, think about how much power it takes and how much power it would take to stop it. The power in the stream, it's not power you can ever own. But think of being able to direct its infinite flow." When the scholars admit that they don't understand what Tetsuo is trying to tell them, he smirks and says he didn't expect them to. So he prepared a demonstration. His smile broadens as all the objects in the room come to life around them, floating in the air under his control. "Now do you see? The truth and your science are in completely different dimensions," he exclaims as he surges his power even higher, sending the scholars flying back from the force. We see the desk crush many of them, as Tetsuo's laughter rings out through the ship's corridors, and the issue comes to an end. Chapter 27, The Grand Convocation. Chapter 27 opens with an exterior shot of Miyako's temple. As she looks out on the rubble, she worries about Kei. Elsewhere in Neo-Tokyo, we catch up with Kaisuke and Kaneda on their perilous journey to get the mortally wounded Kei and Chiyoko the help they need. As the duo struggle to navigate the terrain, they catch the attention of several Akira loyalists. Our view then shifts to Lieutenant Yamada and Ryu. As Yamada opens the booby-trapped care package he picked up last episode, Ryu looks on in contempt. Yamada enters a code into the package. When he does, fire begins to sizzle around the edges, shocking Ryu. Yamada remains level-headed, however. He slams it shut, then kicks it into one of the deep trenches left behind by the earthquakes that have ripped through the city. As Yamada turns his attention to the contents of the package, Ryu mocks him. But Yamada's not having it. He tells Ryu to get lost. They only met by chance anyway. Ryu just smirks though. He's not gonna let this American out of his sights that easily. We then catch back up with Tetsuo and Taicho at Akira's hideout. Taicho looks pressed, requesting an audience with Tetsuo immediately to share urgent news. As Lady Miyako's influence has grown, Akira's has been dwindling. Taicho proposes a public meeting as a solution. He thinks a demonstration of Akira and Tetsuo's power will help to bring their subjects back in line. When he hears this, Tetsuo smirks, clearly having his own idea for a demonstration in mind. When we return to Yamada, he's pulling on a wetsuit, stoically preparing to undertake his secret mission in Neo-Tokyo at long last. Sensing the weight of the moment, Ryu tries to lighten the mood with a wisecrack, but again, Yamada isn't having it. He's got secret orders to poison and kill Akira and Tetsuo, and he doesn't want Ryu to try and stand in his way. When Ryu sees the biochemical weapons inside the care package, he tries to confront Yamada. He warns the soldier about the dangers of attacking Akira, but Yamada doesn't want to hear it. He's a man on a mission. When Ryu attacks him, he doesn't hesitate to strike back, despite their budding friendship. His punch lands clean, sending Ryu to the ground in a ragged heap. Meanwhile, Kaneda and Kaisuke arrive at the outskirts of Miyako's territory. Children run alongside the caretaker bot as it rolls through rows of makeshift tents and shanties. Inside the temple, Miyako senses Kei's presence and calls out to her. She sends her monks to unload Kei and Chiyoko while commanding them to use their abilities to heal the wounded woman. We then follow Masaru as he's wheeled through the temple hallways towards Kei's room. Inside, Miyako works her powers to heal Kei, while Kaneda and Kyoko watch anxiously. Kaneda frets about Kei's condition, but Kyoko reassures him that Lady Miyako's abilities will be enough to save her. In the hallway, Kaneda shares the good news with Kaisuke. Kei is going to recover. As they rejoice, Masaru joins the group at Kei's bedside to discuss the Esper and Miyako's plan. Despite her fragile state, Kei remains an important figure, a powerful conduit for telekinetic abilities. The group decides it's time to put their secret plan into action, knowing Tetsuo's strength is growing. Outside the temple, children climb all over the caretaker bot. Kaneda and Kaisuke scold them, shooing them away. The kids leave reluctantly, throwing insults over their shoulders, the spitting image of the capsule gang before Akira's awakening. Just as things calm down, Joker arrives, furious that Kaneda wrecked one of his bikes. The tension dissolves into comic relief when Kaneda takes off running, leaving Kaisuke to deal with the fallout. The scene then shifts to Akira's territory, where his followers are tagging walls with announcements of the Grand Convocation. At the old Olympic Stadium, Taicho oversees preparations, while Sear's telekinetic message echoes across the city. The convocation is mandatory, and everyone must attend. We see that the message even reached Kaneda and the others in Miyako's temple, as workers assemble a wooden platform for the event. As the final touches come together, we see that Taicho's even figured out a way to ignite the Olympic torch. In the next panels, Akira's armed enforcers patrol the streets, rounding up residents. We then see the results of their efforts as crowds flood the stadium, fireworks bursting overhead, signaling the Grand Convocation's commencement. As the MC tests the microphone, the crowd's reaction shows us that even such an innocuous thing as harnessing a tiny supply of electricity is a calculated show of power in this world. With much fanfare from the MC, Akira then makes his arrival. He rides a palanquin carried by a legion of men in white t-shirts and red headbands. Atop, his name is etched out in neon lights. His military code name, 28, painted in red below. Tetsuo leads the way through the crowd as Akira is showered with requests from his devotees. Amongst the crowd of fervent supporters, we catch up with Lieutenant Yamada. He moves through the throng, looking for an opportunity, some vantage point from which he can strike Akira. His attention fixed elsewhere, he finds himself running straight into a gut punch from Ryu. Ryu playfully taunts him as he stands bent double. Yamada vows retribution, but Ryu laughs him off. In his mind, his stopping Yamada just made him one of the good guys. He knows all too well what Akira is capable of once set off. The fanfare continues as Akira enters the stadium. Once on stage, the crowd erupts before our perspective is taken to an American military vessel off the coast. Aboard the vessel, Dr. Dubrovsky and Professor Bernardi sit solemnly until their attention is roused. In the last chapter, Tetsuo's attack left Dr. Hawk in critical condition. It appears that the Admiral doesn't believe Tetsuo was able to slip aboard and cause the explosion, instead blaming it on faulty electrical caused by the explosion above deck. He tells them to get some rest, insisting their stress levels cause them to jump to insane conclusions on the matter. At the Grand Convocation, the Olympic torch burns furiously, Akira's name emblazoned beneath it in dripping red paint. There's a brief musical detour that accompanies shots of the crowd at large. We see Akira loyalists doling out food to the masses as the band plays in the torchlight. In a neighboring building, we catch up with Yamada and Ryu. Ryu watches the convocation in the distance as Yamada tries to break down the door of the room he's locked in. As one of Akira's henchmen showcases his minor telekinetic powers, Taicho quietly urges Tetsuo to give the audience a true display of power. Tetsuo nonchalantly agrees, a smirk on his face that indicates he has a plan in place. We then get this awesome panel of Tetsuo taking center stage, cape billowing behind him. Overhead, the moon shines brightly against a nebulous black sky. Tetsuo fixes his gaze on the moon. We then get another series of beautiful panels as our perspective moves out to show the moon high above the stadium. There's then a full 2-page layout of Tetsuo floating in front of the moon, showing its craggy surface in great detail. When Tetsuo touches down on the moon's surface, he channels his telekinetic powers, the force of which causes a great disturbance, sending a column of rocks and dirt high above the surface. Back on Earth, we see several shots of scientists reacting to the disruption, showing the magnitude of power on display. On the moon, we see the massive crater forming around the column before it eventually explodes. Tetsuo rides a giant chunk of the moon as he watches the rest get pulled down into the Earth's atmosphere. We follow the burning debris path as it hurtles down towards the Earth's surface, battering it. Waves begin to crash down furiously as lightning lights up the sky. As a storm bears down over the crowd, they marvel at the power on display. As Akira is swept off stage, lightning strikes the stadium, starting a fire. Nearby, the building Ryu holed up in crumbles, leaving him buried in the wreckage. The chapter ends with another lightning strike destroying the stage in the stadium, the MC getting caught in its wake. Chapter 28, Swept Away. Chapter 28 opens with Tetsuo touching down on Earth. His immense power causes dust clouds to kick up all around him as he approaches Akira to report a job well done. The storm rages through the city. It appears Tetsuo caused yet another tsunami as floodwaters rush through the streets, sweeping cars, debris, and people away. In Miyako's temple, the lady mourns over Tetsuo's partial destruction of the moon. There's fear on her face as she and the Espers marvel at the rapid growth of his powers. It seems this act forced their hands. Despite Kei's fragile state, Miyako is adamant they move forward with their plan immediately. Masaru objects, but Kyoko sways him. There's no telling how Tetsuo's next release of power might influence Akira. It's something they can't risk. Tetsuo's powers have grown too quickly. He's not going to be able to control them for long. We then get another awesome outer space panel where we see the moon orbiting Earth. The debris from Tetsuo's crater now circles it like a ring. When we catch up with Kaneda, he's down in the subway with Kaisuke and Joker. As a way to repay Joker for the motorcycles, Kaneda decided to show him the flying platforms he found last episode. As he and Joker quibble over the quality of the hall, Kaisuke tries to get their attention. Water's begun to flood the tunnel, and he's the only one who seems to notice. Just as Joker has his hands around Kaneda's throat, the roar of rushing water fills the tunnels. They flee as a torrent bears down on them. Kaneda and Kaisuke nearly make it, but their effort isn't enough. They end up engulfed in the water after a humorous exchange where Kaisuke refuses to jump off the bike so it's light enough for Kaneda to escape alone. As the water subsides, we see they luckily survived. Underground during the convocation, they have no idea what caused the flood, but they sense something suspicious about it. Something extraordinary must have occurred above ground to cause something like that. We then cut back to Kei, who has recovered from her injuries. As she looks out on the pitch-black sky, Lady Miyako checks in on her. Miyako takes the time to fill Kei in on Tetsuo's recent destruction of the moon. Miyako then pitches her plan to Kei, outlining the urgency because of Tetsuo's power surge. Because his mind isn't yet controlled by the power, she thinks they can use him as a weapon to kill Akira. In order to do that, she, Kyoko, and Masaru need to use Kei as a vessel to combine their powers. It's risky, but time's running out. As Tetsuo's powers continue to grow, they will consume everything human about him, his ego, his personality, just like it did with Akira. When this happens, it will be catastrophic. Tetsuo will be nothing but a vessel for his power, responding to whatever stimulus he encounters. Burdened by the weight of the decision, Kei turns back to the window, looking out on the inky black sky as she thinks. Elsewhere in Neo-Tokyo, Kaneda, Kaisuke, and Joker make their way through the bombed-out streets. As they do, they discuss their suspicions about the flood. Hungry for answers, Kaneda decides to ask Lady Miyako. When Kaneda sets off, we get a panel with a shot of Kei superimposed over him as she stares out her window, whispering his name. Out at sea, the waves rock the aircraft carrier. Sirens wail nearby as Dubrovsky and Simmons stand watch at Dr. Joris's bedside. Throughout the ship, Special Forces members jump to action, the intercom advising them to prepare for combat. When we see the Admiral, he continues to dismiss the scientists' warning about this military operation. The doctors persist, wanting to minimize the casualties. The Admiral shows us a lot about his mindset here, as he feels it's a soldier's duty to follow orders, no matter the risk. To him, the reward of completing the operation is enough to offset any casualty count. That in mind, the soldiers plan their rendezvous with Yamada in order to execute their operation to kill Akira. We then see fallout from the storm at the Olympic Stadium, the new Akira hideout. It seems the display worked, as the loyalists discuss erecting a monument on the site to commemorate the moment. As they talk, Taicho notices that Tetsuo wandered off into the darkened hallways. Afraid of the noises he hears in that direction, Taicho sends one of the flunkies to check on him. When Tetsuo finally comes into focus, it's a grotesque scene. His arms bloated, flesh sloughing off as if trying to escape from his body. In the shadowy hall, the terror in his eyes is even more striking. The loyalist backs away in terror, giving Tetsuo time to cover his arm with his cape before stepping into the light. Sweat pours down his face, but he still denies that anything is wrong. As he does, a semi-transparent image of the wrecked moon gets superimposed over him. This then transitions to a shot of the moon in the sky as Kaneda catches his first glimpse of the hole in it. Rage spreads across his face as he puts two and two together, realizing Tetsuo had to be behind an act of that magnitude. Back at his base, Colonel Shikishima receives bad news from the doctor. Someone's trying to hack into Soul's laser cannon. They've already broken through the first layer of defense, but the doctor thinks he can buy the Colonel 3 days before they breach the system entirely. With that in mind, the Colonel sets off in a hurry to take care of the monsters he's created, his window of opportunity quickly dwindling. Out at sea, we see the Special Operations helicopter lift off as the Admiral and remaining rogue scholars watch on. Aboard the helicopter, the men psych themselves up for the mission, realizing the massive risk of their undertaking. Kaneda then arrives at Miyako's temple. A couple of monks tell him that Miyako's residing over Kei's ritualistic purification, which worries him. He forces his way past the monks in search of her. We then get a scene of a placid Kei exiting a bath. As Lady Miyako offers her a towel, she commends her for agreeing to act as a medium in their plan. They both vow to do their best despite the risks. Nearby, Kyoko and Masaru discuss the symbolism of the ritual, saying it only serves as a formality to prove her desire to focus on their task. Just then, Kaneda barges in typical Kaneda fashion. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Miyako orders her monks to unhand him. They then leave Kaneda and Kei to talk alone. Kaneda has vengeance on his mind, laying out his own semblance of a plan to corner Tetsuo. But Kei doesn't bite. She instead disarms him by asking him to stay the night with her. Kaneda's shocked, but it doesn't take him long to oblige. He soon takes her face in his hands and they kiss. This should be a big moment for our boy, but he senses something wrong with her. He pulls back, trying to figure it out. Eventually, his rage wells as he blames Miyako's ritual for the effect it had on Kei. As he prepares to storm off to confront Miyako, Kei cracks, agreeing to tell him what's really going on. We get shots of the military operation kicking off, spliced into their conversation, as Kei explains her role as medium to Kaneda. She expresses the urgency of the situation, the power of the combined forces of the Espers. Most importantly, she expresses her own agency in the situation. She made the choice because she wants to contribute to the defense of Neo-Tokyo, for the sake of all the friends she's lost, and the ones she doesn't want to. It's not good enough for Kaneda though. Wanting to keep Kei out of danger, he vows to take Tetsuo down before Kei can even get close to him. In a fury, he storms off, but not before turning back to give Kei one last kiss. As he walks out, a fraction of a smile spreads across her face. Chapter 29, Ride to Revenge. Chapter 29 opens with shots of waves battering the city. Inside the Olympic Stadium, Kaori watches Akira as he sleeps when Taicho approaches with bad news. In agony, Tetsuo is lashed out. Taicho recounts a laundry list of the severe injuries loyalists have suffered. Going anywhere near him in this state is dangerous, but Taicho has plans for another attack on Miyako, which he needs Tetsuo to lead. So, he sends Kaori in the hope she can soothe Tetsuo. The hallway leading to Tetsuo is a horror scene. Kaori walks by several men as they mop the blood-soaked floor and collect the numerous severed limbs. At the end of the hall, Tetsuo sits beneath a pergola of hanging rubble. He's subdued, having finally gained some control over himself. Even his arm has somewhat returned to form, although it's still grotesque. When he sees Kaori, he beckons her. Although she's afraid, she steps forward. Tetsuo wraps his arms around her waist like a child before the scene shifts. At the thieves' quarter, Kaneda barges in, interrupting a story about a drowning victim. Or at least trying to. Despite his ranting, they humorously keep on talking like he's not there at all. Desperate for their attention, he smacks Joker with a boot, which was a huge mistake. Joker absolutely pummels him in retaliation, before we time skip forward to their eventual conversation, where he fills them in on Miyako's plan. After he explains the need for urgency, Kaisuke still hesitates, but Joker's all in. He brings them to his garage/makeshift armory. Inside, he reveals his secret weapon for taking Tetsuo down, a military laser rifle. There's this fun moment where Joker's disappointed at Kaneda's lackluster reaction to the laser, so he tries to one-up it with the big reveal of a customized hoverbike. But Kaneda and Kaisuke both think the clown paint job is ridiculous, leaving Joker even more frustrated. It almost seems like a scene with Muscle Man, Mordecai, and Rigby in regular show. We then get a brief snippet of Tetsuo huddled up in Kaori's lap. He's sweating bullets and gritting his teeth as he struggles to contain his power. Our perspective then shifts to the American Special Forces unit. They've made it ashore, but with a great toll. Several men are missing, and several others are too severely wounded to continue. As they regroup, they're startled to hear the telepathic warning call of Seer, ring in their heads. In response, they fire on his perch, but miss. However, they served as enough of a distraction to allow Yamada to sneak up on him. He tosses Seer to the ground below, where he splats like a bug on a windshield. Ryu, clearly still intent on intervening, watches from a building above as Yamada is greeted by his unit. Back at the Olympic Stadium, Taicho gets the news about Seer. Here we get an interesting detail about the telekinetic powers. The messenger, Eggman, shared a connection known as a rapport with Seer. Because of it, he was able to sense when Seer fell to his death. He's also able to give a description of the soldiers, which tips Taicho off to the fact that the Americans are launching an attack. He instantly sounds the alarm, sending cronies throughout their territory to round up a militia. Our perspective briefly shifts to a group of loyalists on the lookout nearby. As they discuss the prospective battle with Miyako, the colonel is able to sneak up on them. He's in search of Tetsuo and hopes they can give him a location. Inside the hideout, Taicho sends a lackey to get Kaori. He enters tentatively, being greeted with a sleeping Kaori and a terrifying-looking Tetsuo, his arm rebelling against him once again. When we cut away, we catch up with Kaneda at the Thieves' Quarter. The men arm themselves as they go over the numbers of combatants, as well as the terrain they're likely to face. When Kaneda orders them to move out, however, he's met with resistance. They want a concrete plan, which apparently Joker is off somewhere conjuring. But Kaneda is the only one who's aware of the true urgency of the situation, of the fact that no plan could prepare them for what's in store. Impatient, he storms out, Kaisuke at his side. They head to Joker's workshop, where he starts prodding Joker to get his flying platform ready to go into battle. When we return to the American aircraft carrier, we see several of the rogue scholars boarding the dirigible as Dr. Joris mans the control center. On the bridge, the Admiral gets news on their attempt to crack into Soul's targeting system. He's not pleased by the news of the Colonel's counter-defense. Aboard the dirigible, we see Simmons being sealed in. Simmons laments being the only one going, but Bernardi explains that he has to go by himself. He feels all their lives might be in peril. The others watch as the dirigible takes off. Back at the Olympic site, we catch up with the Loyalist flunky as he goes to check on Tetsuo. As he takes a tentative step, the ground beneath him begins to crumble. Out pop dozens of wires like tendrils, sending the man flying into the air as Taicho watches in terror. The ground then gives way entirely to the fleshy mechanical mass of Tetsuo's body, growing out of control due to his powers. Taicho flees in horror as Tetsuo blasts through the roof of the building. Colonel Shikishima looks on from the opposite side of the stadium. As he does, wires begin to push through the ground at his feet. When he looks up, he sees wires flooding into the room from all angles. What's left of Tetsuo's body oozes through the holes they created, barely recognizable except for a portion of his face. Eventually, his body takes on shape again, aside from his amputated arm, which remains attached to the mass of wires and flesh. Based on the fact that Tetsuo doesn't know where he is, it's clear that he's not in control of his power, or his body any longer. Disturbed by what he's going through, he decides to seek answers elsewhere. With that, Tetsuo blasts off through the ceiling, leaving the Colonel futilely clutching Soul's remote targeting system. We then get a brief glimpse of Taicho scrambling to figure out what to do before we see the American Special Forces unit, who've also found their way to Akira's new hideout. Even though they can see the chaos ahead, they forge forward with their mission, pushing into the depths of the Olympic facility. Our perspective then shifts to the American aircraft carrier one more time. The Admiral meets with the scholars in the war room. The Admiral's concerned about the mission Simmons undertook, and looking for answers. However, before he can get any, Kamertangi senses a nearby disturbance. Shockwaves begin to reverberate all around them as the crew above board takes defensive positions. Assuming they just felt an attack, the Admiral requests a status report, only to be told they haven't taken any damage. Despite that, the ship buckles again. The disturbance stops briefly, leaving Tangi to ominously say they're being hunted. Just then, Tetsuo bursts through the hull of the ship and into the room in the form of wires. His body takes a shape more quickly this time, determination etched on his face. When the scholars see him, they believe he's been hooked up to some kind of machine. Tetsuo asks Tangi what's happening, to which Tangi responds that Tetsuo's body isn't enough to feed the power's appetite, so it's seeking to absorb as many other power sources as possible in order to escape the limitations Tetsuo presents to it. When Tetsuo protests, the Admiral fires a shot into his chest. When it hits, Tetsuo bursts out into ominous laughter, his body morphing grotesquely once again. Chapter 30, Arms Race. Chapter 30 opens where the last one left off. To the American surprise, Tetsuo retreats from the war room rather than attack. However, it seems his focus only shifted, as the ship's engine soon comes to a halt. An emergency alert comes through to the Admiral shortly after, saying they've completely lost control of the ship. The Admiral leaves the scholars behind as he goes to assess the threat. At this point, all hell breaks loose, as one of the nuclear missiles aboard the ship fires seemingly of its own accord. The missile explodes in the sky, creating a ball of fire brighter than the sun. As a mushroom cloud forms, Tetsuo lands on the bow of the ship. At this point, several fighter jets return from a training mission, upon which they lost communication when the ship's controls went down. At the same time, the Admiral gets word below deck that Tetsuo's to blame for the ship's shutdown. Way to finally get your head out of the sand there, buddy. Above deck, we get this series of great panels as the jets approach, cruising low over Tetsuo's head. Taking this low pass as a threat, Tetsuo trains his sight on the jets while the Admiral monitors from the bridge. When he spots Tetsuo, he puts out the order to attack, but Tetsuo flies into the sky before any action can be taken. The fighter pilots, unable to detect Tetsuo, are caught unaware by him when he appears in their flight path. Tetsuo shoots a wire out like a tentacle, latching onto one of the planes before they even see him. With his power now focused on absorbing the fighter jet, the ship's power is able to come back on. The moment it does, the bridge attempts to call the jets off. However, seeing the monumental threat Tetsuo poses, the Admiral orders the plane he's aboard to be shot down. We see Tetsuo, now completely attached to the plane and controlling it, as the missiles target him. The first missile's off target, exploding nearby. This prompts Tetsuo to turn the plane around and prepare to swan dive the ship. He fires off a missile of his own, hitting the communications tower. In response, the Admiral orders all of the ship's weapons to be fired at Tetsuo at once. Fires rage on deck as Kei arrives on the scene, the combined powers of Miyako and the Espers at her disposal. She watches as missiles launch towards the joyriding Tetsuo. The first barrage misses, allowing him to make another approach on the ship. Machine gun fire hits the plane as he barrels towards the ship, causing him to land in a heap of fiery wreckage. Even still, Tetsuo walks out of the blast unscathed, aside from the seething mass of wires and flesh encroaching the entire side of his face. Tetsuo laughs as he approaches Kei, sarcastically calling their showdown a meeting of the minds. Kei hesitates, worried about the potential casualties of Tetsuo's power. That hesitation was just enough to give him an opening. He sent wires up through the ground beneath Kei, ensnaring her. Panic overcomes her, leaving her trapped mentally as well, unable to move as a volley of missiles hone in on her location. Just in time, Kei's able to concentrate her mind, using her borrowed powers to not only deflect the missiles, but send them right at Tetsuo. He's caught flat-footed, getting absolutely scorched in the explosion. However, he's still alive. He sneers as he walks Kei down, hungry for payback. He used his powers to send a fighter jet right at Kei, where she's still trapped by the wires. However, this time she doesn't falter. Instead, it's Tetsuo whose body betrays him. Kei gets just enough time to use her powers to teleport back to Miyako's temple. Once there, she, Miyako, and the Espers debrief. Although flustered, Kei handled herself well, which is good, because she has to learn how to wield these powers on the fly. They don't have much time left before Tetsuo reaches the point of no return. The debrief gets interrupted by a banging on the door. It's Chiyoko. She's finally recovered from her injuries. She blasts through the door, two monks that tried to hold her back in headlocks at her side. When Kei sees her, she jumps right into her arms, smiling cheek to cheek as she does. The The scene then shifts to Miyako and the Espers discussing their misgivings over Kei's ability. Masaru is still skeptical, but Miyako shows a great deal of faith in her abilities. Meanwhile, Kei and Chiyoko pace the hall as they catch up. Kei tells Chiyoko that she plans to fight Tetsuo. Despite her concerns, Chiyoko understands, even offering her help. Rather than think about herself though, Kei asks her to help Kaneda instead. We then get a heartfelt moment where Chiyoko hammers home the future that Kei's risking. She has a penchant for self-sacrifice, so I think this was a great moment to give Kei a catalyst for reflection. When the scene shifts, we catch up with Kaneda and the crew as they barrel through the streets towards battle. After that, we quick cut to the Olympic site, where the American infiltration is well underway. The Loyalists don't put up much of a fight, but then the Americans run into the Eggman, the psychokinetic cultist from earlier. He recognizes Yamada from his encounter with Seer, and he wants revenge. Yamada orders his men to fire. The men are relieved when the bullets appear to hit home, but then one of them turns red and collapses. As the smoke clears, we see the Eggman completely unscathed, using his powers to crush the soldier's heart from across the room. Down the hall, Akira sleeps as Taicho stands over him. Taicho can sense the walls closing in on him, and takes a moment to reflect, ultimately deciding he won't go down without a fight. As he does, Akira wakes up, awash in the glow of his power. He looks at Taicho with his eerie blank stare, his thoughts ineffable. We get a brief glimpse of Kaori as she stumbles upon the incapacitated Tetsuo, who barely made it back before his powers faltered completely. In the final series of panels, we see Kaneda in the gunner seat of the repurposed caretaker bot. A swarm of motorcycles circle around him as he gives the order to attack the Olympic facility. Chapter 31, Stadium Show. Chapter 31 opens with a shot of the American dirigible entering Neo-Tokyo. Aboard, Dr. Simmons examines the map, looking for an appropriate landing spot. At the Olympic Stadium, the new Akira hideout, we see Kaneda as he leads his forces into battle against the cultist militia. Kaneda mans the turret aboard the caretaker bot, firing shots at the cult's forces. The cult has firepower of its own, however. We see one of their men fire an RPG right at Kaneda before our perspective shifts. Inside the stadium, the Eggman walks down Yamada's unit. His attention briefly falters when he hears the explosion outside, leaving an opening for Yamada to strike. Yamada shoots him in the hand as he charges forward. Once he closes the distance, he pistol whips Eggman, sending him to the ground. Yamada takes no half measures here. He puts a round in the down man's skull before our perspective shifts. Outside, the smoke clears to reveal Kaneda made it out of the blast unscathed. He urges his men onward as he leads his assault to take down Tetsuo. Speaking of Tetsuo, the scene then shifts inside the stadium where Kaori stands distraught over his severely wounded and disfigured body. He uses what little strength he has to tell Kaori to run away, to protect herself, but she can't bring herself to leave him in such a state. When his anger boils over and he screams at her to leave, his body reacts to his loss of control. His arm bloats into a mass of writhing flesh and wires before it rips apart from his body entirely, crashing to the concrete floor. Kaori screams in terror as Tetsuo falls to the floor in agony. As she runs away, his body erupts once again, a new arm sprouting from a deluge of flesh in his abdomen. The moment Kaori exits the stadium, she runs directly into gunfire. She makes a break for it, bullets landing all around her. Back in Tetsuo's quarters, Colonel Shikishima watches from the shadows as Tetsuo writhes in pain. Seeing his opening, he reveals himself. He draws Soul's remote targeting beacon and aims it on Tetsuo. As the remote locks on, we see Soul's laser cannon charge up and fire, ripping a hole through the atmosphere as it bears down on the Olympic Stadium. The battle outside ceases as the shockwave of the blast sends debris everywhere. In another wing of the stadium, we catch up with Taicho as he and several men lead Akira through the facility. Out at sea, we catch up to the American military as their fighter jets take off, bound for Neo-Tokyo. The rogue scholars huddle somberly discussing the situation. Bernardi reveals that the military finally hacked Seoul, but the laser's already been fired. All they can do is wonder what the target was and what the effects may be, since its last firing led to the second phenomena. In the same vein, they admonish the Admiral's all-out attack on Akira, a thought that gets juxtaposed with the Admiral on the bridge outlining his plan to cruise through the mouth of Tokyo Bay in a full frontal assault. Back at the Olympic Stadium, we see Joker as he assesses the fallout from Seoul. When the smoke clears, it's not Kaneda he sees. It's Tetsuo standing on an untouched parcel of land directly in the center of the blast radius. The colonel stands nearby him in stunned disbelief. Enraged at the sight of Tetsuo, Joker comes swooping in on his flying platform, guns blasting. Although none of his shots land, the attack still changes Tetsuo. His power flares, disfiguring him once again. This time he transforms into a grotesque infant-like creature with tendrils of flesh that shoot out in pursuit of Joker. Joker does his best to evade, but he gets caught in their grasp. The whole time Tetsuo's infant form balloons to giant proportions. Seeing an opportunity, the colonel tries to fire Seoul once again, but the remote targeting system malfunctions, leaving him defenseless as Tetsuo's new form consumes the platform he stands on. As the ground crumbles under the colonel's feet, our perspective shifts to Kaneda and Keisuke. Dumbfounded, they watch on as Tetsuo's transformation continues, until the stairs beneath them collapse. Meanwhile, Joker is able to fire several shots off at Tetsuo. It's enough for him to break free. As he flies out over the bleachers, Kei comes into perspective. As Joker flees, she walks right into the thick of things. As she approaches Tetsuo's grotesque new form, she receives telekinetic instructions from Miyako, telling her to provoke Tetsuo even further. Without hesitation, Kei storms in. She leaps up using her powers to shoot through Tetsuo's chest like a bullet. When she exits, Tetsuo falls. He lands with a splat, globs of flesh flying everywhere. The flesh is sentient, however, shooting towards Kei in a barrage that sends her crashing through the wall of the stadium. We then catch up with Kaori as she flees the chaos through the tunnel of the stadium. She runs into Taicho and Akira, who she instantly asks to help Tetsuo. She tries to explain the situation, but Taicho doesn't pay her any mind. He's more concerned with the fact that Tetsuo let her live, accusing her of using her feminine wiles to win his favor. Instead of offering to help Tetsuo, Taicho orders his cronies to ready their weapons. He intends to use Akira's power to help them attack him. Kaori protests, but Taicho insists it's either him or them. Concerned for Tetsuo, she tries to run off and warn him. But before she can get far, Taicho guns her down mercilessly. Back outside, the colonel lies injured, watching as Tetsuo's body reforms once again. Once corporeal, Tetsuo ignores his surroundings, his attention instead fixed on finding Kaori. He sets off towards her as Kaneda pulls himself from the wreckage nearby. He and Keisuke mount the caretaker bot and set off after Tetsuo. Inside the building, we see Kaori sprawled out and bleeding. Taicho and crew step over her body on their way to Tetsuo, only to be stopped in their tracks when they run into Yamada's unit. Taicho's men open fire, forcing the Americans to take cover. Once behind cover, Yamada orders his unit to take out everyone except Akira. When Taicho notices the Americans haven't returned fire yet, he sends one of his psychic enforcers to scope out the situation. The man uses his power to destroy the boulders the Americans hide behind. Nowhere left to hide, they jump out, shooting a dart into the enforcer's arm. Once hit, the enforcer laughs, mocking their tactics. But it doesn't take long for the poison to make him regret his words. When he falls to the ground in convulsions, Taicho orders a retreat. They turn and run back towards Kaori. In the final panels of the chapter, we see Tetsuo standing over Kaori. A tear falls from her eye as she tells him she knew he'd come back for her. Chapter 32, Class Reunion. Chapter 32 opens with Taicho running into Tetsuo. who's hunched over Kaori's body. Without a second thought, Taicho begs for Tetsuo's help dealing with the Americans, but he's unresponsive until 2 poison darts hit him in the arm. The moment they do, his power surges wildly, his arm erupting once more. The flesh lashes out, striking American soldiers as he undergoes another transformation into his giant infant-like form. The cultists, including Taicho, attempt to run. However, he's crushed under falling rubble. Meanwhile, the Americans don their gas masks and unleash their special biochemical gas on Tetsuo. The gas disperses, taking out Taicho and some cultists, but it doesn't reach Akira. Before it can, Tetsuo begins vacuuming it all up, Kirby style. He laughs maniacally as he steps out of the gas cloud, back in his normal form. We get a brief glimpse of Miyako in her temple, calling it a miracle that Tetsuo again feels well. Instead of killing him, the biochemical weapon acted like a medicine for him, helping him to gain control again. He marvels at the effect briefly before he sees Kaori's lifeless body. He steps through the rubble towards her when Yamada fires a poison dart at him. It's ineffective. Tetsuo simply shrugs it off before turning his telekinetic powers on Yamada. The American explodes in a massive show of power from Tetsuo. We then get another snippet of Miyako and the Espers as they fear for Kei now that Tetsuo has control of his powers. We see Kei slumped over as Miyako calls out to her telepathically. We then see the caretaker bot as it approaches Tetsuo. Akira stands in the middle of the hallway, directly in Kanada's path, almost getting crushed. When they pull up, surprised to see him, Tetsuo laughs, calling him Lord Akira mockingly. He then greets Kanada and Kaisuke almost as if it's old times. Somehow, he's surprised to see it's only the 2 of them who have survived, which enrages Kaisuke, leading him to threaten Tetsuo. However, Tetsuo just laughs, saying it's the same old Kai. Kanada taunts Tetsuo before whispering to Kaisuke that he should take Akira and go find Joker. Kaisuke doesn't want to leave, but Kanada convinces him to get Akira to safety. Kanada then pulls out the secret weapon, the laser rifle, as he stares down Tetsuo. The former friends have a brief back and forth before he trains the laser and fires. Tetsuo catches the blast in his hand like it's nothing, grinning as he does. Kanada's not deterred though. He distracts Tetsuo with talk of old times as he cranks the laser's power up. He then lets off a massive blast that lights up the entire tunnel. However, when the smoke clears, Tetsuo's nowhere in sight. He was able to teleport outside, where he now taunts Kanada. Kanada scrambles through the window before letting off another shot. It's as futile as the last, only leaving Tetsuo laughing. But then, Kanada uses the laser beam at a lower power to slice across Tetsuo's chest, effectively getting through his defenses. With Tetsuo on the ground in front of him, Kanada lets off another shot that almost finds its mark, but Tetsuo dodges just in time. Even worse for Kanada, Tetsuo's trained his telekinetic powers in on him. Back in the tunnel, we catch up with Kaisuke as he attempts to radio for Joker. Somewhere outside the stadium, Joker hears the message come through just as Kaisuke calls him Piggy, which really pisses him off, providing a little bit of comic relief. Just then, a member of Joker's gang comes barreling down the tunnel towards Kaisuke with a status update. Kaisuke's attention's elsewhere though. He tells them to round up all the men so they can lead a full-on assault on Tetsuo. Then Kaisuke commandeers the guy's bike and blasts off towards the action. Back outside, Tetsuo taunts Kanada, who's lying in the dust. He spreads his arms wide, making himself an easy target for his old friend, telling him to shoot. But before he gets a chance to, Tetsuo's attention is caught by Kei. She's battered, but looks determined. She sets her sights on Tetsuo, who's taken aback by the amount of power she's able to summon. His feet begin to sink into the concrete as the weight of her might bears down on him. Miyako cries out telepathically, warning Kei not to challenge Tetsuo, but she persists. Tetsuo is able to summon his own powers to get out of her clutches. He then charges her, getting within a few feet when he unleashes his own psychic attack. She gets engulfed in the blast. However, she's able to teleport into the tunnel below, where a bunch of loyalists are hiding out. They're aghast at her appearance, and doubly so when Tetsuo materializes behind her. Cornered, Kei musters every bit of power she has to try and take him down, despite Miyako's warnings. She traps Tetsuo in a blast, then shatters the concrete, but it's not enough. The ground shakes as Tetsuo breaks through in a massive surge of power that sends people flying everywhere. Tetsuo smirks through the falling rubble as he stares Kei down once again. We then get a montage of different scenes. Akira senses the power, calling out to him. Simmons stands in the streets of Neo-Tokyo, remotely controlling the dirigible like a drone. Ryu stands atop a building overlooking the stadium when he hears a noise overhead. It's a squadron of American fighter jets that Chiyoko and Joker and slews of other citizens see. The citizens think the planes are dropping care packages, but it turns out they're carpet bombing the entire city. The chapter ends with an aerial shot of the burning wreckage as the planes continue to drop more explosives on the city. Chapter 33, Strike from Space. Chapter 33 opens with a scene of chaotic fallout from the American attack. Citizens are engulfed in the blast as buildings crumble around them. Even Miyako's temple is struck, sending pillars scattering everywhere. The monks jump to action, sweeping Miyako and the Espers to safety, but Miyako's only concerned with the well-being of Kei. The bombing has reached the Olympic Stadium as well. Kanada's able to narrowly avoid the blast, but when he does, he's almost taken out from an explosion from Tetsuo. Kei comes flying through into the stadium, followed closely by Tetsuo. As he's distracted by the Americans' attack, Kanada attempts to get a vantage to take a shot on him, but the laser won't fire. As Kei gathers herself, Tetsuo starts toying with her. He begins to exert psychic force on her as he taunts her to run away before she gets crushed. However, she's unable to move, her body like lead from his powers. As she hunches over in agony, all sorts of debris begins to crash down onto her, drawn into the gravitational field he's created around her. The rubble crushes her as Tetsuo taunts her once again, speculating on how long she'll be able to survive. Just then, Kanada rushes in, catching Tetsuo off guard. Kanada smacks him with the butt of the rifle, sending him crashing down and releasing his psychic grip on Kei. Out at sea, the Admiral gets news of mission accomplished. All weapons were deployed over Neo-Tokyo without any casualties. A battleship is also in range, which he orders to attack right away. On top of that, they also have full control of Soul's targeting system, and will soon be ready to fire their more powerful laser, Floyd. At the Olympic Stadium, Tetsuo lays face down in the dirt. Kanada seizes the opportunity to maintain the upper hand. He kicks him in the gut, then lands a solid right hook. But once Tetsuo gets a chance, he unleashes his powers again. He misses Kanada entirely, however, blasting the bleachers behind him instead. Kanada doesn't wait long to get back to it. He tackles Tetsuo, slamming his forearm into his windpipe. Tetsuo chokes, gasping for air, while Kanada tells him that one was for Yamagata. Tetsuo then lets off another psychic blast, but again, he misses. Tears stream down his face, and he clutches his throat as Kanada walks him down. Now Kanada's the one who does the taunting. He even speculates that Tetsuo's lost control of his powers again. Kanada grabs Tetsuo by the collar and pulls his face in close, demanding to know what happened to his old friend. At that moment, Kaisuke emerges from the bowels of the stadium. As he calls out for Kanada, he sees the ominous glow of Floyd's laser cannon as it breaks through the clouds. The laser hits nearby in the city, destroying everything in its wake as it carves a path towards the Olympic Stadium. When it reaches the stadium, it rips through the exterior wall, charting a direct course towards Tetsuo and Kanada. Kanada flees, but Tetsuo stands his ground. Just as the laser is about to reach him, it shorts out. Through a brief exchange with the Admiral, we learn it only has a 5-second limit before it needs to recharge. Infuriated, Tetsuo uses his power to tear up a giant slab of earth. He rides it straight up through the atmosphere towards Floyd. At the same time, the Admiral orders another attack, this time targeting the entire city of Neo-Tokyo. The laser charges up and blasts before Tetsuo's attack can land. He's caught in the blast, but maintains course nonetheless. Down on the ground, Kaneda scrambles to find his friends. As he does, Akira stumbles out into the area. Kaneda scrambles over to him, asking if he's seen Keisuke, but Akira ignores him. He again says that something's calling to him. When Kaneda asks what, he points up to the sky. At that exact moment, Floyd's blast reaches the earth. Keisuke and Joker both hit the scene as Kaneda scoops Akira up and makes a break for it. He doesn't get far before he's cornered. In front of him is a huge drop-off, and behind him, Floyd's laser beam, leaving nowhere for him to go. Just in the nick of time, Joker swoops in on his flying platform. Kaneda and Akira jump aboard, narrowly escaping. In orbit, we see several explosions break out aboard Floyd. It fires several smaller laser beams that strike across the city, even hitting Miyako's temple. Aboard the American military vessel, we learn that they've lost control of Floyd. Not only that, it's leaving orbit and crashing down towards Earth. When we see the satellite, it's a fiery ball of wreckage, which Tetsuo rides into the atmosphere. He's using it as a bomb, targeting straight at the American fleet. The Admiral orders all planes launched and all missiles armed. In the time before impact, he orders the scholars to be evacuated via helicopter. When an officer goes to get the scholars, Karmatangi ominously says they don't have enough time. Right on cue, Floyd's laser blasts down into the ocean not far from the vessel. The Admiral orders his planes to counterattack. They lock on and fire as the aftershock from the impact sends waves crashing over the ship. It appears to be a direct hit, but it's not enough. Tetsuo rides Floyd down, making sure it remains on target. Before the ship can fire off any more missiles, the satellite makes contact, exploding on impact. Chapter 34, Phantom Voices. Chapter 34 opens on the burning wreckage of the American aircraft carrier. As the scholars scramble, we see it's taking on water. The ship is going down, Titanic style. Bernardi tries to slog through the water to save Joris, but the part of the ship she was on is already gone. Chaos ensues on board as everyone scrambles to abandon ship. Our perspective then shifts to what's left of the Olympic Stadium. Keisuke climbs from the wreckage, calling out for Kaneda. Nearby, Kei regains consciousness, the colonel sitting by her side. It turns out he treated her wounds and pulled her to safety after she passed out, despite having suffered injuries of his own. When Kei grasps the situation, the first thing on her mind is Kaneda. He's elsewhere in the city, however, berating Joker to get his flying platform in working order again so he can go and find Kei. We then catch up with Tetsuo. He stands atop the rubble, silhouetted by the sunset. Kaori stands in front of him, but she doesn't seem fully there. She can hear his voice, but all she sees is darkness. Tetsuo shakes her, trying to get her to see him, but she collapses, lifeless. He cries as he realizes his powers weren't enough to bring her back to life. Our perspective then shifts back to Kaneda. Now that night's fallen, Joker can't fix the flying platform, so Kaneda decides to switch his plans. He's going back into the Olympic Stadium unarmed to take him down. He tells Joker to take Akira to Miyako, but Joker protests. As the two argue, Akira wanders off. Kaneda falls into step at his side, trying to figure out where he's going. Meanwhile, Joker trails them, Gatling gun in hand. Elsewhere, Ryu watches Tetsuo from the shadows as he carries Kaori's body into the secret site where Akira was cryogenically frozen. We then shift to Miyako's temple, which was damaged badly in the bombing, causing the loss of many lives. Her monks escort her to the Esper's bedside, where she reveals the dire straits they've fallen into. Their stores of the secret drug that keeps the Espers and her alive was destroyed in the bombing. They won't be able to synthesize any more before their meager supply runs out. Desperate, she calls out to Kei telepathically. Kei receives her message as she sits beside the colonel. It brings her to attention instantly. She leaves to go after Tetsuo, despite knowing that Kanada's also on his way there and might get caught up in the crossfire. As Kanada follows Akira, he once again questions the boy about the source of the signal he's following, but it's useless. He's silent as ever. As they walk, Kanada explains to Joker his idea about how the telepathic connections work, but he's cut short when they notice a figure lurking in the shadows. It turns out to be Chiyoko. It's pretty funny when she tells Kanada Kei sent her to watch after him, since he takes too many dumb risks. As they're catching up, Akira wanders off once again, leading them to run after him. When they catch up to him, they're trying to redirect Akira, but it's too late. They've already reached the entrance of the abandoned military facility. We're then taken out to sea, where we see the crew and passengers of the downed American vessel boarding lifeboats. It's utter chaos as the soldiers sort through the wounded survivors, trying to get everyone to safety. Our perspective then shifts to Miyako's temple. They've suffered many losses, but her remaining monks are devoted to protecting the Espers with their lives. They use their powers to surround and protect them, as Miyako forges a link with Kei once again. We see her briefly telling the colonel she's setting out after Tetsuo. We then catch back up with Kanada and crew. As they move through the darkened corridor, Chiyoko notices something skulking in the shadows. She draws her weapon, only to realize it's Ryu, of all people. Although they're surprised to see him, they don't spend too much time chit-chatting once Ryu reveals it's Tetsuo that led Akira there. Deep underground, Tetsuo sits perched atop the cryogenic chamber that once held a dormant Akira. But he's not alone. It seems Kei's the first person to find him. When Kei tells him that Kanada's on his way with Akira, Tetsuo's powers flare once again, his hand showing signs of deterioration. When Kei realizes what's going on, he laughs, telling her she has no idea the power he's holding back. Kanada and crew were forced to take the stairs down, which probably would take days considering that we know the lift ride took something like 15 minutes, back when Tetsuo freed Akira from his slumber. After descending for a while, they luckily find the lift stuck in place, and Joker sets off in an attempt to get it operational. Back in the lower levels, Tetsuo laughs in Kei's face. He thinks that Miyako intentionally misled him with her previous guidance, and now he wants Kei to pay for that mistake. As his mood worsens, his powers flare, once again, this time causing his arm to undergo another grotesque transformation. He calls out for Kanada for help, as the power overwhelms him. He transforms once again into his giant infant-like form. In the next series of panels, we see that Kanada hears the force of Tetsuo's power surge just as Joker gets the lift moving. We then quickly return to Kei as she evades Tetsuo's onslaught. While she dodges, Miyako tells her that Tetsuo's ego has completely collapsed. Kei's only recourse is to draw upon all her power and strike. We then see Akira calling out to Tetsuo, who we see calls back. He then smashes through the walls as he calls out Miyako's name, but Kei steps forward, vowing that the only way he'll get to Miyako is by getting through her first. Chapter 35, Face to Face. Chapter 35 opens with Kanada and crew descending the lift. While they wait, Ryu slugs from his flask as he has a flashback to his last time on the lift, when he watched his comrade die. He pours some liquor out on the spot of the death. Below ground, Kei focuses her power for an escape attempt, Miyako guiding her along. She blasts through the ceiling into one of the labs in the upper portion of the facility, but Tetsuo follows her. She scrambles into the hallway as his disfigured flesh fills the entire laboratory. At the end of the hall, she climbs over Kaori's lifeless body as she attempts to flee through a narrow opening. Back on the lift, we see that Tetsuo has encroached into the elevator shaft. Joker fires the Gatling gun at him, landing several shots. As he does, Akira begins to call out to Tetsuo more feverishly. Chiyoko realizes the connection between the two, formulating a plan to have Ryu bring the boy far away to keep them from joining forces. Meanwhile, Joker's attack on Tetsuo does little but clue Tetsuo into Kanada's presence. Tetsuo calls out to him as Chiyoko opens fire as well. All of a sudden, Tetsuo begins to deflate, steam emanating from him as he shrinks. Eventually, he returns mostly to his normal form, aside from a portion of his body that resists. He pleads with Kaneda to help him. Through his agony, he forces out a plea, telling Kaneda he's dying. Kaneda's stunned, seeing the humanity briefly return to his old friend. But it doesn't last long. His power returns in an immense surging wave, transforming Tetsuo once again. Before Joker can open fire, the power consumes Kaneda. Miyako calls out to Kei, telling her to take Akira and get him out of there before he's consumed by the power as well. Joker and Chiyoko lay down cover fire as Ryu gets the lift moving upwards with Akira aboard. Chiyoko spots Kei nearby and runs to her. She and Joker help Kei as they attempt to board the lift, but they're just late, instead having to take the stairs. Tetsuo latches onto the cryogenic chamber, levitating atop of it all the way up to the surface. As the power surges, Akira begins to channel his own powers in response. At the temple, Miyako and the Espers dread what this could mean, since Akira and Tetsuo's powers share a frequency. Both channel their powers simultaneously, mirroring each other's motions. But Ryu, scared of what he sees, intervenes. He draws his weapon and fires a single shot, hitting Akira directly in the chest. As the boy falls, the entire facility begins to collapse. When Tetsuo senses what's happened, he takes off towards Miyako's temple, riding the cryogenic tank. It crashes into the temple, causing immense destruction. Miyako realizes that he's now being drawn to their power since he lost the connection to Akira's. He's hunting them down, driven to them like a moth to a torch in the darkness. Miyako orders the Espers to flee, to go to Akira. She and her monks will hold Tetsuo off in the meantime. In parting, she reminds them they must free Akira's powers no matter what. Tetsuo attacks before the Espers can flee, but Miyako's monks are able to shield them. Desperate, Miyako calls out to Kei. Back at the military facility, Kei leads Joker and Miyako to a ladder as they scale the elevator shaft. When they get to a platform, Kei finally heeds Miyako's call. She tells Chiyoko that she must leave, it's her duty to take care of Tetsuo, and like that, she teleports away. When we return to Miyako, she says her final goodbyes to the Espers as she prepares for battle. They've evacuated the temple in preparation for one final stand against Tetsuo. As Tetsuo slams through the wall of the temple, Miyako and her monks channel their powers and release an attack on him, knocking him back. Miyako lays out her plan, provoke Tetsuo's anger, and attempt to channel his powers for their own use. We then get a brief glimpse of Kyoko and Masaru as they decide to teleport to Akira before it's too late. Miyako continues to lead her psychic assault, urging her monks to focus their powers. Kei arrives at the scene just as the monks target a focused attack on Tetsuo. Kei tries to stop them, warning them that Kaneda is inside there somewhere, but the strike lands and the monks prepare another. The second strike lands right in the chest, knocking Tetsuo back. In response, Tetsuo's power surges once again, triggering a massive blast of rubble. In the final panel of the chapter, Miyako urges her monks to withstand the barrage so they can continue to fight. Chapter 36, Miyako's Last Stand. Chapter 36 opens with an aerial view of Akira lying face down on the lift. Masaru and Chiyoko descend from the sky and land gently next to him, calling out his name. He's responsive, but his words are belabored. Akira, for the first time showing some personality, smiles as he asks about the other Espers. Kyoko says they're all right there with them, as we see a spectral image of number 26, Takashi, float down gracefully. Images of all the other military test subjects float down behind him. Akira's buoyed by their presence, by the knowledge that no matter what, his friends are always by his side. When Kyoko asks if he has the strength to use the power, he nods. At Miyako's temple, her surviving followers watch in horror as the giant, disfigured form of Tetsuo continues its rampage. Miyako and her monks do her best to combat it, but her powers are failing. She calls for Kei, telling the girl that it's up to her to finish Tetsuo off. Since she and all her monks' powers are diminished, their best bet is channeling all of their powers into Kei for a powerful strike. Miyako and her monks fight for survival as Kei zooms into the atmosphere. In low Earth orbit, she finds Soul. She places her hands on its side and focuses her power. Back on Earth, one of Tetsuo's giant, malformed hands reaches out for Miyako. Her back against the wall, there's nowhere for her to run as it closes its fingers around her. She musters her power for a powerful blast. However, the move wasn't without its cost. Blood spills from her mouth as she collapses. Thankfully, Miyako's act bought Kei enough time. She looks on as Soul's laser fires. The shot's off target, however. As Kei charges up another shot, Miyako calls out to her. Miyako tells Kei to aim for her, that she will help guide the laser. Kei hesitates, not wanting to make such a sacrifice, but Miyako orders her to strike. The laser fires, barreling down to Earth, but it's off target. However, at the last moment, its flight path curves, bringing it down with full force on Tetsuo. Bystanders flee as a gory mess of his body splatters all around them. This blast didn't destroy Tetsuo per se, it triggered another phenomenon, essentially producing a miniature Big Bang, as the rogue scholars described it previously. A giant orb of power spreads from where he stood, consuming everything in its path. As Kei watches from the sky, she speculates that it's sentient. Near where Kei floats in the sky, Akira and the Espers now float in a circle, with Akira at the center. He channels his powers into his own phenomenon in order to combat Tetsuo's. As Akira's power grows, it surrounds and engulfs Tetsuo's. And with this absorption of Tetsuo's power, Kaneda gets released, and both of them are dragged into the heart of the Big Bang. The next few pages are an absolute fever dream, as Kaneda soars his way through Tetsuo's soul, experiencing his memories stretched out ahead of him. He sees himself confronting Tetsuo, the unresponsive Kaori, the rogue scholars telling him his power is consuming him to achieve a greater form. He sees the Colonel preparing to fire Soul at him, Yamada preparing to use the biochemical weapons. He sees the moon still intact, Miyako telling him to control the power by mastering his own weakness. He sees himself crying as a child. He sees Kaneda crying over Yamagata's body, the fateful run-in with number 26 that sparked off all of this chaos. He then sees the first day of school, Kaneda ordering him around in their capsule gang days, and his foster mom, complaining about how much Tetsuo cries. Then Kaneda steps into a memory of Tetsuo crying as a boy. He wonders if he's in Tetsuo's dream, but realizes these are all memories that he's been seeing, through Tetsuo's eyes. He calls out to Miyako, whose spirit responds, confirming his theory, as well as informing him that he's part of all of this. Tetsuo's been able to reach a spiritual plane now that he's freed from the shackles of his body. The scene of Tetsuo then stretches out and zooms away, and Kaneda is sent floating through the ether. He approaches a giant fetus in the womb as the voice of Miyako's spirit speaks to him. "Look into the heart of life's most primal memories," she says, "a life form that has grown and developed during countless, repetitious eons. It has evolved in ways that are far beyond that for which mere happenstance and circumstance alone could account. A cell formed by the organism's memory or molecular form and the memory of an entire universe." Chapter 37, Evolution. Chapter 37 opens with Miyako's spirit continuing its soliloquy. One vast force was released and in seeking its ultimate goal has flowed throughout the universe. The power has dissipated and spread to many outlets, its seeds lying dormant in their individual memories. Kaneda wonders why the power has been so destructive, to which Miyako responds, "The hardships Akira generated may be meant to promote humanity's evolution," revealing to Kaneda that evolution is a programmed flow. According to Miyako, the Espers and all of the other psychokinetically gifted are the future path of human evolution, and inside this new universe, they will grow until someday that evolutionary pathway will benefit all of humanity. Kaneda, in typical Kaneda fashion, calls bullshit. He can't believe that the human race would desire being turned into shriveled mutants like the Espers. At this point, Kaneda gets transported into a sanitized-looking hallway. This is the site of the original military experiment that produced Akira and the Espers. It appeared as something so minute. They were ruthless in their efforts to germinate the seed, force-fed it the harshest of fertilizers. Miyako says as Kaneda travels the hallways into a carpeted playroom similar to the one we saw the Espers in previously. The room is filled with children, including a playful and vibrant Akira. This is the first room in which they housed the children who showed the signs, and then the experiments began. We then see a giant cyberpunk machine hooked up to the head of a miserable-looking test subject, as Miyako continues. The fate of the majority was madness or death, and many in whom the power awoke were left with crippling handicaps. As Kaneda looks down on one of the unfortunate test subjects, he muses that all the powers ever brought them was misery. At that point, Kyoko cuts in, saying that amongst the misery, they also found something: friendship. Friends who could communicate without words because they spoke to each other's spirits. When Kaneda asks who those friends are, she replies, it's Miyako, the people in their temple, Kei, Chiyoko, Tetsuo, and even Kaneda. As she speaks, her form turns back to that of a normal child as she fades away into a bright light. Kaneda then gets transported to a playground where a child Tetsuo stands crying. It's a memory from their youth. As a banged-up looking Tetsuo sulks, a child Kaneda approaches him. He tries to relate to Tetsuo, saying the neighborhood kids used to gang up on him as well, but Tetsuo just runs away. As the adult Kaneda watches, he remembers how Tetsuo took him the wrong way. He just wanted to be friends back then. When the child Tetsuo introduces himself to Kaneda and says he wants to be friends, he's absorbed in a bright flash of light that wipes the entire memory away, throwing Kaneda into the ether once again. He begins to dissolve as well, until the spectral form of Kei appears in front of him. We get a brief glimpse of the chaos of Neo-Tokyo being destroyed by this power surge before we rejoin Kaneda. Kei tells him that Akira is consuming Tetsuo and that Kaneda needs to get out before it's too late. When he tries to grab her, he's dropped into another stream of memories, seeing himself riding motorcycles with Kaisuke. Then when he appeared as a spectral figure to Kei, as he does, Kei tries to guide him back, warning him not to let the illusion dominate him. Kaneda sees flashes of the Resistance hideout, of the military prison, of the last Akira phenomenon, before he's transported back to the playground. As he slumps over on a swing, he calls out to Tetsuo. He watches a childhood version of himself as he continues to call out, saying he was supposed to meet him at the playground. At that point, the disembodied voice returns, telling him that Tetsuo is gone, and that Kaneda must leave as well. He's thrown out of the memory once again, and into the wormhole. As Kei's spectral figure reaches out for him, the voice continues. For your comrades who need you, you must go back. When Kei grabs hold of his hand, our perspective returns to Earth as the orb of power lifts up over Neo-Tokyo and blasts off into the sky. In the following panels, we see the fallout around Neo-Tokyo as the intense storm caused by the power subsides. Survivors across the city scramble to safety as we see shots of Chiyoko, Joker, and the Colonel, all having survived. We also see Simmons helping out amongst the citizens of the city. Kaisuke wades through the floodwater past survivors as he searches for Kaneda. We pan across the wreckage of the city to an outcrop of rubble where Kaneda and Kei stand. Kaneda realizes that all of them, Akira, Tetsuo, the Espers, they're all gone. As he thinks, Kei grabs his attention, showing him that in the destruction of Neo-Tokyo, the old city of Tokyo was revealed beneath it. Chapter 38, the final chapter. Chapter 38 opens with more sweeping shots of the washed-out city. Crabs scurry about as military vehicles touch down. The Admiral disembarks the helicopter amongst a squadron of soldiers. Soon after, the remaining scholars disembark as well. The group walks through the city, overseeing the aid efforts for the refugees, amongst whom they find Dr. Simmons, reuniting with him after his daring mission. As the Admiral moves deeper into the city, the citizens don't appear as appreciative of their humanitarian efforts as he would expect. Just then, an RPG gets shot right in their vicinity, a warning shot from Chiyoko. As the Admiral tries to figure out what's happening, Kaneda and Joker swoop in on the flying platform. Kaneda struts right up to the Admiral and cuts to the chase. He's taken a page out of Tetsuo's playbook, declaring the area sovereign territory in the name of the Great Akira Empire. He kicks the military out of their territory, but has them leave the food. Just absolute boss shit from Kaneda. The Americans vacate the area as Kaneda gets picked up by Kei and Kaisuke on a motorcycle. As they ride off, he tells them the spirit of Akira lives on in their hearts, and so they'll fight to protect what the Empire stands for. After saying respectful goodbyes to their former enemy, Colonel Shikishima, Kaneda enjoys one last joyride, Kei riding shotgun. As he rides, the spirits of Yamagata and Tetsuo join him, at his side once again.